The moment the city fell, I shoved every last piece of equipment and every potion I had into Luo Wanqing's hands. All I wanted was to get her out through the secret passage. But the instant the hidden door opened, Chu Tianzhao emerged from inside with a squad of soldiers. I did not even have time to warn her before a blade punched through my chest from behind. I had almost no HP left to begin with, and the number plunged into the single digits. I forced myself to look back. The person holding the knife was Luo Wanqing. She walked over to Chu Tianzhao, without a trace of her old tenderness in her eyes. Chu Tianzhao smiled and told me that he could give her a better life. Even worse, Luo Wanqing crouched beside my ear and admitted that she had also leaked the city's defensive intelligence. Thank you for everything these past few years. You really are a good man and the easiest kind to use. Binding magic locked my body in place. I could not even force out a single question. Our 5 years together, and everything I had endured for her, had only ever been bargaining chips she used to secure herself a better future. Chu Tianzhao brought his foot down one last time, and my HP hit 0. Just before my vision vanished, an enormous magic array spread across the entire continent, and a pillar of light rose from the direction of the kingdom, piercing the heavens. My body dissolved into motes of light, yet my consciousness did not disappear at once. Amid the chaos, an unremarkable piece of mountain rock floated in front of me. Instinctively, I reached out and grabbed it. The one-of-a-kind divine artifact has bound itself to its master. The world is now being remade. Reconstruction complete. All characters have been reset. Reloading now. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing on a vast platform packed with millions of people. A system interface appeared before me, and the familiar notification sent a chill through my entire body. People began falling from the edge of the platform one after another. The first fall was an accident. After reviving, one man refused to believe what had happened and jumped a second time. When he returned for the third time, his face had completely changed. Dying repeatedly did not end the game, nor did it make anyone grow used to the pain. The system merely restored us, then let the fear begin all over again. All players in Warzone 68 have been loaded. The game will officially begin in 30 minutes. This was the day the Global Lordship game launched. I felt my undamaged chest, then pinched my arm as hard as I could. The pain was real, and I was wearing the exact same plaid shirt as I had back then. Only 2 things were wrong. The real-world date was 6 years later than the launch date I remembered, and a mysterious, unidentifiable item had appeared in my inventory. I examined my body. My arms and legs bore none of my old injuries. My character panel showed none of the levels or equipment from my previous life, only the starting status granted by the platform. My memories were real, but my power had not returned with me. That meant I had 5 years of experience to rely on, not 5 years of stats. I did not try to explain the future to anyone around me. Revealing the unique divine artifact, the death territory, or the monster tides right now would only draw more eyes to me. What I truly needed to confirm were 3 things. Whether time had returned to launch day, whether Luo Wanqing and Chu Tianzhao still retained memories of their previous lives, and whether the artifact that had chosen me had truly been reborn with me. A delicate cry suddenly sounded beside me. Luo Wanqing collapsed near the edge of the crowd, pretending that she had injured her ankle. This was exactly how it had happened in my previous life. I had helped her up, cared for her, and stayed by her side for 5 years only for her to send me into a death trap with her own hands. This time, I did not approach. I stayed hidden in the crowd and watched. After waiting for a while and realizing no one was paying attention to her, Luo Wanqing stood on her own. Her steps were so steady that there was no sign of a sprain. She moved to an area with more young men and deliberately fell again. Only then did I understand. Our so-called chance meeting had been nothing more than a trick she used to select her prey from the very beginning. Several men were about to step forward, but I pushed out of the crowd first and grabbed her hand. Luo Wanqing had barely said that she had twisted her ankle when I yanked her upright and slapped her across the face. "Are you insane?" She clutched her cheek and screamed. I stared at that familiar face, and the hatred I had suppressed for 5 years nearly overwhelmed me. I struck the same side of her face several more times. Only when she staggered and fell did I force myself to stop. This was not the castle from my former life, and she had not yet committed the betrayal that would condemn her. All I could do now was sever our connection. I could not waste the first half hour of the game on her in the name of revenge. I'm not insane. I just finally woke up. I look forward to seeing you again. Before the men protecting her could surround me, I slipped back into the chaotic crowd. Behind me, Luo Wanqing tearfully pointed me out, but I did not turn around. No platform guards appeared after I knocked Luo Wanqing down, which meant the safe zone rules did not yet protect players from one another. I did not continue attacking her. I could not kill her now, and beating her repeatedly would only expose the depth of my hatred. It might even push her into an early alliance with Chu Tianzhao. I memorized where the two of them stood, who was around them, and the locations of the platform exits. Once territory selection opened, I would claim the plot on the edge of the forest of death that no one else wanted. Then I would use the artifact in the dungeon to build a first line of defense that no one could tear down. The debts from 5 years ago would not end here. But in this life, my first priority was to survive and to become stronger than everyone else. I slipped to the edge of the platform and immediately examined the extra item in my inventory. The 100-fold returns dungeon could record monsters I had personally killed, then automatically generate monsters of the same kind inside itself. Ordinary dungeons had fixed monsters and a fixed number of floors. This one allowed me to choose which species it recorded, and more floors would unlock as it grew. Most importantly, every quantity of loot generated inside the dungeon was multiplied 100 times. I also confirmed one restriction. Only kills I completed inside the dungeon, or kills credited to me there, would trigger the 100-fold return. Items picked up in the outside world, goods acquired through trade, and products made by my residents would not be duplicated out of thin air. This divine artifact was powerful, but it was not an infinite fabrication machine. In my previous life, I had counted and recounted every copper coin, and my people had routinely gone hungry. If the artifact's description was accurate, I could do more than make up for those old regrets. I could establish a resource advantage during the opening phase that no one else would ever catch. The 30-minute selection period was already counting down. I suppressed my excitement and opened the territory map. Starting territories were divided into 5 difficulties: normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and death. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters and the better the opening rewards. In my previous life, I had chosen 2 adjoining normal territories with Luo Wanqing so I could look after her. We had been safe at first, but the scarcity of resources left us unable to advance by the middle of the game. This time, I immediately locked onto a death difficulty territory deep in the forest. The lowest level wild monsters there were level 10, while the strongest could reach level 40. Beginner protection lasted only 3 days, during which only level 1 skeletons would spawn inside the territory. Once that protection expired, high-level monsters would begin entering the land. For the following 6 months, the region's monster levels would also rise by 10 every month. At the end of the very first month, a death difficulty monster tied with an average level of 20 would strike. An ordinary player would struggle to reach level 5 in 3 days. Choosing this place was practically suicide. Of the several thousand people who challenged death territories in my previous life, only the top-ranked lord survived. But this territory contained something I had to obtain. 1 year after launch, another lord conquered this forest and discovered the largest S-rank mineral vein found in the game's first 8 years. 5 war zones and 5 great nations fought over it for an entire year. In the end, each took a 10% share and developed it jointly. Even I, ranked 9th in my previous life, had not qualified for a share of the mining rights. Right now, no one knew that vein existed. The territory's attached rewards were just as astonishing. 1 random S-rank Beastkin girl, the S-rank talent Descent of the Fortune God, and 100 starting construction material packs. Descent of the Fortune God increased the drop rate of rare boss items by 20% and the output rate of rare minerals by 5%. By comparison, a normal territory awarded only 2 construction material packs. The countdown reached 0, and territory selection opened. I confirmed my choice in the very first second and was teleported into the forest. Hidden achievement, the world's greatest madman, triggered. First player in the world to enter the game. Strength increased by 100%. Hidden achievement, charge into death, triggered. First player in the world to select a death territory. Agility increased by 100%. S-rank talent, Descent of the Fortune God, equipped. Neither achievement had appeared in the information from my previous life. Whoever obtained them back then probably did not live long enough for the news to spread. With both strength and agility doubled, my survival plan now had another layer of protection. I did not rush to build a city. Instead, I followed the old strategy guide and searched along the territory's border for a mine entrance concealed by vines. Sacrificing half a day at the start was dangerous, but a mineral vein was the foundation of a territory's long-term development. After finding the entrance, I placed my one-use marker crystal there. A blue boundary marking the base's area immediately expanded, with a small section extending beyond the beginner protection zone. In other words, after 3 days, both the mine and the base would be directly exposed to high-level monsters. There was no longer any avoiding that risk. I placed the hundredfold returns dungeon beside the mine. The palm-sized rock sank into the earth and transformed into an entrance leading underground. On my way here, I had killed a level 1 skeleton with a wooden club, and the dungeon had already recorded its information. The first floor generated 1 skeleton every 6 minutes, up to a maximum of 100. The dungeon entrance had only a crude stone door, and there were too few torches inside. The first skeleton lurked around a corner. Beginner guides from my previous life recommended teams of 2, 1 person with a shield and 1 person attacking. I had no teammate, so I used rocks to test its aggro range, then used the doorway to restrict its sword arm. Carrying the iron sword dropped by the skeleton, I entered the dungeon's first floor and quickly found my first target. After killing it, I received 2 experience points. Only 1 tier, 1 recovery potion, and 1 portion of bone powder appeared on the ground. The skeleton's first slash struck the stone door, sending chips down the back of my collar. I moved around to its weapon side, used my starter short sword to sever the wrist bone, then pinned the fallen weapon beneath my foot. Only after I truly smashed its skull did the system award the experience. If I merely scattered its body, the skeleton would reassemble itself a few seconds later. My heart sank, but then I found a separate returns inventory in the dungeon interface. The other 99 recovery potions and portions of bone powder were all stored there. Beside them was an option that let me adjust the physical drop distribution at a ratio of 1 to 99. When 1 drop became 100, the inventory's weight did not change, which meant system storage was unaffected by real-world carrying capacity. Inventory slots were occupied by item type rather than quantity. I stacked the 99 copies in a single slot and marked the original drops separately, so future accounting would never mix the hundredfold copies with ordinary production. The rules had been confirmed. I sold all 100 sets of loot to the system shop, and 3 silver coins instantly appeared in my account. The system shop's buyback prices were extremely low, yet 3 silver coins were still enough to purchase supplies that would take an ordinary player several days to gather. I did not spend them immediately. During the first 3 days of protection, wood, stone, iron, and resident labor were more urgent than food. The coins had to be reserved for essential tools we could not produce ourselves. A single skeleton had already earned me an income other players could hardly imagine at this stage. As long as the dungeon kept operating, I would have the capital to turn this death territory into land that was truly mine. It would take 10 hours for the dungeon to replenish all 100 skeletons. I planned to clear it once every morning and evening, then check the chat channels. Both the regional and world channels were flooded with pleas for help, missing person notices, and meaningless spam. The system would restore weak, ill, or disabled players to ordinary physical health. Anyone younger than 20 or older than 50, however, would be assigned 1 year later to one of the top 10 territories in their region. My parents were both over 50. As long as I held on to a top 10 ranking, they would not have to face the most dangerous pioneering period. In the nearby channel, 5 lords with held difficulty territories were testing one another. 4 young women and 1 young man were the most active participants. I revealed nothing and set my level, equipment, and territory information to private. The most important thing now was to turn my rewards into real combat power. The 100,000 units each of wood, stone, and iron shown on the resource panel were merely system standard units. Once delivered, they appeared in batches in the storage area. They did not automatically become walls. I used wooden stakes to mark a square boundary 400 meters on each side. I first reserved space for the dungeon, mine, housing, well, and roads, then calculated the material volume the walls would require. Opening the 100 starting construction material packs gave me 100,000 units each of wood, stone, and iron. I then used the random S-rank Beastkin Girl reward, and a silver-haired Dragonkin Girl emerged from a magic array. A pair of small wings grew from her back, and a silver-scaled tail swayed gently behind her. The naming interface demanded immediate confirmation. I was terrible at naming things, so in the end I entered Ling Xiaoshuang and decided to call her Xiaoshuang in everyday conversation. When Ling Xiaoshuang emerged from the light, there was no slave mark on her body. The system's relationship field listed her as a territory guardian. I first let her inspect the contract herself, then asked whether she was willing to use Xiaoshuang as a shortened name. She confirmed that the contract required only that we defend the territory together and would not control her thoughts or private behavior. Only then did she nod and accept. I am Ling Xiaoshuang. I am not very quick-witted, and I am not good with words, but I will give you everything I have. She spoke with complete seriousness. I did not treat her like a reward I could expend at will. In a death territory, every reliable companion was more valuable than equipment. I first explained the base's boundaries and the danger that would arrive in 3 days. Then I spent the 3 silver coins at the system shop on a copper axe, a copper pickaxe, and torches. Her dragon bloodline was S rank, but her starting level was suppressed by the territory. I could not simply assume she had the legendary power of a fully grown dragon. She could transform briefly into a young frost dragon, but the change consumed mana at a tremendous rate. Sustained flight and frost breath were not practical for routine hauling. Clear the trees around the mine first. Open as much building space as you can before dawn, and tell me when you're tired. Even at level 1, Xiaoshuang's base attributes were already higher than mine, and she felled trees with remarkable efficiency. She cleared the land while I lit a bonfire, took the copper pickaxe, and entered the mine. Natural mineral veins in the game all appeared black and required an appraiser to determine their rank. I had no appraisal skill, but this mine had caused a year-long war in my previous life. Its quality could not be lower than S rank. S rank veins did more than produce rare or at an extremely high rate. Once depleted, they could slowly replenish themselves in the same location. That was why the great powers had been willing to go to war over one. I swung the pickaxe more than 50 times before the hard rock face finally caved in. A fist-sized piece of gold or rolled to my feet. In my previous life, it had taken me 8 days in an ordinary mine to see any gold at all, and that piece had been only half this size. The second mineral to appear was azurite crystal, whose drop rate was less than 1%. It was worth far more than gold, but using it required a higher level and the appropriate craft. I continued mining. Crystals in red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple fell one after another. By dawn, my inventory was packed with rare materials that would not become valuable until the middle and later stages. The most basic stone and iron, however, had not appeared even once. The high-grade vein combined with Descent of the Fortune God had actually pushed the basic resources I needed most completely out of the drop pool, or could not be sold directly to the system, and the highest level materials could not yet be made into equipment. The only things I could truly use were the small quantities of gold, silver, copper, and iron. When I left the mine, Xiaoshuang had already cleared a broad stretch of land. She flew over with the axe on her shoulder and waited for her next assignment. Xiaoshuang, I'm afraid I'll need you to mine next. I explained the production problem clearly. My talent raises the drop rate of rare items. If you do the mining, we'll actually have a better chance of getting the basic materials we need for the defenses. The mine suffered from the same production imbalance. My elevated drop rate made rare crystals more likely whenever I swung the pickaxe, leaving us short of basic stone and iron. Xiaoshuang mined 10 times and obtained ordinary stone or iron 8 times. I tried 10 times and produced currently useless high-grade minerals 7 times. It was a small sample, but enough to determine how we should divide the work. I sealed the rare or inside the secure storehouse. Only Xiaoshuang and I held keys. Those materials would be astonishingly valuable in the future, but right now they could not be used to build a wall. Survival came before showing off. That principle had to be written into the territory's rules from the very first day. She took the pickaxe without complaint. I, however, committed that restriction firmly to memory. The 100-fold returns dungeon and a high drop rate could generate tremendous wealth, but they could not solve every problem automatically. A mismatch of resources could still get me killed 3 days from now. Xiaoshuang cleared land all night, and I did not rest either. After dawn, I entered the dungeon with my iron sword and killed all 100 newly spawned skeletons. With my strength and agility doubled, a level 1 skeleton could not withstand a single strike. This run not only raised me to level 5, but also earned a high price for the iron equipment among the 100-fold drops. When the settlement finished, exactly 12 gold coins or 120,000 copper coins had been added to my account. The 100-fold base return from ordinary skeletons was only 3 gold coins. The real profit came from the occasional equipment drop. Even though the system paid only 1/5 of an item's production cost, a single piece of equipment became extremely valuable when duplicated into 100 copies. A problem soon emerged. The first floor could record only 5 ordinary monsters below level 10 and 2 regional bosses below level 15. The higher my level rose, the less experience I received for killing level 1 skeletons. The next clear would probably be barely enough to take me to level 6. Yet the wild monsters in the Forest of Death were generally above level 10. Going beyond the territory now would be dangerous, and I might not even be able to record the targets in the dungeon. As I considered my next move, the system recommended a PK room with a wager exceeding 1 gold coin. The PK system had opened that day. Players could duel, wager, or watch. Death inside a room caused no real loss beyond the agreed stake. It could train actual combat skill and might also generate starting capital very quickly. An anonymous player called 2401 repeatedly taunted people in the World Channel, claiming that Yanhuang players were too cowardly to accept a public duel. The arena function had only just opened, and he quickly stirred the spectators into a frenzy. Plenty of people urged me to accept, but none of them would bear the pain of death or the loss if I failed. After entering the room, the first thing I heard was several Sakura Nation players insulting Yanhuang players in the public channel. The room's champion had hidden his name and level and had already defeated several challengers in a row. Yanhuang players were busy building their territories and generally had low levels this early. Several level 3 players had stepped onto the stage and lost one after another, giving him more victories to fuel his taunts. I opened his public record first. He had won 3 matches. His weapon was a fast short sword, but his movement clearly depended on straight-line charges. After every victory, he stopped at the same distance to mock his opponent. A habit like that was especially deadly during the low-stat phase. His record also showed that he had just defeated a level 3 lord from a hell territory. He was not all talk. At minimum, he had attributes around level 5 and real-world combat training. It was hardly surprising that other capable players, unable to see his trump cards, were unwilling to risk 1 gold coin. The challenge contract allowed both sides to set the stake, arena, revival penalties, and viewing permissions. I selected each condition in turn: revive on the spot after death, no level loss, only transfer of the agreed wager, no outside assistance in the arena, recording made public. Even if he suddenly changed his mind, he could not use hidden teammates or equipment loss on death to increase the risk. His insults grew uglier by the minute. I closed the channel and first built a temporary smithy beside the mine. I smelted the gold obtained over the last 2 days into light armor, gloves, a great sword, and several backup weapons, then spent 2 gold coins on several tier 1 large recovery potions. Equipment appearances could be concealed. When I re-entered the room, the champion was still demanding that someone challenge him. "I'll fight you." I sent that first message, then added 2 more lines. "But the stake is too small. Put up every coin you have, at least." The champion fell silent for a long time before reporting that he had 23,672 copper coins. I did not argue with the spectators. I simply added another 90,000 copper coins to my own stake. His personal cash amounted to 23,672 copper coins. I did not treat that as an equal wager from both sides. Instead, I added 90,000 copper coins of my own to the PK room's prize pool. The system separately froze his promised entry stake and my additional public wager. When the figures appeared, the jeering in the channel stopped for an instant. The room went silent. Then the entire world channel erupted. If he refused, every taunt he had made would become a joke. If he accepted, he would have to commit all his liquid funds. While I waited for his confirmation, I refused to let the audience dictate my pace. I rechecked my equipment durability and the rules banning certain potions. The arena recognized system terms, not whoever shouted loudest. I was here to win the wager and gather my first real combat data, not earn 1 minute of applause. Once the system confirmed the agreement, both sides' funds were frozen at the same time, and neither person could withdraw before the match began. I saved a screenshot of that confirmation. It would prevent him from twisting the story afterward and remind me of one thing. Once I accepted a public rule, I didn't read it clearly, would never be an escape. Before the teleportation pillar rose, I left Xiaoshuang a construction priority list. Death in the arena led to revival, but the fight was not guaranteed to last only a few seconds. The territory could not stop working just because its lord was temporarily absent. She confirmed that if anything unusual happened, she would seal the storehouse first and then send the residents to the wall. Only then did I enter the teleportation light. I arrived in the arena and waited for the combat countdown. To me, this was more than an exchange of insults. It was my first chance to test the 2 achievements and my gold equipment against a real opponent. Anonymous player 2401 eventually put up all 23,672 copper coins and voluntarily opened the match to spectators. Projections of countless players packed the stands. From those public actions alone, I could tell that he also intended to use this fight to restore his reputation. The anonymity system concealed both fighters' faces, voices, and body shapes. All I could see was a suit of silver armor and a sheathed longsword. Once teleportation finished, I did not draw my sword immediately. The arena was a circular stone platform 100 meters in diameter. An impassable barrier surrounded its edge, and there were no plants, obstacles, or differences in elevation. The empty field favored 2401's ambush style, but it also left him nowhere to conceal his initial direction. With 15 seconds left in the countdown, 2401 walked up to me, bowed, and said he wanted a fair match. The instant the number hit 0, his blade was already sweeping out of its sheath toward my throat. Divine Dream style, secret flash draw. This was not a system skill. It was an Iajutsu technique he had practiced in the real world. If I had lowered my guard, I would have lost a huge amount of HP in the opening exchange. As soon as the countdown ended, he accelerated along an arc to my right, trying to enter through my visual blind spot. I deliberately lowered the tip of my sword and exposed my left shoulder. Only when the short sword came within 2 steps did I turn aside, let the first cut scrape across my armor, and smash the pommel of my sword into his wrist. My gloves, reinforced with gold wire, closed around his blade. The instant we made contact, the force told me that he was around level 5. With my strength doubled, he could not pull the sword out of my grip. 2401 abandoned it at once, and a smoke bomb exploded at his feet. I raised an arm to protect my eyes as 2 throwing darts struck my armor. A second later, I heard the faint whisper of air behind me, and a short blade stabbed straight toward my heart. The darts had clearly come from the front, yet he had appeared behind me in an instant. This had to be some kind of short-range displacement ability. I did not dare mistake a guess for a victory. Doubled agility let me see his movement, but it did not guarantee I could evade every attack. I turned just enough for the short blade to scrape across my breastplate, caught his wrist, twisted it backward, and threw him to the ground. 2401 tried to roll away and recover his distance. I had already drawn the gold greatsword from my inventory. A vertical chop smashed into a vital point. The system determined that the damage was enough to empty his remaining HP, and he dissolved into motes of light before being removed from the arena. Once the system declared my victory, 2401 revived outside the arena, and the agreed 90,000 copper coins were automatically transferred into my account. The stat gap created by my gold equipment and 2 achievements had now been proven. His displacement and ambush, however, had also shown me that superior armor was no substitute for reading an opponent's route. After the duel, I spent 1 minute reviewing the recording. 2401 was not slow. He had simply committed every advantage to his first straight-line entry. When the short sword failed to penetrate my defense, he had no second method of controlling distance. Against a true expert, an opening I deliberately offered might be turned against me. I could not treat one overwhelming victory as a universal tactic. Only after the result was settled did the stands erupt with cheers and curses. I did not reveal my identity or accept any challenge to fight in the real world. My gold equipment, doubled attributes, and the opponent's displacement ability were all things I had no reason to expose in greater detail this early. The public recording would let people know that I was strong without revealing exactly how strong. I hid the detailed equipment information and left only the result and wager visible. The audience saw an overwhelming victory, but they could not work backward from it to discover the 100-fold returns dungeon, my gold drops, or Xiaoshuang's existence. I did not respond to the admiration or insults in the World Channel either. Every extra sentence would give others more material with which to analyze my personality, active hours, and speech patterns. Anonymity was most easily broken by the person hiding behind it. After subtracting the wager I had added, the income from this fight barely covered my preparation costs, and I had lost most of the morning. But actual combat had proven that my 2 achievements let me suppress elite opponents at the same level, while gold armor could withstand early game weapons. That intelligence had been worth the time. I left the PK room and returned immediately to building my territory. Back in the territory, I divided the money into 3 portions: gaps in the wall, tools for the residents, and an emergency reserve. I did not spend my winnings on a more dazzling weapon. When beginner protection ended, a wall capable of stopping attacks from 4 sides would be far more dependable than any piece of personal equipment. Most players would build wooden walls first, but wild monsters above level 10 in the Forest of Death could smash through them with ease. I chose basic walls made from stone and iron. Later, they could be upgraded further with copper, silver, gold, and rarer mineral materials. The resource mismatch remained a problem. My mine could produce enormous amounts of high-grade materials, yet the stone, iron, copper, silver, and gold we could use right now were scarce. Xiaoshuang and the residents did not possess Descent of the Fortune God, so having the mine made basic minerals more likely. That was barely enough to close the gap. Continuous labor made my vision darken, but only a little over 2 days remained in the protection period. 3 days from now, A single high-level monster wandering past could destroy the base. I could only postpone rest again and finish laying out the walls first. The wall could not be generated with a single click. I had to determine the position, direction, and gate placement of every section myself. Without construction experience, a complex shape would only create more blind spots, so I ultimately chose a square layout measuring 400 meters on each side. A large river ran through the forest to the north. I placed the only gate on that side to make future water collection and trade easier. For the time being, I left no gates in the other 3 walls, reducing the number of weak points we would have to defend. A complete wall required 200,000 units of stone and 50,000 units of iron. I did not consume all our existing resources at once. I first invested only 10,000 units of stone to generate a half-meter-high outline and confirm the boundary and foundation. In my previous life, I had once exhausted my materials in a rush to build the wall, then had to halt work on essential buildings on the 3rd day just to gather more wood. I would not repeat that mistake. The wall was designed to stand 12 meters high and 15 meters thick, with a wider base and internal space reserved for patrol passages and storage chambers. We built the 4 corner foundations first. The positions of the 8 silver defense towers were staggered away from the wall itself, preventing a single collapse from destroying a tower foundation at the same time. Construction packs could accelerate the formation process, but they would not automatically correct a faulty foundation. Once the outline was stable, I built the tavern and inn first. The inn increased the population cap by 20, while the tavern unlocked recruitment. A level 1 territory refreshed its recruitment list only once per week, either a group of refugees or 20 elites. Refugees were cheaper in total, but most were F-rank residents, with only a small chance of including a few highly rated talents. I had 12 gold coins and only 20 population slots. Instead of gambling on numbers, it was better to guarantee efficiency with elites. The list of 20 contained 2 A-rank residents, while the rest were mostly B-rank and C-rank. I spent nearly all my money to recruit every one of them, leaving only 1 gold coin in my account. The 2 A-rank residents each led a team. 1 logged trees, while the other quarried ordinary rock. Xiaoshuang continued extracting basic metals from the S-rank mine. I gave them the best tools we could make and explained the monster threat that would arrive in 3 days. To gather the remaining 90,000 units of wood and 120,000 units of stone before protection ended, I ordered 36 hours of continuous work. Resident loyalty was system-locked at 100 for the first month, so no one would rebel, but happiness still fell from 50 to 30. Once all 20 residents had arrived, I did not simply command them to labor for 36 straight hours. I first recorded each person's name, profession, physical condition, and familiarity with tools. Then I split them into 5 groups: surveying, hauling, masonry, water supply, and cooking. The 2 A-rank talents supervised the critical structures. Their high rank was no reason to exhaust them carrying the same stones over and over. I established 6-hour rotation cycles. Anyone with blistered palms, dizziness, or loss of coordination had to switch to light work immediately and was forbidden to conceal the problem. If we built 1 less section of wall before protection ended, there would still be a chance to make up for it. If someone fell from a height and was injured, we would permanently lose a worker. At dinner, I openly told everyone our progress and how much time remained. I concealed none of it. The wall was unfinished, the levels of nearby monsters were unknown, and protection would disappear after 3 days. The residents chose to stay and continue working not because I promised absolute safety, but because they understood what they were risking themselves for. Looking at the numbers reminded me of the days when I had been forced to work overtime in the real world. Locked loyalty did not mean fatigue ceased to exist. All I could do was guarantee food and water and promise rotating shifts once the immediate danger passed. Otherwise, even if the system prevented them from resisting, the territory would lose its ability to operate over the long term. With every worker committed to production, I went to the river for water myself. Edible berries grew along the way, and I collected all of them into my inventory. Storage space prevented food from spoiling, so at least we would not starve at the beginning. I saw only a few wild rabbits in the forest and no sheep suitable for breeding, so plans for wool, milk, and meat had to be postponed. The nearest plains territory belonged to Xianruoqing, about 40 kilometers away in a straight line and half a day's walk. The river route was longer, but once we could build magic crystal-powered boats, it could instead become a dependable trade route. I marked the route on the map without recklessly crossing the boundary. The current was swift, and an ordinary person's strength would not have been enough to steady a water jar half as tall as a man. My base strength had risen to 60 points thanks to the achievement, 6 times that of a normal starting player. I grabbed an empty jar in one hand, filled it, immediately stored it in my inventory, and brought out the next. I did not stop until I had stored exactly 120 jars of water. Drinking water would have to be replaced every 2 or 3 days, while washing water could be kept longer. This reserve would carry us through a sealed gate period once protection disappeared. Collecting water was not as simple as filling jars from the river. Drinking water had to settle first and then be boiled. Washing water was labeled separately, and every jar was dated. A clear-looking river was no guarantee that it contained no parasites. Common sense from before the apocalypse could still save lives in another world. The sky was already dark when I returned. The wall was still only a low outline, and the movements of all 20 residents had slowed from exhaustion. I knew perfectly well that I was exchanging everyone's stamina for time, while the Forest of Death would not lower its monsters' levels just because we were tired. On my way back, a nearby lord named Dong Haiwang sent me private messages, repeatedly inviting me to join the channel discussion. He was asking 4 female college students about their territory rewards and construction progress. 3 of them had already revealed their levels, supplies, and even information about their pets. When a player died, there was a chance their equipment would drop. If a pet's bond was below 80, the killer might also be able to tame it anew. These public rules were easy to miss in the beginner tutorial. Revealing one's combat strength was the same as making a list for a potential enemy. I did not answer Dong Haiwang. In my previous life, he had been the first person to discover this supermine, but that alone was not proof that he harbored malicious intentions now. Without evidence, I had no plan to create an enemy proactively. Xian Ruoqing was the only one of the 4 who remained cautious, and she was also my nearest potential trading partner. I privately reminded her to review the death drop rules. I revealed nothing about the mine and did not directly accuse Dong Haiwang. What she chose to do was up to her. Back at the base, I gave Xiaoshuang a fish I had caught by accident while collecting water. She solemnly stored it in her inventory, then asked what else I needed her to do. I explained the materials required for the arrow towers and asked her to hold on until the protection period ended. She took a new pickaxe and flew toward the mine entrance, while I opened the defensive construction interface. Magic towers required a level 3 territory, and either the residents or the lord had to include someone with a mage profession before they could be built. At this stage, the only option available was the basic arrow tower. Each one had a 200-meter attack range. I had limited the city to a 400-meter square precisely, so the entire perimeter could be covered with the fewest towers. I placed 2 iron warning bells at the warehouse entrance. They did not depend on system power. A territory might possess magic towers and still need the simplest alarm methods, the ones least likely to fail at the same time. I built 1 tower at the center of each wall and 1 more at each of the 4 corners, creating 8 overlapping fields of fire. The towers stood outside the wall so they could shoot targets directly against its base, but that also made them easier to destroy, so wooden structures were not sufficient. I returned to the mine for more gold, silver, copper, and iron, prioritizing upgrades to the tower bodies and repeating crossbows. The 8 silver towers separately covered the 4 walls and 4 corners, creating overlapping zones of fire outside the city. I had residents push wooden targets along the wall to confirm there were no large blind spots, then mark the boundaries where neighboring towers risked friendly fire. In a real battle, operators could attack only their assigned sectors. They were not allowed to rotate at will simply because they spotted a monster. Mine, clear the dungeon, then mine again. After nearly 3 days without sleep, I could only keep splashing myself with cold water to remain awake. At 11:30 on the 3rd night, only half an hour remained in beginner protection. I had Xiaoshuang summon every resident back, close the northern gate, then climbed the wall to check our inventory. For the first time, the forest echoed at night with the sound of a large animal breaking branches underfoot. The silver towers rotated automatically, but did not fire because of the protective barrier. I ordered everyone inside the walls, forbade them from carrying flames near the perimeter, and recorded the moving sound source on the map. The fact that an unknown target had not attacked did not mean it was not there. After the final 10,000 units of stone were invested, the wall rapidly rose from a low foundation to a height of 12 meters and a thickness of 15. 8 silver arrow towers stood along the outer wall, and every repeating crossbow within them had been upgraded to gold. I supplied each tower with a large stock of iron arrows and reserved a smaller number of gold arrows for heavily armored targets. Below level 20 and during the level 2 territory stage, gold items were the highest tier the system allowed us to manufacture. No matter how many more valuable or sat in my inventory, They could not bypass level and technology restrictions. I selected 8 residents who did not currently have a production advantage. Each received a gold bow, sleeping mat, food, water, and a chamber pot. They would temporarily live in the arrow towers and rotate watch duty. Everyone else went to the inn to rest. A tower's automatic repeating crossbow activated only when the tower was garrisoned, and the archers could fire at the same time. These 8 were not professional bowmen, but at least they could maintain a watch. Before upgrading to level 2, I walked a complete circuit of the city. We tested the wall joints for leaks with dyed water and struck each section of the tower foundations with an iron hammer. 3 hollow sections and 1 drainage slope with the wrong grade were rebuilt on the spot. The system's overall evaluation would not find cracks that emerged only during the rainy season. When the final arrow tower lit up, the long-awaited system notification appeared. After the final tower was complete, the system's protective layer began to flicker faintly, warning us that almost no time remained. I divided the night watch into 2 shifts and took the final shift myself. The residents were already near their limit after continuous construction. If I made the same group stay up all night simply to reassure myself, no one would be able to operate the defense towers steadily when a monster truly appeared. The base's overall evaluation has reached level 2. Please select one of 3 rewards. Once the upgrade panel appeared, I first recorded the warehouse capacity, population, durability, and building limit both before and after the upgrade. Expanding the territory did not bring only benefits. The defensive line would grow longer, patrol routes would extend farther, and maintenance costs would rise. Until I had enough residents to manage the new area, I would rather leave part of the land vacant. When choosing among the 3 rewards, I did not look only at the color indicating quality. I ranked them by whether they could produce results within 1 month. A reward requiring a high-level profession or long-term development, even if labeled rare, was less valuable than an option that could strengthen the defenses and production immediately. Protection was about to end. I had no time to celebrate. All I could do was stand atop the wall, listen to the sounds in the forest, and wait for the first truly high-level monster to appear. At midnight, the base advanced to level 2. The system offered 3 rewards: 200 ordinary construction material packs, 1 random D-rank pet, or a full set of Tier 2 night equipment enhanced to +15. Tier 2 equipment required level 10 to deliver its full value. I already had the S-rank Xiaoshuang and had no shortage of pets. I chose the construction material packs and received 200,000 units of copper along with the matching basic resources. Ordinary mines had no shortage of copper, so for most players, 200 construction packs were less attractive than the enhanced equipment set. But my S-rank vein combined with Descent of the Fortune God made basic copper or unusually scarce. The territory had to reach level 3 before magic technology would unlock and high-grade ores could truly be used in the defenses. Copper that could advance construction immediately was more important than equipment I could not yet wear. To attract less attention from monsters, I extinguished the lights near the wall, set a system alarm, and finally lay down on a sleeping mat. When I woke in the morning, I climbed the wall first. A level 23 giant jungle rat wandered across the cleared ground outside, with 2 iron arrows embedded in its body. It had approached the base during the night and been driven away by an arrow tower. Neither the walls nor the residents had suffered any losses. That result proved the defenses worked and reminded me that I absolutely could not open the gate carelessly. At my current level, provoking it head-on would only place the base at risk. I quickly cleared the dungeon skeletons, then teleported into the newly opened Stage 1 instance, Endless Icefield. Its monsters ranged from level 0 to level 30, and it was shared by every player in Warzone 68. A global instance would not open until Stage 7. That was when I would meet Chu Tianzhao again. After entering Cample, I first bought a cheap meal from an ordinary shop, then went 2 streets out of my way before entering the player district. Behaving within the pattern of an ordinary adventurer drew less attention than wearing a cloak and heading straight for the trading point. The initial safe zone was called Cample Camp, and it was nearly the size of a city. Players set up stalls along the streets, while NPC tents and fences divided the roads into separate districts. I did not trade high grade or with players. It was not useful this early and would expose the resources in my territory. Following the strategy one remembered from my previous life, I found an inconspicuous tent and gave the gatekeeper the password. "I'm here to see Balky." Elaru sent me. A secret passage immediately appeared beneath a bed. Only 101 used passwords could grant access to this underground exchange. The servers had been open for just 6 hours, so other players probably had not discovered the entrance yet. There were no ordinary players in the underground exchange, but an entry password still did not guarantee absolute anonymity. Balky knew that someone had sold more than 200 gold coins worth of gems in a single transaction. If a faction later investigated the trade records, this abnormal expenditure might still be traced back to me. The merchant Balky could purchase high-level items rejected by surface shops. I sold the 7 colors of gems I could not currently use and received 232 gold coins. He would not accept the still higher grade ore, while the lower grade ore was urgently needed by the territory, so I did not continue emptying my stock. I then bought Tier 1 Flame Light Armor, Tier 1 Black Gold Heavy Armor, and several combat items. I also bought 1,000 Tier 1 Enhancement Stones at 10 silver coins each, spending 100 gold coins on the stones. After settling the cost of the remaining equipment and potions, I had only 30 gold coins left. I recalculated the account on the spot. 232 gold coins in revenue from the 7 colored gems, 1,000 Tier 1 Enhancement Stones at 10 silver coins each, totaling 100 gold coins, Flame Light Armor, Black Gold Heavy Armor, potions, and other combat items totaling 102 gold coins. Balance, 30 gold coins. Income, purchases, and remainder reconciled exactly. There was no invented additional expense for stone. I stored the enhancement stones separately from the equipment. The former would be used in batches according to future weapon growth needs. The latter would first be inspected for binding requirements and durability, rather than worn simply because I had just bought it. The more rare equipment I revealed at once, the easier it would be for others to estimate the scale of my wealth. After the purchases were complete, I numbered every new piece of equipment and wrote down the order for inspection and distribution after I returned to the territory. Ordinary equipment would go to the blacksmith to verify its size and durability, while items with special affixes would remain sealed away. Without identification numbers, the first round of repairs would make it impossible to distinguish the source and owner of each item. The seeds, livestock, and basic construction materials sold along the street were all tempting, but I bought nothing more. There was no way to conceal my identity here. Spending hundreds of gold coins in a short period would inevitably attract pursuit. If the S-rank mine were exposed, I would not be facing 1 or 2 bandits, but potentially the entire war zone and the nations of the real world. Before leaving, I circled the trading district twice and deliberately switched between 3 exits. Only after confirming that the same face had not appeared repeatedly did I head toward the teleportation point. Hiding one's identity was not as simple as putting on a cloak. It was a complete set of habits that kept behavioral patterns from assembling that identity all over again. I divided the equipment among several inventory compartments and left the exchange. My monetary advantage had now been converted into combat power. The next step was to secure the hidden reward available only to the first explorer. Most of the quests in Cample Camp involved finding lost property or catching poultry and offered limited rewards. I went directly to a female warrior and accepted the 6-person quest: return the fallen home, enter the northern underground cavern, and retrieve the bodies of 2 guards for burial. The recommended level was 7, and a party had to contain all 6 members before it could receive an entry permit. What truly interested me was not the standard reward, but a hidden chamber deep inside the cavern. It contained 2 unique rewards that another player would take if I arrived even a step too late. I was already level 8, yet I waited at the quest point for half an hour. Plenty of people watched, but no one wanted to enter the high-risk cavern. Just as I prepared to offer paid recruitment, the nearby Lord Xian Ruoqing arrived with 3 roommates. Dong Haiwang came immediately afterward. They recognized me as the Death Territory Lord who had kept all his information hidden. After seeing my level, Dong Haiwang probed to learn whether I possessed a high-grade mine. I told him only that the source of my equipment was private intelligence, then stated my party terms. Monster experience and drops would be split evenly among all 6 members. Loose items found in the cavern would belong to whoever discovered them first. I would handle the main combat, and everyone had to obey an order to retreat. Before entering the corpse cavern, I standardized our signals with Xian Ruoqing, Dong Haiwang, and the 3 roommates. The front group would stop at any corner it could not verify. If the rear group heard 2 short knocks and 1 long knock, it would retreat immediately. If anyone's HP fell below 70%, they had to withdraw to the previous stone chamber whether or not they believed they could continue. Once all 5 agreed, the party was complete. We used the permit to reach the cavern entrance and encountered a level 7 party retreating after a failed attempt. The system showed our average party level as only 4, so they assumed we had come here to die. Xian Ruoqing argued back. The opposing captain drew his sword and threatened her, but the level 20 guard at the cavern entrance immediately seized his shoulder and forced him to sheath the weapon. Before leaving, the group threatened to deal with us inside the cavern. 3 members of their party had red names, meaning they had killed players within the last 24 hours. I memorized their IDs and reassigned roles after we entered. I took the lead, while the group carried shields and handled illumination. No one was allowed to leave visual range or pick up unidentified objects without permission. Xian Ruoqing handled the map and long-range observation. Dong Haiwang carried the shield, while the 3 roommates maintained crossing positions. I walked in front, but did not claim every kill. We used an Iron Wolf to test the speed and aggro range of the first zombies. Only after confirming they could not suddenly sprint did I use the magic eye of petrification to restrict their movement. When the red-named party left the cavern entrance, I recorded their number, equipment, and direction without immediately pursuing them. Their temporary withdrawal did not necessarily mean fear. They might have gone to summon reinforcements. The hidden reward was ahead, so we had to prepare both to secure the first kill and to preserve an escape route. Before going deeper, we also tested our lighting. Torches attracted some zombies, while magic lamps could expose their caster. I had the front group use shaded lanterns that illuminated only the ground and corners instead of the full passage. Our visibility decreased somewhat, but enemies could no longer target us directly from a distance. The first starving zombie soon lunged out. Low-level zombies died so quickly that the formation was actually more likely to break apart. Someone tried to chase experience, and I ordered him back behind the shield. The most common deaths in an instance did not occur because the monster directly ahead was unbeatable. They happened because the first group was too weak and made people forget that a boss might be hiding in the next chamber. It was level 7, with 240 HP, 40 attack, and 20 defense. Its attacks also had a 5% chance to inflict corpse poison, which drained 1 HP per second for 1 minute. I first shot it in the chest with a gold crossbow, dealing 100 damage. I dropped the single-shot weapon and turned aside from its lunge. Thanks to my strength achievement, every hit from my gold sword dealt around 60 damage. After 2 strikes, the zombie had only a small amount of HP left. I delivered the final blow and waited until it dissolved into motes of light before allowing the others to approach the loot. No one was injured in the entire fight. Dong Haiwang and the others had barely drawn their weapons before their experience bars rose noticeably. At every fork, we marked the route behind us with white scratches pointing in different directions. We dragged bodies to the walls so they would not trip us during a retreat. The air inside the cavern was foul, so I forced everyone to rest and drink water after every 20 minutes of progress. The system's HP display did not show oxygen deprivation, panic, or stiff fingers, but those conditions could still cause physical mistakes. After every fight, the apprentice healer checked for scratches and bite marks. Unchanged HP did not mean no rotting fluid had touched the body. At minimum, every wound had to be washed and marked for observation. Not all the real dangers of the corpse cavern were written on a monster panel. We also left 1 iron wolf at each rest point facing the way we had come. Its task was not to fight an enemy alone, but to strike the rock wall if the red-named party approached. A cheap early warning measure could give the whole party another dozen seconds to reform. I did not treat that as a reason to relax. Low-level zombies were slow, but the level 10 boss at the bottom wore heavy armor and had area attacks. More dangerous still, the red-named party that had just left could return at any moment. We advanced down the main passage. I demonstrated the complete method only once for each kind of zombie. After that, I opened with the crossbow and finished with the gold sword, while the others held shields on our flanks and rotated lighting duty. The party soon reached the bottom of the cavern. The bodies of the 2 guards lay beside a rock, watched over by a level 10 zombie commander wearing gold heavy armor and carrying a great sword. It had 600 HP, 100 physical attack, and 100 physical defense, along with corpse poison. An ordinary level 6 party did not need to kill it. Multiple members could rotate its aggro and carry away the bodies whenever an opening appeared. But I had to enter the hidden passage behind the boss, so I could not leave it on the field. The level 10 boss wore corroded heavy armor and had 600 HP. Ordinary blades left only shallow marks on its front. Its heavy strike had an obvious wind-up, but it shook the entire chamber. If everyone crowded together, a single area impact could throw the whole formation into disorder. I smashed a bottle of frost potion against the commander's body, reducing its movement speed by 10%, and ordered every party member back to the entrance without attacking. When the commander charged, I moved laterally to open the distance. Zombies were slow to begin with, and after the debuff, it turned even more sluggishly. I tested one strike against a gap in the armor and confirmed that my damage could penetrate, then drew it around a boulder. Whenever it began a heavy attack, its upper body dipped visibly. The moment I saw that signal, I withdrew. The spinning slash skimmed across my breastplate and carved a deep mark into the rock wall. A direct hit would have taken a large portion of my HP. I did not assume the fight was won in advance. Instead, I kept waiting until it missed, then attacked the unarmored areas. After several exchanges, the commander's HP reached 0. It dissolved into motes of light, leaving coins and a silver chest behind. I had the 5 party members divide the standard drops according to our agreement, then entered a dead end along the fork behind the boss. Counting back to the 15th step revealed an almost invisible mechanism on the left wall. When I pressed it, a stone door opened. Inside were a chest of silver coins, several crates of ore, and 2 unique items. Alchemist Scroll unlocks the hidden profession Alchemist. Required level 10. After the boss fell, we did not immediately crowd around the loot. We first had an iron wolf touch the body to confirm it would not explode, then counted the chamber's exits. The hidden rewards included the Alchemist Class Change Scroll and an item related to the Magic Eye of Petrification. Everything was displayed publicly through the system party interface, preventing suspicion over the distribution afterward. When the boss rewards were divided, I kept the Class Change Scroll and the hidden skill item. My teammates received the gold and general equipment according to contribution. Xian Ruoqing voluntarily gave up a suit of heavy armor that did not suit her in exchange for priority access to borrow magic equipment later. System distribution could prevent theft, but it could not judge long-term value for us. Magic Eye of Petrification grants the growth skill Petrification upon use. No level requirement. I had the shield bearer absorb only the first hit instead of competing with the boss's strength. The Magic Eye of Petrification restricted its ability to raise its legs. Xian Ruoqing and her 3 roommates attacked the joints behind its knees, while Dong Haiwang knocked its weapon aside whenever it turned. I drove the gold sword into a crack between armor plates. Only during the second exchange did we truly remove a large portion of its HP. As the other side shouted threats, I answered while checking the remaining uses of the once-per-day Phantom Mirror and the Magic Eye of Petrification. A harsh line could not decide victory or defeat. As long as Brother Huang had an unrevealed ranged method, the narrow terrain could restrict him or leave us with nowhere to dodge. I fused with the Magic Eye of Petrification on the spot. At its initial level, the skill reduced a target's movement speed by 20%. For every 10% difference in mana between us, the effect increased by another 5%. Once the slowdown reached 100%, the target would be completely petrified. The chamber's ordinary rewards refreshed every month, but the unique items belonged only to the first person who discovered them. I stored the scroll and ore. The moment I stepped out of the side passage, I heard weapons colliding. The earlier red-named party had returned, just as expected. While I was away, they surrounded Dong Haiwang and the others to steal the boss drops. 3 level 7 players held off the 4 women, while 2 level 8 players picked up coins and threatened them into surrendering all their equipment. The red-named party had followed the original route back, and its numbers had not decreased. They had not returned because they missed the boss, but because they had waited for us to expend our strength before stealing the loot. I ordered my teammates back against the side wall so they would not be trapped between me and the enemy. I stood in the only broad passage, preventing the other side from deploying all at once. Once the red-named party appeared, I told Dong Haiwang to remember Brother Huang's shoes and footwork. If he escaped again, a tracker watching his footprints would be more reliable than one watching a shirt he could change at any time. One of them spotted me and approached with his sword raised. I did not allow him to reach my teammates. I knocked aside his first strike with my bracer, caught his forward momentum, and hurled him away. His body crashed into the level 8 player they called Brother Huang. When my 5 companions saw me return, their formation finally steadied. The other side still did not retreat. Brother Huang rose and pointed his weapon at me again. I rolled my wrist and took position between my teammates and the red-named players. That's all you've got, and you still dared come back to steal our boss loot. Brother Huang's side still had 6 members. The level 8 player I had thrown away was merely unconscious, while the other 5 had already surrounded me with weapons raised. 3 of their IDs glowed blood red, proof that they had personally killed players within the last 24 hours. The red-named party's formation was tighter than when I first saw them. 2 melee fighters stood shoulder to shoulder and sealed the path. The archer and mage in the rear alternated their charge-up periods, while Brother Huang himself remained in a position from which he could retreat at any moment. They now considered me a high-threat target and would not offer themselves up one at a time again. Death in this world was not a game penalty one could retry. Once a body dissolved, that person was truly gone. They had already murdered people and were preparing to cripple us and leave us to the zombies. I had no reason to let them continue preying on others. A spear thrust at me from the front. I turned away from the point, slid my gold sword along the shaft, and emptied the first red-named player's HP with 2 consecutive strikes. He dissolved into light, and everything he carried scattered across the floor. I did not charge into the crowd. Instead, I used the magic eye of petrification to make the front line hesitate, then positioned the cavern wall between me and the rear line's attacks. Once the first melee fighter fell, the corpse cavern passage became even narrower. The second man tried to step over the body, lost his balance for an instant, and gave me the opening I needed. Another attacker took advantage of my turn and drove a gold dagger into a seam in my abdominal armor. The damage penetrated the defense, but it was not immediately fatal. I looked back and activated the magic eye of petrification. His movements slowed visibly. While locking him down with my golden eye, I countered with 1 sword strike, then drank a large recovery potion one-handed and stabilized my falling HP. The mage's fireball scraped my shoulder guard, while an arrow buried itself in the rock wall. Gold equipment could endure several hits, but it did not make me invincible. Every time I killed someone, I changed position to prevent the others from predicting my location based on the previous second. Xian Ruoqing and the others guarded the side passage and did not cross me to join the melee. The remaining enemies began spreading out and trying to surround me from different directions. Petrification continuously consumed mana, so I could not maintain it indefinitely. I slowed them only at the instant they attacked, then used doubled agility to change position first. After several exchanges, 2 more red-named players and an accomplice who had actively tried to kill me fell in succession. Brother Huang did not join the final encirclement. While fighting, I saw him retreat into a side passage, but I could not pursue him and protect my teammates at the same time. By the time the scene fell quiet, he was long gone. After watching 5 companions fall one after another, Brother Huang used a speed scroll and fled. I pursued him only as far as the cavern entrance. The terrain outside was open, and he might have support waiting. I had now become red-named myself, and leaving the safe route would draw attention from both guards and other players. I finished off the attacker who had first fallen unconscious and collected all 5 piles of loot into my inventory. If I allowed him to wake, Brother Huang would simply regain a level 8 accomplice. During the inventory afterward, I recorded the 5 players' equipment, potions, and communication devices separately. The magic eye of petrification could not be used without limit. Keeping it active made my eyes swell painfully. The durability of my gold sword had also fallen noticeably. The price of victory did not appear in my HP, but it would still affect the next battle. 2 of the young women could not accept that I had killed people and demanded to know why I had not merely knocked them unconscious. Xian Ruoqing did not defend me. She only pointed to the 3 groups of red name evidence and told everyone to look at the facts first. They have already killed at least 3 players. If we let them go now, their next victims may not even have a chance to fight back. I did not demand that everyone agree with me. I only reminded them that this place had none of the police or prisons of the real world. Kindness had to be founded on the ability to bear its consequences. We could not gamble with strangers' lives just to give an enemy a second chance. The silver boss chest contained recovery potions, a small amount of gold, and several dozen enhancement stones. The standard proceeds were modest, but the equipment, construction materials, and potions left behind by the 5 attackers more than compensated. I let the party divide the boss drops according to our original agreement. Then we carried the 2 guards' bodies to the cavern entrance and collected the reward for Return the Fallen Home. I explained Brother Huang's escape and the consequences of my red name to my teammates. A shared secret could bind people together temporarily, but it could not replace boundaries. Ownership of the hidden rewards followed the agreement made before entering the instance. I gave them extra recovery potions and some ordinary equipment, then took the initiative to separate from them. Before we parted, I listed the information Brother Huang might reveal. I could change my appearance, but the magic eye of petrification and heavily enhanced equipment were difficult to disguise. If strangers questioned them later, they did not need to invent a story for me. They should simply answer, "We formed a temporary instance party. We don't know his territory." A consistent truth was harder to dismantle than 5 separate lies. My own ID had turned red after killing players, and traveling with them would only bring trouble. I escorted the party to the edge of the camp, confirmed that Brother Huang had not laid an ambush along the way, then entered the ice field alone to hunt monsters. Brother Huang's escape meant the threat remained. Worse, he knew my level, equipment, and petrification ability. The next time we met, his side would not approach without preparation. After leaving the party, I deliberately hunted isolated monsters until I reached level 10. The class system has been unlocked. Please select a basic class. None of the 9 basic classes were part of my plan. I used the alchemist scroll immediately. Ghostly blue flames consumed the parchment, and my class field locked onto the hidden class, alchemist. My initial panel displayed 400 HP, 300 MP, 110 strength, 110 agility, and 55 magic. The strength and agility figures included the bonuses from my 2 previous global achievements, while equipment would continue changing my practical combat attributes. The base panel after my class change showed 400 health, 300 mana, 110 strength, 110 agility, and 55 magic. An alchemist's ordinary attribute growth was only half that of a combat class. My strength and agility remained high because of the combined effects of my earlier achievements, medicinal ingredients, and enhanced equipment, not because the class itself was abnormal. Once the class was confirmed, the system issued another global announcement. Achievement Alchemical Pioneer completed. First alchemist in the world. Magic increased by 100%. Alchemical material costs reduced by 50%. Alchemy skill effects increased by 100%. The first alchemist. Achievement doubled my magic, halved refining costs, and doubled the effects of alchemy skills. To confirm how the half rule handled odd quantities, I tested 3 low-level formulas. The system calculated costs by complete recipe batch and did not produce half a piece of or out of thin air. Large batch production saved the most material. System records showed that 12.7 billion players were transported in 2057. A global first achievement could be generated only once, and I had now monopolized 3 of them. Only one first-in-class achievement could bind to a player. I could not stack more by changing classes repeatedly. The global online population displayed 12.7 billion. That figure proved this was not a local disaster affecting one nation, but it could not be equated directly with the surviving population. Some people might not yet have logged in, while others might have died without the record refreshing. I treated it only as the scale at launch, not as a basis for calculating an exact survival rate. An alchemist's basic abilities divided into 2 paths, potions and constructs. Ordinary professions could raise proficiency through repeated spellcasting, combat, or production. Every alchemy practice attempt consumed ore and herbs. That was why most alchemists had character levels far above their skill levels. A level 60 player who could make only level 40 constructs would naturally seem useless in actual combat. The level 10 class change panel offered several alchemical paths. I chose an alchemist focused on constructs and material transmutation instead of a potion specialist. My territory lacked transportation, patrol power, and recoverable combat units. Constructs I could manufacture continuously suited our current needs better than disposable potions. My 100-fold returns dungeon could duplicate monster drops, while the S-rank vein continually regenerated materials. Together, they perfectly covered the class's greatest weakness. After obtaining the class, I did not continue searching for secret chambers. I teleported back to the territory first. The 5 attackers in the cavern had left behind 5 people's worth of construction materials, and together with the level 2 territory reward, that was enough to upgrade the stone wall into a level 2 steel wall. The 8 arrow towers advanced to level 2 at the same time, and the remaining resources became a batch of shops and production buildings. The 2 territory upgrades had raised the building limit, but I did not immediately fill every empty slot. I expanded the warehouse and alchemy workshop first, then set up a repair station for the Iron Wolves. Whether the production chain could continue mattered more than the number of constructs I could make in a single burst. A level 2 wall could withstand wandering monsters below level 40 in the forest and endure a level 20 monster tide. But the death territory tide arriving at the end of the month would average level 30. My goal remained a level 4 territory. I gathered the residents in front of the new shops and promised that after we survived the crisis at the end of the month, I would grant operation rights for the corresponding businesses to those with suitable professions. The promise restored 10 points of happiness and finally let them see what their continued labor could earn. Next, I practiced alchemy with our stored herbs and ore. I failed many times in succession before successfully making 1 small recovery potion and 1 level 1 Iron Wolf. The materials were worth far more than the finished products, but the proficiency remained. There was no limit to the number of Iron Wolves I could summon. I had the first one pull a mine cart and carry the physical or excavated by the residents into the warehouse. Unlike players and pets, residents could not place drops directly into system inventories, so transportation efficiency had always been a production bottleneck. The first construct had little combat power, but it immediately solved our most practical problem. After completing the first Iron Wolf, I tested its carrying capacity, turning radius, recall range, and recovery after destruction. It could pull a fully loaded mine cart and perform a fixed patrol, but it could not understand vague commands. Keep an eye on the warehouse meant nothing. I had to specify a route, recognition conditions, and an alarm action. Inside the dungeon, the newly recorded monsters had also replenished to 100. I picked up my gold sword and entered, ready to produce the herbs and equipment required for alchemy on a true industrial scale. On the 8th day after launch, the dungeon carried me to level 15, while my stocks of herbs and equipment began filling the warehouse. The tavern refreshed again. I recruited another 20 residents, bringing the territory's population to 40. Our mineral reserves were sufficient for the moment. I kept only 5 professional miners at the vein and assigned every other resident to the appropriate shop. Production professions leveled through their own work. Cooks through cooking, blacksmiths through forging and enhancement. Adventurers advanced like players by killing monsters. The city now had 3 adventurers. I reset the dungeon monsters to level 1, changed the split between physical drops and the returns inventory to 5% and 95%, and equipped all 3 people with gold gear. That allowed them to practice teamwork under controlled risk while the vast majority of drops continued entering the returns inventory. I returned to the endless ice field. Regional exploration stood at only 5%, and most lords were still building their bases. In my previous life, the final boss had not been killed until the 3rd month. The current progress was not unusual. The underground exchange refreshed once per week. I used different routes and different times to sell small amounts of gold and silver in return for basic materials the territory urgently lacked, avoiding a transaction large enough to expose the scale of my resources. Over the past few days, I had also followed my memories to several hidden rooms and obtained multiple sets of high-level equipment. The flame demon armor I wore had been enhanced to plus 25, and I had gathered 2 complete sets of advancement materials for the magic eye of petrification. Someone suddenly called out from the roadside, selling copies of the Extreme Cold Weekly. A red-haired girl sold me the first issue for 1 silver coin and included a commemorative badge for her first customer. The first issue cost 1 silver coin, while a long-term subscription cost 1 gold. The price seemed high, but its contents included safe zone rules, monster distribution, market transactions, and anonymous bounties. If even one item prevented me from taking the wrong route, it was worth more than a potion. The newspaper's headline read, "Hidden Rooms Emptied one after another mysterious treasure hunter sweeps the ice field." I bought the printed edition and an anonymous subscription, then verified 3 reports I could personally check. The location of a level 22 stone statue south of Campbell, current herb prices, and the guard's shift change time were all broadly accurate. That proved the paper was not merely a collection of rumors. Its descriptions of hidden rooms and the treasure hunter, however, mixed facts with speculation. The report claimed someone had obtained first discovery rewards from several locations in succession, yet the figure, class, and weapon had differed each time. Those were the traces left by my deliberate changes in appearance. The reporter assembled them into a mysterious team instead of one person, which benefited me for the moment. Several players had entered later and found only a few copper coins left in the corners, leading them to suspect someone possessed a complete map. In the regional channel, some demanded that the treasure hunter publish the routes and share the loot. Others were organizing search teams and posting observers near exposed hidden chambers to record everyone who came and went. The final column began soliciting tips about the treasure hunter. I cut out the page and recorded the submission method and bounty. The real threat was often not a powerful person finding me personally, but someone spending a few gold coins to recruit thousands of eyes. Those public reports made me realize that my actions had already formed a traceable pattern. If I continued clearing rooms along a fixed route, I would soon be exposed. I divided the hidden rooms I had visited into 3 categories: exhausted with no refresh value, capable of continuous output, and unopened. From now on, I would not sweep them in sequence along the shortest route. I would intersperse ordinary hunting and trading so that my path looked like the work of several unrelated players. The newspaper subscription carried a risk of its own. Collecting it from the same place for a long time could expose my movements. I chose delivery through the system mailbox instead of returning to a fixed stall. Important pages would be copied into offline notes, and the originals destroyed after reading. An information channel without privacy by design could itself become a tracker. I paid the red-haired girl 1 gold coin to reserve a year's subscription, 1 issue per week, and asked her to deliver it to the entrance of the underground exchange for the guards to receive. The extra amount covered the errand. Intelligence did not come only from my previous life. The organizations, prices, and hostilities created by current players would change the situation too. I said nothing in the channel. The memories in my mind could not be shared as a single map, and the unique rewards from hidden rooms could not somehow be divided equally. Giving up those resources now would not purchase safety. It would only allow stronger organizations to seize them first. Xian Ruoqing asked whether we should publish the map in exchange for reputation. I rejected the idea for now. Once the map was public, organizations like Blood Prison would occupy the entrances first, and ordinary players might gain nothing. I would lose both unique resources and operational security. Publication would make sense only after a guild existed that could maintain order. From this moment onward, however, I had to change my equipment's appearance, my active hours, and my routes. I could not revisit locations that were already under surveillance. If the treasure hunter's identity were confirmed, all of Warzone 68 would begin tracking my territory. I took a new route straight into the ice field, aiming for a ruined tower guarded by level 17 enemies. Its hidden room contained an herb detection map, capable of displaying medicinal plants within 500 meters. Most rare herbs came from random gathering rather than monster drops. To an alchemist, this map was no less important than a high-level piece of equipment. When I arrived, the tower door was already open, and the guards outside had been killed. I followed sword marks that had not yet repaired themselves and concluded that someone had entered only moments ago. An elite skeleton swordsman between levels 14 and 16 attacked from the side, chaining 3 strikes at my head, throat, and heart. Meteor triple strike carried a chance of instant death. I retreated immediately and activated the magic eye of petrification, causing a brief pause in its combination. Then I channeled mana into my plus 25 flame demon sword. An arc of flaming sword energy interrupted the second attack, and a frost potion reduced its movement speed. I used powerful slashes to attack its weakly defended areas in succession. The skeleton's swordsmanship was dangerous, but its HP and defense were lower than those of an armored monster at the same level. My final strike fell, and it dissolved into light, leaving gold coins and a meteor triple strike skill book. The repeated slashes also left me briefly locked in place. I waited until my body recovered before picking up the skill book. The alchemist and swordsman classes were incompatible. Forcing myself to learn it would take extra time and weaken its power, so I reserved it for one of my territory's adventurers. On the middle level of the ruined tower, 6 level 14 players surrounded a hidden stone monument. Each had a dripping dagger emblem on the left arm, and every ID was red. From my previous life, I knew the mark belonged to the Blood Prison Brotherhood. What I could confirm directly right now was that they had killed people recently and were trapping another player inside the hidden chamber. The person inside the monument finally sent more information. These people called themselves the Blood Prison Brotherhood, had demanded the herb map and his inventory, and had already guarded the chamber for half a day. Testimony proved only one side's account of a conflict, so I told him to preserve his chat records and let me verify them once he was safe. Listen up, whoever's in there. There's only one exit, the red-haired leader shouted toward the monument. You can't hide forever. The monument did not open immediately. The person inside sent only short messages, saying he was injured and out of water, but refusing to give a name. The 6 players outside repeatedly ordered me to leave, their weapons always aimed toward the tower entrance. They called it a private dispute, but their positions suggested they were ready to block anyone who emerged. I deliberately withdrew within their field of view, making the leader think the threat had passed. Sure enough, 2 melee fighters left their original positions and approached the monument. The ranged fighters also moved forward, opening a gap in what had been a tight fan-shaped formation. The hidden boss was already dead, but they did not know how to activate the mechanism, so all they could do was wait outside. Their conversation confirmed that they had not discovered the chamber first. They had triggered it accidentally while chasing their target. If they had merely been explorers, I would not have stolen from them. Instead, they were clearly waiting to murder the person as soon as he emerged and seize his treasure. A coordinated group of 6 level 14 players with classes could kill monsters above their level in a direct attack. I did not charge simply because my attributes were high. Instead, I set up 30 gold crossbow bolts among the shadows of the stone columns, connected their mechanisms with fine wire, and left a level 1 iron wolf as bait. I first circled the tower and confirmed there was no second exit. Then I sent the iron wolf through a gap in the collapsed wall. It relayed the image of a narrow inner chamber and a player with very low HP, at least proving that the person asking for help existed. The monument barrier prevented attacks from passing through, but it also prevented me from delivering medicine directly. All 6 opponents wore the same blood-red insignia, and their coordination was far better than that of an ordinary temporary party. In a frontal clash, I would face 3 kinds of ranged attacks at once. I buried a crimson flame bomb under rubble at the side, had an iron wolf pull out the thin trigger line, and hit another iron wolf on the retreat route. Once the preparations were complete, I took out the crimson flame bomb, worth 70 silver coins. Its damage was not especially high, but it could knock down enemies across an area and shatter a formation. The bomb's fuse lay at my feet. It was not a one-shot killing weapon. Its value was in knocking people down and splitting them apart. The true killing move would be using the chaos to defeat them one by one, not expecting a 70 silver explosive to dispose of 6 prepared players. The trapped player's HP continued falling, so I set myself a 10-minute limit. If the trap was still incomplete by then, I would stop waiting for a perfect opportunity and use the bomb to open a path. A plan could be refined, but a wounded person would not stop bleeding from my preparations. I also told him to lie against the inner wall of the monument and cover his ears. An area knockdown did not distinguish between friend and foe. If he stood beside the door the instant the barrier disappeared, the blast might hit him too. To prevent the 6 from pretending to retreat, I had the Iron Wolf record every change in their positions. I did not truly light the fuse until every ranged class had entered the overlapping reach of the Crimson Flame bomb in my sword path. The player inside the monument still had not responded. The 6 people outside showed no intention of leaving. The longer the standoff continued, the more complete my trap became. When the Crimson Flame bomb landed among them, a bald man was reaching out to grab it. The red-haired leader noticed the danger first and summoned a huge shield, but the explosion still hurled the other 5 off their feet and removed roughly half of each person's HP. As the bomb detonated, the shock wave threw the 2 people in front to the ground, but failed to penetrate the armor of the rear line. A third person circled the trap from the side. The Iron Wolf bit his ankle in advance, buying me enough distance for one sword strike. The enemies quickly realized that the construct prioritized simple targets and began using thrown objects to lure it away. I activated the magic eye of petrification at the same time and threw 6 bottles of frost potion. The difference in magic and the stacked slowing effects brought all 6 enemies nearly to a stop. I charged out of the shadows and first struck down the 2 farthest from their weapons. Controlling 6 people simultaneously almost emptied my mana. I shut off the eye at once, retreated behind cover, and pulled the thin wire. 30 gold crossbow bolts fired from preset angles, killing another person. I immediately switched to manual orders. The Iron Wolf abandoned pursuit and stood between the ranged and melee fighters. Repeated attacks shattered it, but it blocked their first concentrated volley. Ruined parts could be replaced. I could not use my body to test an enemy's skill. Only the red-haired leader, the bald man, and a thief remained. The bald man drank a large recovery potion and charged the stone column with a massive hammer. A level 1 Iron Wolf sprang from the shadows. He smashed the construct into the ground with an enhanced heavy strike, but the attack also left him briefly immobilized. I seized the opening and drove the flame demon's sword into an unarmored area. Before the bald man's HP reached 0, he clung desperately to the blade. The thief behind him took the opportunity to attack the back of my neck with a poison dagger. I abandoned the demon's sword, summoned a small dragon scale shield to block, and equipped a short blade carrying blood sacrifice in my left hand. Each use consumed 1/5 of my maximum HP, dealing the same amount of true damage while ignoring defense. The instant my weapon collided with the thief's, I activated the skill. Blood-red magic patterns immediately invaded his body. Before the thief fell, a bolt of lightning pierced through him from behind. It destroyed the remainder of his HP first, then struck my chest. I was thrown several meters, and my HP fell to around half. The red-haired leader held a purple seed. He had used his companion to obstruct my view of the lightning, clearly choosing the angle deliberately. Without my plus 25 armor and achievement-enhanced attributes, the ambush would have ended the fight immediately. I drank a recovery potion but did not rush him. He put away the huge shield, replaced it with a slender rapier, lowered his rear leg, and assumed the opening stance of a magic swordsman's high-speed thrust. I had been a magic swordsman in my previous life. I knew the technique was extraordinarily fast, but it could move only in a straight line. I deliberately moved into a position that looked difficult to evade from. The moment his rear heel rose, I was already jumping. The rapier thrust through empty air beneath my feet. I came down just as he reached the end of his charge and could not turn immediately. The The purple seed in the red-haired leader's hand could periodically release a lightning strike that dealt true damage. The first time he activated it, I fooled its targeting with the phantom mirror. There was no illusion available the second time, so I used the edge of the monument to break line of sight. The lightning still hit the side of my leg and sent my HP plummeting, but it also confirmed that the seed was no ordinary spell. I deliberately retreated twice during the battle. The first time was to drink a potion. The second was to lure the leader among his companions' bodies and the rubble, restricting his high-speed thrust. In the final exchange, I intentionally let the gold sword leave my hand. After he charged past the weapon, I recalled it through my inventory into my other hand and counterattacked from the side. I activated Blood Sacrifice again and drove the short blade into the back of his head. Then I followed with the alchemist's magic attack, Flash of Arcane Light. White light exploded at the point of impact. With the two sources of damage stacked together, the red-haired leader's HP finally reached 0. The wounded person inside the monument did not open the barrier until the battle ended. I did not allow him to approach the drops. I first confirmed that all 6 enemies had completely lost the ability to fight, then collected the purple seed and the rings identifying them as members of Blood Prison. 6 piles of loot lay scattered across the marble floor. On top of them, the now dim purple seed had not disappeared. After appraisal, the Seed of Lightning showed that it could activate once every 3 hours and deal true damage equal to 10 times the user's magic. It could evolve through an exclusive level 30 trial into the Heavenly Thunder Demon-Slaying Bow. The powerful effect came with a clear cooldown and a dangerous upgrade condition. Those facts mattered more than simply calling it a divine artifact. After the battle, I placed the Seed of Lightning in an insulated wooden box instead of tossing it into a pile of ordinary equipment. Whether its automatic recovery after 3 hours would release residual electricity was unknown. A sealed metal container might conduct it instead. I also recovered every core fragment from the Iron Wolves so the alchemy workshop could analyze their weak points under high-voltage attacks. I had sacrificed ruined Iron Wolves, emptied my mana, and used blood sacrifice twice before defeating the entire party. This had not been a victory through overwhelming attributes. If the red-haired leader's first lightning strike had been slightly more accurate, or if I had failed to recognize high-speed thrust, I would have been the one who fell. The appraisal result for the purple seed confirmed that this danger had been worthwhile. Seed of Lightning, S rank. Stores 1 bolt of heavenly lightning every 3 hours, dealing true damage equal to 10 times the user's magic. The special trial, Thunder Prison's Divine Might, unlocks at level 30. Completing it upgrades the item into the Heavenly Thunder Demon-Slaying Bow. The Seed of Lightning's description interested her, but I showed only the public portion and did not let her touch the item itself. Shared trump cards had to be separated by risk level. She could know I was searching for the upgrade instance without knowing the exact inventory slot in which I hid the weapon. True damage bypassed defense. The red-haired leader had dealt roughly 700 points with it. My panel and equipment brought my magic to 160. So using the seed would deal exactly 1600 true damage. That was enough to handle most minor bosses on the Icefield's outskirts, but its 3-hour charging interval meant it could never replace ordinary combat. I collected the loot and called toward the space behind the monument. The person in the hidden chamber still did not emerge, but my system private messages suddenly lit up. Xian Ruoqing asked whether the person outside the monument was me. While fleeing pursuit, she had stumbled into the secret chamber by accident and did not know the mechanism for leaving. Xian Ruoqing had changed her coat and weapon after arriving on the ice field, but I still recognized her walking habits. The map she carried had not appeared from memory alone. It combined spirit reconnaissance, trades with ordinary players, and routes she had personally traveled. Unknown areas were marked in gray. Before leaving, Xian Ruoqing shared the first task in the Spirit Envoy class change with me. She had to form a voluntary contract with a spirit in a natural environment. Simply capturing one would not count. I reminded her to reserve supplies and time for negotiation. If pressure from the end-of-month crisis turned voluntary into coercion, her entire class path might be damaged at its roots. Following the strategy, I rotated the movable stones on the monument and returned them to their proper positions in sequence. The stone became transparent, and a teleportation entrance appeared. Xian Ruoqing was crouching beside it, waiting. She sighed in relief when she saw me, then pointed to the room she had already emptied and said she had not wasted her time. Before we separated, she warned me that high-level bull monsters had recently appeared deeper in the ice field. I did not say that I remembered the Savage Bull King's location. I only marked and read the place where her intelligence overlapped with the map from my previous life. I would scout it first, then decide whether to enter the Seed of Lightning's trial. I asked directly about the herb detection map. She took out a sheet of black parchment on which nearby herb markers were flashing. We did not exchange anything in the center of the camp. I first took her to a stone house with 2 escape routes, confirmed that there were no blood prison markings nearby, then checked 3 landmarks on her map. Her data was broadly consistent with the extreme cold weekly, which meant the route was usable. I explained how valuable the item was to an alchemist and asked her to name a price in gold or equipment. Xian Ruoqing refused payment. Her reason was straightforward. I had dealt with her pursuers and opened the exit, so the map was compensation for saving her life. If she needed resources in the future, I could simply give her priority at a fair price. I divided communications with her into 3 categories: emergencies, trades, and casual messages. An emergency signal would contain only a location and risk level so that no one had to search a long message for the important part during combat. The same system could later be transferred directly into a formal guild. An unconditional gift made me instinctively wary. In my previous life, many favors had ultimately carried a price. But she clearly defined the exchange at the scene, demanded no secrets, and did not use the chance to investigate my territory. I accepted the map, added her as a friend, and promised to return the favor within my ability. Every piece of enhanced equipment lent out was registered with its durability and return conditions. That was not distrust of a friend, but protection against accounting chaos once multiple guild members began sharing items. She also wrote a copy of the map and 10 promised recruitment slots into the trade panel. Friendship did not prevent us from maintaining a clear contract. Her defenses for the end-of-month monster tide were not finished, so she did not plan to venture deeper. I gave her a fully enhanced equipment set and a class change book for the hidden class, Spirit Envoy. The equipment was a temporary loan, while the class book was a resource she could repay later. Spirit Envoys were capable in both offense and defense. If she trained a basic class to a high level before changing, she would have to restart from level 10. Before handing her the Spirit Envoy class change book, I explained the cost. Changing now would reset her to level 10 but grant summoning, reconnaissance, and nature magic. Waiting until after the end-of-month tide would preserve greater short-term combat power but sacrifice the training window. The final decision and its consequences belonged to her. She also agreed to complete her tasks around the outskirts and not venture deep into the forest of death. Our resources could increase her margin for error, but they could not erase a quest's recommended level. Before leaving, she read the Spirit Envoy book's binding notice aloud and confirmed it could not be transferred after use. Once made, the choice could not be returned. I told her to sleep on it after reaching her territory instead of turning an expensive gift into pressure for an immediate declaration. Xian Ruoqing accepted the items and returned at once to building her camp. I did not travel with her. After confirming no one was following me, I summoned Xiaoshuang and prepared to use the newly acquired Seed of Lightning for a far more dangerous reconnaissance mission. After being summoned, Xiaoshuang was quieter than usual. I asked whether she was angry. She nodded, but could not explain why. I did not guess on her behalf. I only reminded her to set the emotion aside until after the battle. We entered the depths of the ice field one behind the other. Our objective was not a kill, but confirmation of the real abilities of the first floor's final boss, the Savage Bull King. The original Savage Bull King before the gate stood 10 meters tall and was level 40. Every swing of its enormous axe made the ground shake continuously. Lightning and black flames clung around its body like mist. The version that respawned daily after the first defeat in my previous life had been only 5 meters tall and had never produced such violent mana turbulence. My old experience could serve as a reference, but not as a template. When I saw the Savage Bull King for the first time, I did not shine a detection spell directly on it. High-level bosses could sense hostile mana. Long-range visual observation and an Iron Wolf lure were safer. Its size, huge axe, and territorial range were all far more extreme than those of the later respawning version from my previous life. I recorded the layer of lightning and flame as a suspected defensive passive and prepared to move slightly closer. A pebble rolled beneath my foot, and the Savage Bull King turned its head immediately. Retreat. I released an Iron Wolf to run in the opposite direction while taking Xiaoshuang toward the shadows. The Savage Bull King first struck the decoy with Thunderfire, instantly melting the Iron Wolf into molten metal. Then it actually kicked off the ground and pursued us. I had sent the Iron Wolf in from downwind, while Xiaoshuang and I observed from behind 2 layers of rock wall. A single charge from the Savage Bull King trampled the construct apart, and the enormous axe it threw afterward pierced a stone pillar. It could also cover the withdrawal route with Thunderfire, which meant relying on speed alone to kite it would not work. A level 22 Icefield stone statue blocked the path ahead. Going around would let the boss catch us, so we had to break through by force. I activated the Seed of Lightning and the Magic Eye of Petrification while Xiaoshuang released Frost Breath. The instant the statue slowed, 1600 true lightning damage struck first. My Flame Demon Sword and the dark red long blade Xiaoshuang threw followed immediately. The combined damage exceeded 2000. The statue shattered, and we did not stop. Near the boundary of the boss area, the Savage Bull King hurled its enormous axe. A sense of danger forced me to turn. Xiaoshuang failed to evade and crashed into my arms. I held her and rolled sideways. The axe passed just behind us and smashed another statue that had only just appeared into fragments. Once we crossed the boundary, the Savage Bull King did not continue the chase. Rules confined it to the vicinity of the gate, so it could only roar and destroy things within its area. Back at camp, I returned Xiaoshuang to pet space and entered the tavern, where I drank several beers until my heartbeat steadied. The reconnaissance produced a clear conclusion. The original Savage Bull King's pursuit, Thunderfire, defensive Lightning Flame Aura, and Axe Throw were all far stronger than those of the respawning version from my previous life. It was impossible to kill with my current equipment and a single Seed of Lightning Strike. This expenditure proved that the weapon was suitable for breaking defenses, but could not eliminate a tier boss with 100,000 HP by itself. If I placed all my hopes on one attack, the remaining 98,000 plus HP would leave me with no escape. The air pressure from the thrown axe had grazed Xiaoshuang during flight, leaving cracks along the edge of her wings. After returning to the territory, I first had a physician examine her together with me. I did not ignore the injury simply because pet space restores her. She needed at least half a day without combat. I separated my observations into confirmed facts and memories from my previous life. The former included its activity radius, axe throw, thunderfire, and current 100,000 HP. The latter proved only that someone would defeat it in the future, not that this original version used identical mechanics. The strategy had to be redesigned from current evidence. Back at camp, I paid my tavern bill instead of intimidating the owner into extending credit with my level. I deliberately kept my public spending pattern ordinary: several beers, one hot meal, and a brief rest. The more important it was to conceal immense wealth, the less I could behave completely unlike a normal player in small transactions. The alcohol merely relaxed my body. I did not revise the strategy while I was not fully sober. Every piece of data about the Savage Bull King would be checked again the next day so that the emotions of a narrow escape did not become a supposedly reliable conclusion. During the review the next day, Xiaoshuang added an observation from the air. After throwing its axe, the Savage Bull King could use lightning to pull the weapon back. We could not expect it to weaken once the axe left its hand. That detail made me delete my original plan to bait out the throw and close in. I also inferred the axe's throwing range from the damage to the stone pillar and moved the safe line another 50 meters outward. The additional distance would reduce observation accuracy, but it would prevent the weapon from crossing our predicted boundary and striking the hiding place directly. Every item of data was labeled with the observation date. If the boss changed over time, with difficulty, or after its first defeat, old records would remain references rather than permanent answers. The first victor beyond that gate, however, would receive the title Lord of the Icefield. If I wanted it, I had to find a real strategy before another guild discovered the Savage Bull King. Lord of the Icefield was no empty title. After paying the system 5 million gold coins per year, its holder could administer Camp, construct buildings, lease land, deploy NPCs, decide which players were admitted or expelled, and even establish laws and build a prison. The remaining 10 plants were each labeled with their intended recipient and reserve status. Any change required a new signature, preventing anyone from interpreting temporarily stored as permission to eat first and report later. The rarer a consumable, the less it could be managed through spoken recollection alone. In my previous life, the boss was discovered in the 5th month and was not killed by the guild coalition until the 8th. The guild that won the title later turned the camp into a fee-charging territory without establishing real order. If I wanted to monopolize the first clear reward, I should complete a solo strategy before the end of the 4th month, preventing another player from stealing the final hit during the battle. Conversation in the tavern interrupted my planning. Several players were discussing Gao Julian's death in the ruined tower. His older brother was using the Blood Prison Brotherhood to place a bounty on the killer, offering 3 A-rank items. Gao Julian was probably the red-haired leader I had killed. Public reports had also connected the incident to the treasure hunter. I put on my mask and left the tavern without responding to the rumor. Street stalls sold food, comics, and all kinds of basic materials. I bought a thin comic book and a short story to give the residents a little entertainment. Under continuous high-pressure labor with no rest at all, happiness would eventually collapse again. In a remote alley, a father and daughter were selling herbs. System appraisal confirmed that their stock included 13 rare dragonblood herbs. Dragonblood herb could not be refined into medicine and had to be consumed directly. Each plant permanently increased strength by 5, and each player could benefit no more than 3 times. Most current players were still below level 10. 3 gold coins per plant was expensive, but remained within a reasonable range. The father and daughter had wrapped the 13 herbs separately in wet cloth. Their roots remained intact, and their veins glowed faint red. System appraisal valued each plant at roughly 40 gold coins. Consuming one permanently increased strength by 5, with no more than 3 plants taking effect for the same person. Exceeding the limit would not cause poisoning, but only the ordinary medicinal effect would remain. I paid for all 13 without exploiting the seller's ignorance of the market. 3 were for me, 3 for Xiaoshuang, and 3 for Xianruoqing. The remaining 4 would be reserved for high-level adventurers or research in the territory. I recorded the planned allocations in the herb ledger first, preventing a rare consumable from being carried away later by an impulsive favor. I spent 40 gold coins on the 13 dragonblood herbs and every ordinary herb at the stall. As soon as the trade was complete, several players wearing the dripping dagger emblem rushed over and ordered us to stop. In front of them, I stored the herbs in my inventory, had the father and daughter leave first, and warned them to conceal their identities for a while. The Blood Prison members had paid no deposit and had not been present before the transaction, yet they claimed they had chosen the herbs first. When the Blood Prison members arrived, they produced no deposit, written reservation, or chat record with the sellers. They relied entirely on their guild's name to claim they had called it first. The father and daughter denied the claim on the spot. I asked a camp witness to record the time of the transaction and both party statements, then paid the gold in full through the system trade panel. The other side tried to approach the father and daughter. I stood between them without drawing my sword first. Campbell's safe zone rules were explicit. The first attacker would be expelled by the guards, while serious offenders would lose the right to enter the camp. As long as I refused to let their provocation dictate my actions, their numerical advantage meant nothing. I also sent the father and daughter out along another street and had them change their outer clothing temporarily. If Blood Prison retaliated beyond the safe zone, the guards would not protect them automatically. Buying the herbs did not end my responsibility for the transaction. At minimum, the sellers had to leave safely. The Blood Prison members continued testing me with insults. I repeated only one question: show me your proof of payment. They had none, and the growing crowd gradually understood what had happened. Rules were more powerful than an argument. The real danger would come after I left the camp. I had arranged in advance for the father and daughter to leave by another street, and I would not depart along the original route either. First, within sight of the guards, I would enter an apothecary and divide the ordinary herbs into 2 parcels. Then an iron wolf would carry one package through a side gate. Even if Blood Prison watched only the obvious inventory bag, it would not be able to confirm that I carried all 13 dragonblood herbs. There was a limit of 3 plants for the strength increase, but no requirement to eat them all at once. I planned to take them separately, confirming that my body showed no abnormal reaction after each one. I would not turn a permanent enhancement into an unknown drug reaction just to save a few minutes. The names of the father and daughter were omitted from the public ledger. Only the transaction number remained. The price could be public, but the seller's identities had to be protected. Otherwise, the next person willing to bring rare materials to market would first worry about retaliation from Blood Prison. This was within the camp's safe zone. Whoever attacked first would be punished by the guards. I did not rush to leave. I waited until the father and daughter were far away, then watched to see whether these people would produce gold for a legitimate transaction or continue using their organization's name to rob me. The Blood Prison members demanded that I hand over the dragonblood herbs. I offered the original price of 3 gold coins per plant, but they said to put the purchase on the Brotherhood's account and that they would pay in the future. When Guardian Grishin arrived, he listened to no one's protests. He first retrieved the camp's transaction records and nearby patrol crystals. The records showed that the gold had already been paid, while the Blood Prison members had obstructed the sellers after the transaction. Responsibility was clear. I did not continue provoking them simply because a guard stood nearby. Safe zone enforcement could resolve the immediate conflict, but it would not make Blood Prison forget its loss. On the contrary, they were likely to wait beyond the camp. Before leaving, I bought 2 ordinary cloaks, replaced my conspicuous equipment, and released iron wolves from different exits to examine the routes. Before departure, I purchased an official complaint receipt. It could not prevent retaliation, but it proved what had started the conflict and documented the Blood Prison members' expulsion. If a public relations battle between guilds arose later, the record would not consist only of 2 conflicting verbal accounts. Back in the territory, I drew the appearance of the Blood Prison rings for the guards and ordered them only to raise an alarm, not arrest anyone on the spot. An ordinary player might obtain an identical item through trade, so a ring alone could not prove guilt. It was sufficient, however, to trigger a stricter identity check. No credit, bring gold, or the trade is over. The crowd continued growing. I did not provoke them. I only repeated the payment requirement. Once I confirmed that the sellers had left, I put away the single dragon blood herb I had displayed and turned around. Several of them actually launched an attack inside the camp. Before their weapons came down, the surrounding space suddenly froze. Every player stopped in place as an officer in black armor emerged from warp space. He was Grishin, captain of the Campbell Guard, level 50 and equipped with a fully enhanced exclusive S-rank set. More importantly, he possessed rule-based bonuses within the camp. No current player could oppose him. He was level 50 and wore at least 1 complete set of S-rank equipment. The pressure he released alone visibly slowed the people surrounding me. Grishin announced that everyone involved would be expelled from Campbell for the rest of the month. He warned that another disruption of the peace would result in permanent loss of entry privileges. Grishin did not offer to escort me outside the camp, and I did not ask him to exceed his authority. If a high-level guardian could extend safe zone rules without limit according to personal preference, the same system that protected me today could be used by someone else to haunt me tomorrow. Grishin inspected their attack stances and placed punishment marks on each person in turn. A marked player would be expelled from the instance for 1 month. Their teleportation would be treated as a defeat, causing carried items to drop at a probability determined by rarity. Several teleportation lights rose, leaving piles of loot on the ground. Once space returned to normal, I stored the drops in my inventory. Their own attack had caused this outcome, and Grishin did not stop me. He only announced once more that fighting is strictly prohibited within the city, then disappeared. I was wearing a mask, and many people nearby had recorded the scene with memory crystals. Remaining any longer would only increase the risk of exposure. I immediately left the instance and returned to my territory. Of the 13 dragon blood herbs, I consumed 3 first and permanently gained 15 strength. Xiaoshuang received 3 as well. I reserved 3 for Xian Ruoqing and stored the final 4 to develop outstanding adventurers. The 15 strength increase was not physically imperceptible. My muscles heated up for a short time, and the force of my sword grip became unstable. I performed 10 sets of basic movements in the training yard and confirmed that the new strength would not disrupt my sword path before treating the effects of the 3 herbs as usable attributes. Xiaoshuang adapted to her body first as well, instead of entering battle immediately. The 15 strength from the herbs was also written into my new panel baseline. When testing skills later, I could not mix damage figures from before and after the enhancement. Otherwise, every number in my strategy would gradually become distorted. After I climbed the wall, the watch officer submitted the day's report. 12 magical beasts had approached, the highest at level 32. Damage to the wall had already been repaired, and there were no casualties. 5 professional adventurers were training in the dungeon. 3 had reached level 10 and were waiting for me to assign classes. The territory's adventurers reported 12 types of nearby monster that day, the highest estimated around level 32. Their report recorded tracks, observation distance, and whether combat had occurred. Levels not personally seen were labeled only as estimates. We would not send residents into unknown areas merely because we had a beautiful map. The final abnormality came from the forest to the north. An explosion had sounded that afternoon. The watch officer thought it resembled magic, but nothing had happened afterward. The northern explosion occurred in the afternoon. It was brief, without the sounds of continuous fighting. An iron wolf scouting at night might encounter a high-level monster or a deliberate ambush. I decided to wait until dawn and stable visibility before investigating. Caution was not procrastination. It was a refusal to give an unknown risk an extra advantage. Few people entered the forest of death voluntarily. The explosion might have come from a lost player, a native resident, or some high-level monster. I lacked the evidence to decide. I recorded only the direction, time, and characteristics of the sound, then resolved to investigate after sunrise. Entering the forest recklessly after dark was too dangerous. I first selected complementary classes for the 3 level 10 adventurers, then equipped them accordingly. The supplies left by the bandits in the ruined tower, the cavern attackers, and several hidden rooms allowed even the least favored among them to wear C-rank equipment. The A-rank adventurer leading the group received a B-rank set and 1 A-rank weapon. The 3 new adventurers were all level 10 and had complementary abilities: 1 shield warrior, 1 archer, and 1 apprentice healer. I ordered them to train with the existing residents first and forbade them from going out alone because of an elite rating. A rating represented potential, not familiarity with the monsters and retreat routes of a death territory. Their leader looked at the equipment and asked whether I had emptied some nation's treasury. I told him to look at the blacksmith next door. The blacksmith was enhancing an S-rank item without expression. His profession had already reached level 24, higher than either Xiao Shuang or me. The level 24 blacksmith took charge of the main forge and inspected the equipment I brought back from the instance before making new weapons. 20% of the damage had resulted from incorrect quenching or incompatible materials. Repairing the existing stock cost fewer resources than manufacturing replacements from nothing. Production professions gained experience by processing corresponding items. This blacksmith forged or enhanced B rank, A rank, and even S rank equipment every day, the equivalent of continuously completing high-difficulty profession quests. His rising level was not abnormal, but he was unsuited for frontline combat. The territory still needed professional adventurers for defense. After sending the party back into the dungeon, I continued practicing construct creation. The skill had reached level 2 and could now produce level 10 to level 20 constructs in 5 different forms instead of only iron wolves. Even with the first achievement bonuses having material costs and increasing effects, my success rate on the first tier 2 construct was only around 15%. The blacksmith remelted the silver liquid from failed attempts to minimize losses. Near midnight, I successfully completed 10 level 16 silver wolves and 20 level 16 silver bulls. Inside the alchemy workshop, level 2 iron wolves showed improved carrying capacity and command response. I used them to haul wood, then organized 10 level 16 silver wolves and 20 bulls into an outer city patrol unit and a heavy haul unit. Combat and production units received separate identification numbers, preventing cart-pulling constructs from being mistakenly counted as available troops during a monster tide. The silver wolves patrolled beyond the city alongside the arrow towers. The silver bulls handled plowing and transport. There was no summon limit for constructs, but each one still consumed materials and manufacturing time, while autonomous command abilities had not yet unlocked. Population remained the next stage bottleneck. In the territory interface, I designed a new city with 4 times the area. The wall and arrow tower count increased accordingly and demanded more permanent guards. The system allowed all buildings to be rearranged after obstacles were cleared. Investing the resources and waiting 6 hours would complete the move. But the new walls would retain the current level 2 grade by default and could not substitute lower-level materials, making the cost enormous. Once the territory expanded fourfold, the old wall would protect only the core. I would not immediately build an equally massive high wall around the new area. Trenches, wooden palisades, and alarm lines would first define a buffer zone. Pursuing a large city blindly without enough people would leave every section of the defenses unmanned. I saved the plan without confirming it. The tavern would not refresh until the following week, and the monster tide would not wait while I slowly gathered people. Someone in the regional channel offered to purchase recruitment rights. A friend would pay a lord to recruit residents, then order those residents to move to the buyer's territory and obey its administration. The arrangement could provide population early, but the original lord retained system command authority. If the relationship broke down, residents might receive contradictory orders at a critical moment. When discussing recruitment rights with Xian Ruoqing, I offered 2 gold coins per person, transferring 10 people first and 10 more the following week. She would retain system command authority, so we added restrictions to the contract. She could not issue orders that conflicted with the security of my territory. If our cooperation ended, the residents could decide for themselves whether to stay or leave and would not be returned like property. Every new resident would be informed that the original lord still possessed system authority. Anyone who refused transfer for that reason could withdraw. A stable relationship had to be built on informed choice, not on exploiting a rule loophole to treat people as tradable units. If she accepted those boundaries, we would test the transfer process with 1 volunteer. After confirming that command range, housing, and wages were unaffected, we would expand in 2 groups to 20 people. Population growth could be fast, but command loopholes had to be found before scaling up. Housing, tools, and 1 month of rations for all 20 transfer slots were added to the budget in advance. Recruiting people only to make them sleep on the ground and go hungry would turn a population advantage into internal resentment. If the inn lacked beds, we would build temporary dormitories before notifying the second group to depart. The method was workable, but only with a completely trusted friend. The only nearby lord I might cooperate with was Xianruoqing. Before entrusting this layer of the defenses to that trust, we had to clarify the price, command authority, and exit conditions. Early the next morning, I finalized the recruitment rights agreement with Xianruoqing. She would transfer 10 elite residents to me this week and another 10 the following week, charging a 2 gold service fee for each person. The price was high, but it would fill 20 guard and production positions ahead of schedule, so I accepted. There was still no answer to yesterday's explosion in the north. I left Xiao Shuang in command of the territory's alert status and departed to investigate with concealment ointment, constructs, and recovery supplies. The traces of the explosion were concentrated along a narrow hunting trail in the northern forest. Fresh scorch marks scarred the bark, but there was no broad burn area on the ground, indicating combat magic rather than a wildfire. An iron wolf found 3 sets of footprints, one light and chaotic, one made by metal boots, and one left by a mount. I kept Xiao Shuang in the territory not because she lacked combat strength, but because the defenses could not be left without a commander. I put on concealment equipment and advanced parallel to the footprints rather than stepping onto the enemy's path. The beasts of the forest of death hunted through hearing and smell. I covered my scent with ointment, then cast the general skill, concealment magic, which I had obtained from a hidden room. It could not make my body disappear, but it lowered my presence and masked footsteps and faint noises within a 5-meter radius. Nearby wolves and a level 45 madfawn crocodile failed to notice me, so I continued deeper. My map showed only the direction recorded by the watch officer, not the exact coordinates of the explosion. I climbed an enormous tree and observed the surroundings from an abandoned bird's nest. There was no column of smoke, but I heard hoofbeats and muffled voices to the west. Half an hour later, large numbers of hoof prints, military boot prints, and broken branches appeared on the ground traces, suggesting a small military unit. I sent an iron wolf 20 meters ahead to scout. An arrow immediately fell from a tree and pierced the construct's head. I lay motionless in the grass. 2 knights arrived with several soldiers. One of them was addressed as Cecil. The archer in the tree reported to him, having mistaken the iron wolf for a low-level beast intruding into their search zone. I released 2 iron wolves and had them scratch tree trunks in opposite directions. Cecil sent the higher-level knight to investigate one side and remained behind himself. The plan only half succeeded. They were not separated by enough distance. I continued using loose stones and sent agents to draw the other knight farther away. They carried burning incense capable of repelling magical beasts, yet remained wary of the forest. Their public conversation confirmed that they had been searching here for 3 days for someone named Phyllis. Cecil also mentioned that he had opened a prison wagon while drunk and tried to force himself on her, giving her the chance to escape. The other knight rebuked him harshly for it. Through the bushes, I saw that Cecil was around level 30, while the other knight was close to level 40. They carried beast-repelling incense and were tracking a wounded young woman. That level difference meant I could not face both head-on. Any rescue attempt had to separate them first. System detection showed Cecil at level 30 and the other knight at level 40. I was level 16. I had no chance in a direct battle. Before acting, I swept detection only across the edge of Cecil's guards instead of pointing it directly at the high-level knight. Equipment might conceal or distort the level information, but it was enough to confirm the gap in power. I made kill Cecil a secondary objective. Remove the young woman from pursuit was the true success condition. That distinction led me to place smoke powder and a first aid kit on the slope in advance. If my opening attack failed, I would not remain and fight. I would use the smoke to take her toward the stream bed and withdraw. The distance from the bushes to the stream bed was about 120 meters, which I divided mentally into 3 sections. Each had a location that could block the knight's line of sight. After the rescue, I would not need to search for a direction on the spot. The soldiers spread out again. Cecil rode toward my position alone, still complaining about his companion. I did not mistake his self-indulgence for weakness. A level 30 knight had far more HP, resistance, and skills than I did. If he detected my trail, my first action would have to be retreat. Cecil heard her moving and began closing in. I had to finish before the other knight returned and avoid injuring the young woman with an area skill. The window might be less than 1 minute. Every attack had to support the escape instead of pursuing an impressive kill. Just as I prepared to fall back, a faint sound came from the bushes to my right. Cecil heard it too, and his mount immediately turned its head toward the source. The young woman in the bushes had already lost a great deal of blood, and her breathing was shallow. If she rushed out now, she would enter Cecil's view directly. I did not call out recklessly. I rolled a bottle of clotting medicine to her feet and signaled with my hand for her to wait. I also included the possibility that Cecil carried a high-level life-saving item in my plan. If an attack hit but failed to deal the expected damage, I would not stand in place questioning the numbers. I would switch immediately to separation and retreat. That contingency was about to become necessary. Beyond the concealment radius, another person was hiding inside those bushes. I circled behind the bushes and found a blonde young woman. Her clothes and hair were covered with twigs and leaves, yet even the way she sat remained restrained and dignified. Through the grass, Cecil called her Phyllis, claiming the Count wanted to protect her while making excuses for what he had done when drunk. Phyllis did not answer. Her fingers traced symbols rapidly through the air. As Cecil drew close, an invisible storm erupted. Rocks and broken branches became high-speed projectiles, punching holes through the surrounding tree trunks. The system showed Phyllis at only level 20, yet the spell's power far exceeded that of an ordinary caster at the same level. Its cost was just as obvious. When the storm ended, she tried to rise but lost her balance from mana exhaustion. I caught her. She asked only one question. Enemy. Someone getting you out of here. She stared into my eyes for several seconds, then lost consciousness. I could not know why she trusted me. All I could do was support her body first. When the smoke and dust cleared, Cecil was still alive. The storm had destroyed his mount and damaged his armor, but a protective talisman formed a barrier that would persist for 10 minutes, enough to withstand ordinary attacks below level 60. A detection skill revealed that I was only level 16, and he demanded that I hand over Phyllis and my rare items. His level 40 companion was nearby. The longer this lasted, the smaller our chance of escape. I first sent an iron wolf towards Cecil from the front. As he shattered the construct with his sword, I drew the seed of lightning from the rear flank. The true damage penetrated his armor, but was mostly absorbed by a high-level protective charm. The charm immediately shattered, proving that he carried at least one life-saving measure. I activated the magic eye of petrification first. The level difference made its slowing effect extremely limited, but it was enough to confirm that he would not charge immediately. The seed of lightning then released its stored bolt. 1,600 true damage bypassed the talisman and pierced Cecil's chest. Cecil did not lose his judgment after being wounded. Instead, he retreated toward the bushes where Phyllis lay, preparing to use her as a shield. I used the magic eye of petrification to restrict his knee joints, and a second iron wolf struck him out of position, separating the two of them again. Holding Phyllis, I closed the distance and drove the blood sacrifice blade into Cecil's forehead. The talisman still failed to block true damage, leaving him with less than 100 HP. During the fight, I heard the returning knight's hoofbeats in the distance. My window was even shorter than estimated. I stopped testing Cecil, moved in close, absorbed one horizontal slash with my enhanced equipment, and drove the ordinary demon sword I carried before obtaining the radiant, holy sword into a gap in his armor. Before my second finishing strike could fall, an enraged shout came from the distance. The level 40 knight hurled his long sword like a spear. It moved so quickly that I saw its shadow before hearing the air split. I could only roll aside with Phyllis and abandon the close-range attack, but I had already left a contingency before charging. An iron wolf sprang from Cecil's rear flank with the same blood sacrifice blade fixed in its jaws. Cecil's full attention was on me and the flying sword. The construct struck his side, and his remaining HP instantly reached 0. After he fell, residual light from a level 60 life-saving item still flickered. The item had failed to save him twice, but it proved that high-ranking nobles could supply subordinates with resources far beyond their levels. From now on, I could not judge combat power by character level alone. I lifted the wounded young woman, confirmed that her name was Phyllis, and established that she temporarily could not walk on her own. Medicine could stabilize her life, but could not instantly repair fractures or mana exhaustion. Our retreat speed would inevitably fall. The arriving knight shattered the iron wolf with one palm, and the short blade fell to the ground. I did not turn around to fight for it. Phyllis remained unconscious, and a level 40 enemy had already locked onto our direction. Staying any longer would turn victory into suicide. When the level 40 knight arrived, he destroyed the iron wolf I had left to delay him with a single palm strike. I had the construct drop the blade in the opposite direction, creating the impression that I had fled along the mountain path. In reality, I stayed close to the stream bed and entered the dense forest. Leaving behind all of Cecil's drops was a deliberate sacrifice. Another 10 seconds might have earned me one more piece of equipment, but it might also have gotten both unconscious Phyllis and me killed. The spoils had to remain subordinate to survival. When I picked her up, Phyllis instinctively clutched my lapel, then lost consciousness again. The reaction proved she remained aware on some level, but she could neither consent nor provide directions. I could only treat it as emergency aid, avoid examining unnecessary personal belongings, and remove only the outer armor that obstructed the bleeding control. After entering the dense forest, I checked her breathing and wounds once per minute. It slowed our escape, but that was more meaningful than reaching the city with someone who had bled to death along the way. Her pockets contained only a damaged family crest and a small amount of medicinal powder, with no document explaining the pursuit. I returned the items to their original places instead of searching all her private possessions while she was unconscious. Her identity could wait until she awoke. I held her tightly and ran into the forest. The sounds of pursuit grew closer behind me. The real problem had shifted from killing Cecil to escaping a level 40 knight while carrying an unconscious person. The pursuer was far faster than I was. I ran along the route marked on my map and released several level 16 silver wolves in succession. Each construct carried a frost potion, smoke screen, or illusion crystal. Their purpose was not to injure the knight, only to force him to slow down and determine my direction. The silver wolves were destroyed with one strike each. The knight even activated death-piercing flash, turning his entire body into a streak of black light and instantly breaking through the construct's encirclement. The intense mana fluctuations awakened the surrounding magical beasts, and roars soon sounded in every direction. The last silver wolf exploded into thick smoke, which the knight scattered directly with wind magic. Those few seconds still allowed me to reach the outside of my territory boundary. I fired an explosive arrow ahead, drank the rest of the concealment potion, and applied scent-masking ointment to Phyllis as well. The stream bed could mask scent, but could not shake a level 40 knight capable of tracking. At a three-way junction, I separately left cloth, medicinal powder, and iron wolf tracks so that all three routes appeared traveled. The real route followed exposed rock, minimizing the times I stepped on soil. A level 53 mother bear's den appeared ahead. I did not treat it as a dependable ally, only as high-level monster territory into which I could lead my pursuer. I first used anesthetic smoke to disorient 5 B-rank cubs, then hid Phyllis in a crevice to the side. If the mother bear found me first, we would become prey just the same. A black berserk bear more than 10 meters tall charged from the forest and swatted the pursuing knight into an ancient tree with one paw. Berserk giant bear, level 53. While exploring the boundary earlier, I had found its den and cubs. The explosive arrow had landed near the den, and the knight released a massive amount of mana, so the mother naturally treated the more threatening pursuer as its target. I was only exploiting known territorial information. It did not guarantee that the knight would lose. While they fought, I slipped into the den. The 5 newly weaned cubs were unbound and rated B rank. I placed meatballs mixed with drunken fruit inside, confirmed that all 5 had fallen asleep, then stored them temporarily in pet space. I planned to let the territory's adventurers raise them. When the knight entered the den's area, the mother bear attacked the most obvious armed target first, as expected. I did not stay to watch the outcome. I quickly placed the unconscious cubs in special transport cages and withdrew from the other side with Phyllis. The cubs were not cost-free loot. Once awake, they might allow the mother to track us. Their scent had to be isolated, and their potential for contracts examined. An even stronger mana wave erupted behind me, followed by the mother bear's anguished cry. A level 40 knight capable of injuring it across a 13-level gap still possessed an unrevealed killing move. I did not remain to observe and immediately changed direction away from the battlefield. Once I returned to the territory's safe range, system teleportation finally became available. I sent Phyllis and myself directly back to the base, in a direction completely opposite the chase. At the territory, I had the physician treat Phyllis first and place the cubs inside a reinforced enclosure in the outer city. I neither forced them to bind nor allowed residents to crowd around and watch. Whether the level 53 mother bear had survived was unknown. If it followed their scent here, our existing defenses would come under enormous pressure. I had Xiao Shuang settle Phyllis in the inn and ordered the 8 arrow towers to increase their alert status. Any unfamiliar soldiers had to be reported before anyone considered opening the gate. The 5 cubs were placed in temporary iron cages and given to a resident with B-rank beast taming skill to feed and build a bond. After bringing the 5 cubs back, I had their body temperatures, food intake, and reactions to the drug recorded. The anesthetic dose had been estimated for adult magical beasts, so the cubs might wake late. The physician prepared an antidote, while iron wolves guarded them from positions that would not cause agitation. Before Phyllis awoke, the guards knew only that she was an injured person in need of protection. They knew nothing about the 10,000 gold bounty. The fewer people who knew, the less likely someone would sell the information out of fear or greed. I could not confirm whether the knight was alive, and I could not assume the pursuers would never find this place. The monster-repelling incense used by Cecil's party proved that they possessed ways to operate in the forest of death. The base had to remain on alert. I recorded 3 rescue-related unknowns separately: Phyllis's identity, the knight's affiliation, and the reason they hunted her. She could not answer while unconscious, and Cecil's drops contained no complete official document. Any conclusion about a noble conspiracy remained only a possibility. That night, no iron wolf detected approaching pursuers. The result proved only that we were safe for the moment, not that the enemy was dead. The next day's purchasing and recruitment plans would proceed as scheduled. Xiao Shuang would keep the territory on heightened alert and held temporary authority to evacuate residents. The location of the Mother Bear's den became a forbidden zone, and every gathering team temporarily changed routes. Successfully setting one enemy against another once did not make that part of the forest safe. After weighing the options, I did not interrogate the unconscious Phyllis immediately. The recruitment deal and nearby city were equally important to the end-of-month monster tide. I left the territory with Xiao Shuang, released the spatial sailboat by the river, and prepared to collect the new workers from Xian Ruoqing's territory first. The spatial sailboat ran on magic crystals, automatically avoided obstacles in the river, and carried both a defensive array and counterattack cannons. Traveling by river was far faster than walking. I reached Xian Ruoqing's territory before dawn. Before launching the spatial sailboat, I checked its size adjustment array, remaining magic crystals, and emergency landing system. The vessel could move across the river or at low altitude, but it was not a warship. If the engine room were damaged, a boat filled with people and cargo would become a massive burden. After reaching Xian Ruoqing's territory, we first completed the transfer registration for 20 residents. Each person heard the work, housing, and risks explained face-to-face. 2 chose to postpone the move. I did not force them with system commands and replace them with volunteers from the alternate list. She handed over this week's 10 elite residents and shared the coordinates of a city she had obtained from a nature spirit. A spirit envoy could communicate with spirits, change appearance, and alter the information displayed by the system. She disguised herself as an old woman in front of me, and even the result of detection changed with her. The ability was perfectly suited to concealing identity. We agreed to travel together. She would ride the boat into the city to handle her business, while I purchased livestock, seeds, and construction supplies, and also investigated the attitude of the surrounding kingdom. On the boat, we discussed player organizations. The emergence of the Blood Prison Brotherhood proved that pressure from resources and security would force large numbers of players to join guilds. Xian Ruoqing had originally wanted to establish a major organization as soon as possible, but I raised 3 questions first. Guild registration was another urgent matter. 1 month after the region opened, only 100 official slots would be available, each with a base fee of 100 gold coins. The top 10 would receive extra privileges and publicity. Falling 1 step behind might allow organizations like Blood Prison to monopolize quests and safe zone resources. We also agreed on provisional guild names, membership screening, and warehouse permissions. Xian Ruoqing would act as the public face of the organization, while I continued hiding my territory and treasure hunter identity. Only a few core members would know the connection between those 2 lines. Even if the guild were infiltrated, the enemy could not immediately locate the death territory. The first question was management. An organization of hundreds or thousands needed specialized roles and dependable administrators. It could not operate simply by opening a group chat. Second was welfare. Members would need wages, equipment, and rare resources. Helping each other alone could not sustain an organization. Third was the end-of-month monster tide. New members would naturally expect guild assistance for their territories, while we could not yet guarantee even our own defenses completely. So we could seize registration rights now, but we could not recruit blindly. If she lost contact for more than 1 hour, I would communicate only with the designated contact instead of charging into the registration hall myself. A mission to seize slots could not be allowed to expose both core members at once. Warzone 68 had only 100 official guild slots. Registering one at the Campbell Administration Center cost 100 gold coins. The ranking was determined neither by membership nor by combat power, only registration order, with 10 names per page. Earlier registration brought greater visibility and influence. I gave Xian Ruoqing 1,000 gold coins and told her to use her disguises to purchase slots 1 through 10. The names could be changed later. The first priority was securing the entire first page. Handing her 1,000 gold coins at once carried real risk. Through the system trade panel, I recorded the purpose, deadline, and requirement to return any unused balance, preserving a record for both sides. Writing the rules clearly between friends did not mean distrust. It prevented an argument based on memory if the mission failed. If the top 10 slots had already been taken, she had to stop bidding immediately. An ordinary official slot still had value. She could not burn all 1,000 gold coins in an emotional contest over ranking. The sum was nearly half my current liquid funds. It would not strengthen the defenses immediately, but it could prevent dominant guilds from using the rankings to monopolize players' attention and preserve an entrance for building an alliance based on order later. Xian Ruoqing repeatedly confirmed that the bag truly contained 1,000 gold coins before storing it in her inventory. She hid her shock behind a joke, but I required her to write down the registration locations, identity rotation, and withdrawal routes first. Xian Ruoqing was skilled in disguise and social interaction. Having her secure the slots in separate batches was safer than exposing myself. She suggested queuing under multiple identities. I required an escape route for each identity and forbade open conflict with powerful organizations inside the city merely for a higher ranking. The contest for slots also depended on real-world time. Registration windows opened at different times in different cities. Xian Ruoqing would rotate between the sailboat, teleportation points, and disguise routes instead of watching one counter alone. I gave her ordinary travel expenses and emergency medicine separately. Guild capital could not be diverted to those incidental costs, making later accounting straightforward. Xian Ruoqing wrote the stop-loss limit into her task panel and set a system balance reminder to enforce it. Under maximum pressure, people found it easiest to mistake a little more for rational thought. Only a fixed limit established beforehand could prevent the decision from drifting with bids at the scene. Those 1,000 gold coins were not spending money for a friend's shopping trip. They were my first investment in the future rules of Warzone 68. We reserved the first guild slot for ourselves and used the other 9 as temporary placeholders. In the future, we could sell them to trustworthy organizations or use them as conditions for an alliance, ensuring the ranking's first page would not be controlled entirely by predatory guilds. Obtaining Lord of the Icefield would grant only administrative authority over Campbell Camp's land and NPCs. It would not automatically earn the trust of millions of players. If I relied only on forced expulsions and fees, I would merely recreate the oppressive order of my previous life. Guild slots could give that administration a public organizational foundation. Xian Ruoqing asked whether I was worried she would run away with the money. My answer was practical. We were friends, and she had owed me a favor before. More importantly, her territory was nearby, and the transaction had an explicit record. Trust was not a blind bet. It existed when relationships, incentives, and verifiable facts all aligned. After reaching the vicinity of the coordinates, we stored the sailboat and walked for half an hour to a magnificent city. A first entry pass cost 30 silver coins per person and remained valid for 1 month. As I paid 60 silver for our 2 passes, I saw a wanted notice for Phyllis beside the window. The bounty was 10,000 gold coins. A monthly gate pass cost 30 silver coins per person. Xian Ruoqing and I each bought one, paying 60 silver in total, and the system recorded a 1-month validity period. The ticket permitted entry only. It did not include cargo taxes, lodging, or escorts beyond the safe zone, and could not be mistaken for comprehensive protection. The wanted notice hung on the public wall inside the gate. Beneath Phyllis's portrait was a 10,000 gold reward, but the charge said only the vague phrase, individual connected to treason. There was no case number, public trial, or specific act. The information was insufficient to prove her guilty or entirely innocent. A gate soldier noticed me staring too long. I spent 10 silver coins on the public registry of wanted people instead of directly asking, "How can I hide Phyllis?" The registry showed that the notice was connected to the current Duke Urchil and that the search covered multiple cities, further indicating that she was entangled in a power struggle rather than an ordinary criminal case. There was a roughly 5-minute gap during the change of patrols inside and outside the city gate. I recorded the interval and decided to avoid it on my return. Pursuers loved to act where rules still existed, but their enforcers were temporarily absent. I paid the administrative soldier another 10 silver coins and asked him to explain the public story. He would repeat only city rumors. Phyllis was the former duke's only daughter. After the former duke was executed for rebellion, she disappeared. The current duke claimed that she knew the location of a secret treasury. Another account suggested they were truly hunting a piece of vital intelligence capable of proving the truth behind the old case. None of those claims had evidence and could not be treated directly as fact. But a 10,000 gold bounty proved that the reason for hunting her went far beyond an ordinary fugitive. I recorded the notice in encrypted notes and did not carry her portrait out of the city. If I were searched, possessing information about a wanted criminal would make an innocent purchasing trip suspicious. She and Ruaching also changed clothing and traveled separately, so our routes would not expose one another. I also bought a summary of the city's basic laws and marked the restrictions on carrying weapons, hiring personnel, and using spatial vessels. Making large purchases without understanding the rules was an easy way to have goods seized legally instead of stolen by bandits. The wanted person registry and legal summary were sealed in separate document pouches. Discovery of the former would invite suspicion, while the latter was normal material for a merchant. If I had to abandon a bag in an emergency, I would not need to discard lawful travel credentials with it. After entering the city, I hired a local guide and went first to the largest merchant guild. Xian Ruaching used her disguises to explore the city alone. We agreed to meet at the gate at 8 that evening. She would later handle guild registration. Before exposing either Phyllis or my territory, I needed to learn what this city could provide and what dangers it brought. The guide came through a public recommendation from the inn, with his fee and service scope recorded in the hiring panel. He was responsible only for roads and shops within the city and had no access to my cargo list. Every additional person who knew the complete plan was another line that could be bought. On the way to the merchant guild, I marked guard posts, 3 routes to the city gate, and public buildings suitable for temporary shelter. The city appeared safer than the forest of death, but its real dangers came from institutions, identities, and forms of power that could not be answered by drawing a sword. The guide's recommended shortcut passed beside a military camp. I chose the crowded commercial avenue instead. 10 extra minutes purchased more witnesses and merchant guild patrols. In a strange city, the fastest route was usually less important than having someone who could testify afterward. The guide received only half his day's fee up front. The balance would be paid after we reached the merchant guild safely. That did not leave a debt, but it removed the convenience of handing us to another party midway and receiving his full payment immediately. The guide described the city along the way and also spoke about Phyllis. He claimed that the former duke had treated the people gently and that Phyllis had participated in relief work. After the new duke took office, he sharply increased taxes, and ordinary residents dared not openly aid the daughter of a criminal. This was one local person's account. It proved only that public dissatisfaction truly existed, not that the former duke was necessarily innocent. Nor could I assume that money would always resolve future conflicts simply because the new duke was greedy. Cecil's death and the warrant for Phyllis could both drag my territory into a political struggle. The guide brought me to the city's largest merchant guild. I paid him 2 silver coins to wait outside and entered the hall alone. The first floor handled business, the second displayed goods, and the third managed settlements and auctions. 2 level 40 professional knights guarded the second floor entrance, which was open only to members. The rules allowed non-members to prove their ability to pay with 100 gold coins. Once I showed them the purse, they lowered their spears and let me pass. The main hall separated customers according to their assets. A long line waited at the ordinary windows. I produced 100 gold coins for asset verification, proving only my ability to purchase without revealing my total balance. 2 level 40 knights then accompanied me and maintained transaction security. The knights wore enchanted mithril armor that I could not currently use because of level restrictions. My S-rank mine had already produced mithril and even more valuable orichalcum. Once the residents' levels and forging technology caught up, I could build a knight order to the same standard. Every sample on the second floor had an identification number, effect, and price beneath it. The actual stock would be retrieved from the third floor. I first recorded livestock, 20 animals of each common species: pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, and others split evenly between male and female. The territory's population and space were limited. I wanted breeding populations first, not mindless numbers. Buying livestock was not as simple as saying 20 of each. I required every category: cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and so on to include mature males and females, while excluding visibly ill individuals and groups with excessive close relations. Feed, troughs, and basic medicines for 1 month were added to the list. Without a breeding structure, 20 animals would become nothing more than 20 meals. Livestock prices were calculated separately according to health, age, and reproductive ability. I randomly selected 3 animals for a second appraisal. Only after the results matched the Merchant Guild's documents did I accept the quarantine certification for the batch. Spot checks could not guarantee 0 problems, but they reduced the opportunity to mix inferior animals into a large order. I did not buy aquatic stock yet. The base had no completed irrigation channel, and water transported in jars could not maintain stable water quality for fish or shrimp. After signing the livestock contract, I had the Merchant Guild label each species and batch. On returning to the territory, the animals would still undergo 7 days of isolated observation instead of entering the existing pasture directly. One infectious disease could reduce a newly established food cycle to nothing. The spatial sailboat had a limited number of separated compartments. I would rather remove 2 ornamental species than crowd together livestock that would agitate one another. The goal was a stable ranch, not a species list that merely looked impressive. I also purchased 7 days of quarantine feed so we would not immediately consume the territory's reserves after returning. If one batch showed symptoms, we could investigate the feed source as well instead of spreading the problem throughout the pasture. Several hundred living creatures could fit inside the spatial sailboat. An array at the bottom could shrink the vessel to palm size over 1 hour, and its mass would decrease with its volume. But when living creatures were aboard, the boat could not be stored in a system inventory and had to be carried in a physical satchel. The shrinking process could not be interrupted by an attack and was unsuitable for battlefield ambushes. Every batch of living creatures first received quarantine certification from a guild veterinarian, then entered a separate compartment in the spatial sailboat. Different species were partitioned, absorbent material covered the floor, and residents would rotate observations during transport. The ability of a spatial item to contain living things did not mean those creatures no longer needed air, water, and reassurance. I personally observed the sailboat shrink once. The array compressed it to palm size over roughly 1 hour. The internal space remained stable while the total mass temporarily decreased with volume. It could not enter the system inventory and had to remain in a physical satchel. An attack during the process would interrupt it. That restriction meant I could neither put the sailboat away instantly in front of an enemy nor exploit it to hide an army inside my inventory. The boat had to be shrunk at a safe location before the return trip. If attacked, it would rely on its engines and escorts to escape. After loading was complete, the veterinarian and I jointly signed the health report. Illness or injury occurring during the journey would be the carrier's responsibility, while conditions already present before delivery remained grounds for a claim against the Merchant Guild. Each cabin door was labeled with species and quantity so that no one would need to open every compartment during an emergency. In live animal transport, eliminating even one unnecessary opening reduced the risk of panic and escape. I copied the veterinarian's emergency contact information into the cabin. If collective symptoms appeared during the return trip, we could describe them remotely before administering random medicine to every animal. Once the livestock list was complete, I turned to seeds and construction materials. The territory had moved beyond merely surviving its first 3 days. It now required a food cycle, specialized professions, and construction on a larger scale. The plant section sold both mature plants and seeds. I bought batches of common medicinal herbs, grains, melons, fruits, and vegetable seeds. Each portion of bone powder dropped by a skeleton shortened one crop's growth period by 1 month, and multiple portions could stack. Other players had to reserve bone powder for valuable crops because skeleton spawns were limited. My 100-fold returns dungeon supplied it steadily, making it perfect for establishing a rapid planting cycle. I grouped the seed list into staple grains, vegetables, medicinal plants, and fruit trees, choosing at least 2 varieties with different maturation periods for each group. A death territory's climate differed from the original world. If a single crop failed to adapt, the entire season's harvest could be lost at once. I also bought 10% more tools and irrigation parts than the projected where required. Bone powder could shorten a plant's maturation time by 1 month, but it could not stack without limit or replace water, sunlight, and soil. For a crop that matured in less than a month, excessive bone powder might burn the roots. I required the farmers to run small comparison plots before deciding the quantity for each crop. The construction section sold wood and stone in packages of 100,000 units. I bought 10 packages of each and spent 100 gold coins, then invested another 400 gold in the copper and iron required to extend the walls. The livestock and seeds cost around 300 gold. Together with the 1,000 gold previously given to Phyllis and the 30 gold spent on recruitment rights, my liquid funds were falling rapidly. I immediately rechecked the payment records. The earlier expenditure of 1,000 gold had gone to Xian Ruoqing to secure guild registration slots. Listing Phyllis as the recipient on the purchasing record was an error that could make the same expenditure appear twice. I crossed out the incorrect name and wrote a new note. Guild slot capital, 1,000 gold, paid. I checked the 1,000 gold guild payment again and confirmed that Xian Ruoqing had already used it for registration slots. It did not belong to Phyllis and could not appear among the purchasing expenses. The Merchant Guild invoice counted only the goods in this transaction, preventing one sum from appearing in two ledgers. The items displayed in the deepest part of the goods section were not equipment, but records for a group of contracted laborers. Some had sold long-term labor rights because of taxes and debt. Others were injured veterans unable to support themselves after losing tax exemptions. The contracts prohibited dark magic and further illegal resale, but provided almost no other protection to the people bound by them. I could not buy every person with my own resources, nor could I pretend that one shopping trip amounted to institutional reform. But the territory truly lacked professional talent. I selected 8 technicians who filled essential gaps and 3 disabled veterans with combat experience. The 3 veterans could serve as instructors instead of risking their remaining health on the front line. The 8 specialists included a farmer, apprentice apothecary, carpenter, tailor, and others. The 3 injured veterans would become training instructors. Every person's injury, skill, and contract term was written explicitly. The veterans could not handle long-distance combat, but they could correct mistakes in how residents held shields, formed ranks, and withdrew. The veterans' old injuries affected the knee, shoulder, and lungs respectively, and the training plan was adjusted accordingly. The man with the knee injury handled static shield formations. The one with the shoulder injury explained footwork. The one with lung damage taught in short sessions and was not required to demonstrate prolonged charges. Using professional experience did not mean draining the last strength from damaged bodies. The specialist contracts also specified rest and departure conditions. The territory needed loyalty, but it needed people willing to live there long-term even more. Someone retained only by system compulsion would not proactively discover production problems. Each specialist was paired with an ordinary resident as an apprentice, preventing essential knowledge from remaining with a single person. If someone were injured or left, the farms, apothecary, and workshops would not stop immediately. Blueprints, formulas, and teaching progress were archived in a shared workbook. Personal histories were excluded. Knowledge could be passed on. That did not entitle the territory to possess private experiences. The 3 instructors had different frontline experience. Where their tactics disagreed, I did not force one into the role of standard answer. We first tested the methods in the training yard with wooden weapons. A technique suitable for wall defense might not suit an open field formation. I treated the money as resettlement support and advance wages. Once they entered the territory, they would receive housing, income, and departure arrangements under the same standards as residents rather than continue being exploited as merchandise. The list totaled roughly 1,100 gold coins. I went to the 3rd floor and asked the receptionist to summon the person in charge. Vice President Greg received me in a VIP room and confirmed that the warehouse held enough stock to deliver the entire order at once. All listed goods had a combined sticker price of around 1,100 gold. Merchant guilds commonly quoted a total first, then added storage and handling fees at settlement. I required the receptionist to itemize every additional fee and confirm that quarantine certification for the living animals was included in the quote. When I brought the complete list to the 3rd floor, I did not place the gold on the table immediately. I first confirmed stock, delivery time, and compensation for breach, then discussed membership discounts. A major purchase gave me negotiating power only if I had not already handed over the money. The real negotiation was not whether the goods existed, but whether I could obtain the gold member discount before the transaction settled. Greg first reminded me that the Merchant Guild did not extend credit. I placed the gold on the table, then proactively asked about gold member status. When I left the Merchant Guild that evening, I used reflections in shop windows to watch for anyone following me. I saw no consistent pursuer for the moment, but that was no reason to relax. The bulk purchase, gold member status, and 2 unusual guards, any one of them was enough to draw attention. Gold membership required cumulative spending of 1,000 gold coins and discounted all goods by 20%. Black Gold membership required 10,000 gold in spending as well as royal status or a letter of recommendation. My list was rounded to an original price of 1,100 gold. After receiving gold status, I paid 880 gold, while the account still recorded the corresponding purchase value. Greg's gold member rules required cumulative spending of 1,000 gold. If the current transaction reached the threshold, it could settle at a 20% discount. If I paid first and received the card afterward, the discount would apply only to a future purchase. I required the membership and this invoice to take effect simultaneously. In the final contract, 1,100 gold coins worth of goods cost 880, with no later supplemental payment. After the purchase, I recorded the sticker price, discount, amount paid, and risks associated with the complementary goods separately. Saving 220 gold did not make the two guards free. Their medical care, resettlement, and possible pursuers were all future costs. Greg had not volunteered information about the discount before I asked. I did not challenge him over it. I required only that the ledger register my membership before settling the purchase. The first purchase also included a merchant guild gift, 2 level 30 women who had once served as personal guards. The problem was that outsiders had forcibly applied slave marks to them, and they consistently refused obedience. The guild feared that if the restraints were removed, they would attack the people involved or kill themselves. A count had forcibly sold them to the merchant guild, and they had now become risk assets that could not be traded normally. After the two guards entered the cabin, one began breathing visibly faster when she saw the chains. I had the accompanying residents replace them with soft restraints, restricting only the wrists when there was a risk of self-harm. The other woman still refused water, so the physician left it where she could take it herself instead of forcing her to drink. I did not treat their appearance as value. I confirmed only 3 things. The merchant guild could not reclaim them. All future decisions belonged to me, and the contracts would not prevent me from removing the control or setting them free. Only after Greg agreed to all 3 did I accept them. The 2 additional level 30 former guards bore forced slave marks, and their mental states were visibly abnormal. I did not receive them like ordinary gifts. I asked about their origin, the method of dissolving the contracts, and the merchant guild's responsibility. Greg could confirm only that they had been acquired through a legal auction. He could not explain what they had endured before then. I settled them in a private cabin on the sailboat with female residents for company and sealed their weapons away temporarily. When they refused to communicate, I did not use the contracts to force answers. Reliable testimony had to wait until their fear diminished. Otherwise, I would hear only whatever they believed a master wanted. Nor did I allow curious residents to speculate about their origins. Our unified public explanation was guards transferred by the merchant guild pending resettlement. Sharing their appearances and contract details was prohibited. If they truly had a connection to Phyllis, that discretion would block the first round of inquiries. If they did not wish to serve me, I could issue a confidentiality order and then release them from the contracts or otherwise settle them properly. A territory could not build loyalty by coercing people without hope. Refusing them outright might lead to their resale. Accepting them meant the territory assumed the risk. I ultimately accepted administrative responsibility but added written terms. No coerced intimate behavior. No self-harm punishment for disobedience. And after their identities were confirmed, the contracts could be dissolved or converted into employment. The merchant guild also had to provide the original transaction records. Those measures would not win immediate trust, but they could show the women that this new environment differed from the auction house. Until their identities were verified, preventing further harm was itself the territory's responsibility. The cabin door could be opened from both inside and outside, and would be locked only if a self-harm alarm activated. Protective measures could not quietly become another prison. Preparing the order required time. I temporarily left the spatial sailboat with the merchant guild for loading and arranged to collect it at 7 that evening. Restoring the vessel from its shrunken state required an hour of continuous spell casting and could not be interrupted by attack. A transnational organization that relied on its reputation would not destroy that reputation for one boat, but I still retained the handover receipt and cargo list. After leaving, I did not sell S-rank minerals to replenish my cash. Continuously dumping mithril, orichalcum, and similar materials into the merchant guild's hands would be the same as publicly admitting I control the top-grade vein. Against a transnational organization capable of destroying a player's territory with ease, reputation could reduce risk but could not replace compartmentalized information. I observed building layouts and storefronts along the street, then selected clothing in different sizes at a tailor shop. The territory's tailor could take them apart and learn from the patterns, and Xiao Shuang, who spent so much time in armor, would gain several sets of ordinary clothing. Xian Ruoqing's angry voice suddenly sounded outside. A man calling himself a military centurion had grabbed her and refused to let go, threatening to drag her back to the camp. I left 20 gold coins with the shopkeeper and asked him to prepare 30 outfits in different sizes, 20 pairs of shoes, and tools including a sewing machine, needles, and thread. Then I pushed into the crowd. At the tailor shop, I bought 30 outfits in different sizes, 20 pairs of shoes, and a batch of sewing tools for 20 gold coins in total. Clothing was not decoration. Residents needed changes of clothes during prolonged labor, and Xiaoshuang could not wear the same inner layer beneath her armor forever. Several soldiers surrounded Xian Ruoqing. The centurion was level 34 and gripped her wrist tightly, while the accompanying soldiers were around level 25. None of the local residents stepped forward, though someone quietly said these men routinely used enforcement authority to harass merchants and outsiders. When the centurion seized Xian Ruoqing's wrist outside the shop, his soldiers had already blocked the street. He identified himself as a level 34 centurion, and the accompanying soldiers were around level 25. They clearly assumed ordinary foreigners would not dare offend the military. I first demanded that the centurion release her. One soldier tried to shove me. I slowed his movement with the magic eye of petrification and stepped aside. Human level growth was less extreme than that of magical beasts. My two achievements made my base attributes comparable to those of a level 25 soldier, but the centurion still held an obvious advantage in HP, resistance, equipment, and high-level skills. A frontal battle could not guarantee Xian Ruoqing's rescue. I activated the assistance array on my gold member card and openly displayed the Merchant Guild's emblem. I first demanded his reason for arresting her and the number of the military order. He could produce no document and only repeated that he needed to take her back for questioning. Xian Ruoqing publicly refused, and the nearby shops provided witnesses. That was enough to prove this was not legitimate enforcement. A direct fight would trigger city law enforcement. I activated the gold member assistance array while sending the time, location, and the other party's identity to Greg. The array had to bring knights here. It did not make us instantly invincible. For those few minutes, I stood between Xian Ruoqing and the soldiers, blocking attacks without striking first. Once activated, the assistance array recorded coordinates and membership status and could not summon aid again during its cooldown. I did not use it to threaten every spectator, only the centurion who was forcibly abducting someone. If Merchant Guild protection were abused as private military power, membership itself could be revoked. Red marks remained on Xian Ruoqing's wrist, and a guild physician recorded them on the spot. The injury was minor, but it provided objective evidence that force had been used, more reliable than whichever side shouted louder. I am a gold member of the Merchant Guild. You are threatening my companion. The guild will handle this. Spectators recognized the card, and the soldiers began to hesitate. The centurion declared the card a fake and ordered his men to make the arrests. No soldier wanted to touch it first. He released Xian Ruoqing and approached me personally. The centurion tried to seize my membership card. I withdrew half a step and let his hand close on empty air, then told the crowd clearly, "The Merchant Guild has received my request for assistance." The statement bought time and told the soldiers that a third party was recording the consequences. Until the knights arrived, Xian Ruoqing retained the right to make her own statement. I did not describe her as my woman. I made it clear that she herself refused to accompany them. That distinction made the event unlawful restraint rather than a dispute between two men over ownership. Worried that help would not arrive in time, Xian Ruoqing offered to go with them if they let me leave. The centurion shoved her forward. I caught her and moved her behind me. If both of us were taken away now, the evidence would disappear, and there was even less chance we would remain safe. 2 shop employees and 1 passerby agreed to serve as witnesses. I recorded their names and contact information and paid compensation in advance for the business they might lose. If witnesses had to bear every cost of helping us, no one would be willing to step forward the next time. The physician's instructions for ice and observation also entered the case file. Evidence served not only to punish someone else, but to ensure follow-up care for the injured person. The centurion raised a hand to knock us unconscious. A spear suddenly pierced his right gauntlet and pinned him to the wall beside us. The arriving man was one of the guards from the Merchant Guild's 2nd floor, a level 40 elite knight. The knight knelt on one knee before me, apologized, and confirmed that my membership request for aid was active. The other soldiers immediately lowered their weapons. The centurion's face changed completely. After arriving, the level 40 guild knight first verified my membership and then ordered the military to cease contact. Once the Centurion's subordinates saw the official emblem, they lowered their weapons. Institutional power had begun to work, but the matter was not over. If the other party merely apologized and left, he could still retaliate beyond the city. Some of the Centurion's soldiers were visibly hesitant. I asked the guild knight to distinguish the commander, the people who acted, and those merely present instead of automatically treating the entire unit as equally guilty. The membership card was more than a discount certificate. Within this city, activating its array caused the merchant guild to dispatch knights to protect a member's personal safety. Greg had not emphasized that benefit earlier. Less than 2 hours after receiving the card, I had been forced to use it in practice. The guild knight asked how I wanted the matter handled. I did not decide on personal anger alone. I first asked the local residents to say whether the soldiers had been forced to obey. Multiple merchants and residents identified them on the spot. The Centurion had long extorted people and coerced foreigners, and several subordinates had participated willingly. Someone mentioned a weapon store owner who had been ruined. His daughter died as a result, and his wife suffered a mental breakdown. The testimony came from several people, and their specific events corroborated one another. The Centurion had just attempted to take me away and conceal the membership card. Returning him to the camp would only let him keep using his power for revenge. I demanded that the merchant guild execute him under its agreement with the local nobles. The remaining soldiers would receive slave marks and serve on the magical beast front for 20 years. Before the execution, I confirmed again that this was not a killing ordered merely because someone had quarreled with me. Multiple statements and earlier records corroborated one another, while the Centurion himself could produce no lawful command. In the end, he was executed. The participating soldiers were marked and sent to the front for 20 years. Those who had not participated in the abduction received no collective punishment. The penalty was extraordinarily severe, but it preserved the original outcome of the incident. I did not watch the execution or allow the crowd to continue humiliating the body. The Merchant Guild Knight removed the Centurion from the street, while later arriving guards took custody of the others. The weapon store owner broke down sobbing in the crowd. I gave him several gold coins for immediate living expenses and had the Guild Knight register his testimony too, preventing another extortion attempt the moment the money entered his hands. After we left the scene, Xian Ruoqing formally thanked me. This was the second time I had helped her escape danger. I accepted no further gift. I only explained that the spirit envoy's unusual abilities would involve dangerous missions in the future. This rescue should not become a debt she could never repay. After hearing the outcome, the tailor shop owner recognized the weapons store couple as old friends. He gave me years of collected clothing styles, patterns, and technical notes, hoping they would help the beginner tailor in my territory. I accepted the material and promised to continue purchasing from him in the future. While resting, I recalculated the day's expenses from the beginning, separately categorizing passes, the guide, purchases, clothing, and additional services. Only after confirming that the remaining balance could cover magic crystals for the return trip and emergency lodging did I continue discussing the tree seeds. I would not leave the party unable to afford departure that night for the sake of long-term profit. After the disturbance grew so public, remaining nearby was unwise. I returned to the Merchant Guild's VIP room to wait for the 7 o'clock delivery. Xian Ruoqing used a spirit illusion to disguise herself as an ordinary middle-aged woman and continued her work, reducing the risk of being targeted again. This was not arbitrary punishment I could copy into my territory. The city had a merchant guild, a military camp, and a witness process. The death territory would need its own investigation and appeal methods in the future. A lord's single command could not replace evidence. Xian Ruoqing also wrote a separate account of the conflict with the military. The two records agreed on the key facts. Differences in detail remained instead of being forced into seemingly perfect testimony. While waiting, I drank 6 pots of the complimentary tea. Greg told me the tea was worth nearly 100 gold coins and said I had simultaneously set 2 records: fastest request for assistance after receiving a card, and most tea consumed in the VIP room. Greg's case resolution included testimony from the scene, merchant guild records, and a response from the military camp. The Centurion had not been performing official duty. He had used his office to abduct a woman and had committed similar acts many times before. To separate itself from responsibility, the military agreed to a disposition witnessed by the Merchant Guild. While waiting for the documents in the VIP room, I drank 6 consecutive pots of jade crystal tea. The first pot increased strength, agility, and magic by 1 point each. The next 5 provided no repeated increase and merely restored mental energy. The system notification confirmed the first pot each day rule. Tea worth nearly 100 gold coins did not mean 6 pots somehow generated 600 gold in profit, because Merchant Guild refreshments could not be resold. What truly interested me was cultivation. If bone powder could accelerate the 1,000-year growth cycle in my territory, a stable pot every day would become a long-term source of attributes. When Greg heard me ask the price, he moved the tea canister farther away. I stopped joking and asked him to provide the source of the tree seeds, limits on accelerated growth, resale restrictions, and membership obligations. A 2,000 gold price would inevitably conceal conditions more complicated than the product itself. An attendant collected the cups from all 6 pots in front of me, and I was not permitted to take the spent leaves. I did not try to steal seeds through a loophole in the hospitality rules. If I wanted a long-term trade route, I could not destroy my reputation with a petty trick immediately after my first large order. When Greg proposed negotiating over the tree seed, I first requested 15 minutes to rest. My emotions were still elevated after the conflict and execution. A contract worth 2,000 gold coins should not be signed in excitement or anger. Instead of reaching for a 7th pot, I asked the price of the tea tree seed. Greg immediately pulled the canister into his arms. He was apparently more willing to keep serving the tea for free than casually sell a seed worth 2,000 gold coins. Greg finally agreed to sell me a seed from the Jade Crystal Divine Tree, but not as an ordinary product. The seed was only the size of a thumb when delivered, yet its life force was extraordinarily intense. I used a Merchant Guild testing crystal to confirm it had not been switched and had Greg sign across the seal of the box. If a rare plant died after leaving the store, responsibility had to be traceable to either storage or cultivation. This tea tree took 1,000 years to produce leaves for the first time, then yielded another harvest every 1,000 years. It took 4 harvests to fill one of the Merchant Guild's canisters. The tea was not merely expensive. The first pot consumed each day permanently increased strength, agility, and magic by 1 point each. From the second pot onward, only the flavor remained, with no further attribute increase. I scheduled the first payment for after the territory's basic food cycle became stable. No matter how valuable a tribute-enhancing tea was, it could not take priority over resident rations and wall repairs. An ordinary person would need to consume an enormous quantity of bone powder to accelerate its growth. One portion cost about 1 silver coin on the market, while the system buyback price was only 2 copper. My dungeon currently focused on skeletons and could produce 110,000 portions of bone powder per day, so the cultivation requirement was not a problem for me. Greg's contract contained 2 restrictions. First, I could not sell jade crystal tea leaves, brewed tea, or tree seeds to outsiders. Second, I had to pay the full 2,000 gold price within 1 year and raise my cumulative spending with the Merchant Guild to 10,000 gold, qualifying for level 1 black gold member status. He would find a royal sponsor for me, and I would pay the corresponding fee separately. Before signing, I required Greg to define cannot sell in greater detail. The restriction covered tea leaves, brewed tea, seeds, grafting branches, and potions in which the tea was a primary ingredient. Daily consumption by residents did not count as resale, but using it on teammates during combat required a consumption record. When vague words entered a system contract, it was best to dismantle them at the table. The 2,000 gold did not have to be paid immediately, but had to be settled within 1 year. At the same time, I had to increase my cumulative spending to 10,000. If I bought only the seed and made no further purchases, Greg would not receive credit for developing a black gold member, and the contract would find me in breach. In return, he had to locate a royal sponsor, disclose the referral fee, and refrain from raising the price at the last moment. We made 3 copies of the contract, 1 for me, 1 for Greg, and 1 for the Merchant Guild's notarized archive. The system contract could enforce its terms. The paper copies would let residents and future accountants review the agreement without granting every handler access to my private interface. I pressed him on why he was willing to accept the risk. Greg explained that a vice president hoping to become president had to develop a black gold member under his own name. The higher a member's tier, the larger the Merchant Guild region that sponsor could manage. As I left the VIP room, Greg reminded me that becoming his priority client would attract the attention of other vice presidents. Cooperation brought access, but also new observers. I stored the seed and contract separately. The public purchase order described the item only as a special agricultural sample. The cumulative spending thresholds for black gold tiers were 10,000, 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, for million, 10 million, 20 million, and 50 million gold coins. Level 1 permitted the member to designate a location for a merchant guild branch. Levels 2 through 7 gradually granted treatment equivalent to a city lord, count, duke, grand duke, heir to a throne, and king of a small nation. Level 8 received the courtesies of a major nation's king, while Level 9 was treated like the ruler of a superpower. The highest Eternal Black Gold card required 100 million gold coins. Its ceremonial treatment was similar to Level 9, but it granted access to all intelligence held by the Merchant Guild and allowed the holder to call on guild resources within their authority. The true value was not courtesy, but the transnational information network. The Black Gold tiers appeared to be a hospitality system, but in essence, they classified customers by value and risk. Even the Level 1 threshold of 10,000 gold far exceeded the reach of an ordinary player, while the highest Eternal card required 100 million. In the short term, I planned only for Level 1. Knowing the privileges above, it was no reason to spend resources before their time. One link remained unexplained. I could not be the only gold member under Greg. Why had he chosen to invest in me? He removed his monocle and revealed an eye of truth, capable of seeing through disguises. My hidden plus 25 equipment had never disappeared from his view. From it, he inferred that I was an otherworldly lord with vast resources and a development speed far beyond ordinary players. The Eye of Truth could see my enhanced equipment, but not the complete rules of the Hundredfold Returns dungeon. His ability to infer only that I was a resource-focused lord confirmed that limitation. I neither corrected his conclusion nor led him on with a false promise. I said only that I truly would require large future purchases. At least his investment now had a verifiable basis. He was betting on my ability to spend, while I needed the Merchant Guild's channels and intelligence. Our interests aligned. I added the breach terms, time limits, and referral fee to the contract separately and signed only after confirming there were no hidden clauses. The seed of the Jade Crystal Divine tree officially became mine. Greg, in turn, changed from an ordinary merchant into a partner whose performance was tied to me. Greg accompanied me to the warehouse to verify the goods. The livestock, seeds, and contracted personnel had been loaded into the spatial sailboat outside the city, while I stored the bulky construction materials directly in my system inventory. We recounted every category against the list, avoiding the discovery of missing goods only after returning to the territory. When loading the spatial sailboat, I followed the sequence: living creatures first, heavy cargo centered, emergency supplies near the exit. The livestock compartments had ventilation and water. Specialists occupied the upper deck, while dangerous alchemical materials were sealed in an unmanned hold. If we were attacked, we could evacuate people first instead of searching the entire vessel for one bottle of medicine. At 8 in the evening, I met Xian Ruoqing at the city gate. Just as we prepared to leave, the weapons store owner I had helped arrived with his mentally unstable wife and asked to join my territory. I did not accept merely because he was grateful. I first asked about his abilities. He was proficient in weapon forging, appraisal of equipment and minerals, and the creation of equipment with special attributes. More importantly, he had traveled through the surrounding region and remembered the approximate locations of the Forest of Death, nearby cities, and mineral veins. After the couple requested admission, I questioned them separately and confirmed that the wife herself wished to leave instead of having her husband decide for her. She could not work steadily in her current condition, but the territory would still provide housing and treatment. Her husband's forging, appraisal, and map knowledge would be paid as formal work. The territory urgently needed both maps and a second high-level smith. I accepted the couple, arranged a guest room and care during the journey, and did not demand a slave contract in repayment. Their room was placed near the medical district and away from the noise of the forge. Recovery itself was part of the production plan. The husband offered to begin work the next day. I asked him only to draw the mineral veins and city routes he remembered. A map could be assembled slowly beside the bed, while entering a high-temperature forge required stable physical strength. New residents in a hurry to prove their value often concealed injuries. The person responsible had to stop them proactively. After the ship left the city, an iron wolf planted near the gate sent back a signal. A trained squad of mounted soldiers was following us, clearly no ordinary group of thugs. The gold member card guaranteed safety only within the city. Once outside, enemies could attack under concealed identities. When the trailing soldiers appeared, the Iron Wolf reported their number and mounted formation, but identified no insignia. I could not conclude that they were the Centurion's remaining allies, the military, or some other buyer. I could only treat them as armed pursuers. Accelerating the sailboat would burn a great deal of magic crystal. So I first sent low-level iron wolves to disturb the horses, then drove the engines to maximum output. I placed a large supply of magic crystals in the engine room, warned everyone aboard to hold on, and overloaded the array. The sailboat's speed increased several-fold at the cost of sharply higher crystal consumption. During the overload, the hull shook violently 3 times. I ordered everyone to sit low and hold fast while the cargo manager checked the securing ropes. If speed caused livestock to trample one another or people to fall, escaping pursuit would not make the transport a success. Dozens of level 1 iron wolves deployed in advance charged the pursuers simultaneously. They could not injure the soldiers, but they startled the mounts and shattered the formation. By the time the enemy identified the constructs, the sailboat had opened a considerable distance. Sentry wolves along the route continued reporting until I confirmed the pursuit had ended, and only then did I return to normal cruising speed. Along the way, we collected the 10 elite residents recruited by Xian Ruoqing and then returned to the base. The new residents stayed at the inn first. I explained their work, housing, and allocation rules clearly and promised them treatment equal to that of existing residents. Back in the territory, we did not dump everything into the outer city. Livestock entered quarantine, seeds went to dry storage, and people underwent registration and medical examinations. The unusual guards were settled separately. 2 people recounted each batch while I checked the merchant guild seals against the purchase list. That night's accounts showed every quantity correct. Only 2 water barrels had cracked during the acceleration. The loss was minor, but it proved that the interior of a spatial sailboat was not completely motionless. The next long journey would require more flexible restraints and backup containers. The 10 new elite residents completed their first night of observation in the inn and did not enter the inner city immediately. The next day, the relevant supervisors tested their skills before assigning posts. If a recruitment rating differed from practical ability, we could adjust the work. We would not reduce promised treatment merely because someone was less impressive than expected. The places of origin and affiliated powers of all newcomers remained private for the time being. The territory provided safety, but it would not turn every person's past into gossip. Xiaoshuang reported that Phyllis had awakened and was helping in the rear kitchen. The 2 level 30 guards given by Greg still refused to communicate and repeatedly attempted to harm themselves. To prevent further injury, we had no choice but to restrict their movement temporarily. I had Xiaoshuang bring them to the reception room with necessary restraints, but no humiliation, and asked the physician to wait outside. Once the cargo was settled, I needed to resolve the misunderstanding and confirm with Phyllis whether she knew them. Before expansion, I redesigned the city as a nested square structure. The original base became the inner city, with new commercial, residential, and production districts around it. The 100-fold returns dungeon and S-rank mine remained entirely within the inner city. Only residents who had accepted confidentiality orders and genuinely needed access for their work could enter. When trade opened in the future, outsiders would be restricted to the outer city. After arranging the guards, I negotiated with the 2 women. I first explained that if they did not wish to remain, I would order them not to reveal territory intelligence, then find a way to dissolve their contracts and release them. If they wished to work, they would receive the schedule, income, housing, and protection of ordinary residents. I still controlled the slave marks on their bodies. In front of them, I limited compulsory orders to only do not harm territory residents and do not reveal inner-city secrets, demanding no private obedience. Once the Merchant Guild provided a method of removal, we would decide whether to convert the relationship into ordinary employment. I gave them 3 options: stay temporarily under district restrictions, have me contact a trustworthy Merchant Guild to transport them elsewhere, or depart on their own once their injury stabilized. They chose to remain and work. The decision was recorded as voluntary and kept separate from the slave marks. The guard outside the door existed only to stop intruders, not to listen. The 2 women needed a space where they could quietly confirm what had happened to one another. The territory would not build trust through eavesdropping. Phyllis happened to enter the room. The restrained blue-haired woman heard her voice and immediately cried, "Lady Phyllis." I removed both women's restraints, and the 3 finally recognized one another. The blue-haired guard was Serena, while the orange-haired one was Stella. Both had once served as Phyllis's personal guards. Phyllis soon fell asleep from mana exhaustion and prolonged exertion, so Stella told me what they knew. When Serena and Stella recognized Phyllis, I first had the physician confirm that the 3 women's emotional state would not worsen their injuries. Phyllis had only just regained consciousness, and her memories were intermittent. She could recognize both guards, but could not immediately give a complete account of her escape. Once released, Serena's first reaction was to stand in front of Phyllis, while Stella first inspected the doors and windows. Both reactions were consistent with a long flight, but also meant they would not fully trust the territory in the short term. I kept the guards at a distance and did not interpret caution as hostility. Phyllis remained awake for only a short time. I asked only whether she accepted the two guards staying with her and did not question her about the divine artifact. She nodded, then fell asleep again. The physician confirmed that it was normal recovery after mana exhaustion rather than a new loss of consciousness. According to her testimony, Phyllis was the former duke's only daughter. The king executed the former duke for treason without granting him a public defense. Beforehand, the duke had ordered the two guards to evacuate his daughter through a secret passage. After Urchil became duke, he continued the pursuit. They were tricked and surrounded. Phyllis was sent to a count's estate, while the two guards were sold to the merchant guild. Stella's account included the former duke's accusation of treason, their evacuation through the secret passage, Urchil's succession, and the ensuing pursuit. Serena could independently confirm the secret passage and ambush, but had not personally witnessed the king's order. I separated the overlapping sections from the single-source claims instead of treating the entire story as confirmed history. Phyllis's bounty was 10,000 gold, yet her own level was low. Her pursuers might value her bloodline, information she knew, or an item. She could not confirm the reason now, and I did not force her. When someone lacked a sense of safety, fear and survival instinct could distort testimony. This remained an account from one side and required other evidence. Serena added only that she had once heard the former duke mention a one-of-a-kind divine artifact and a divine communion array. Even they knew nothing specific. Those two phrases reminded me of the array that covered heaven and earth when I died, as well as the hundredfold returns dungeon that had remade the world after choosing me. There was currently no evidence that the connection was real, so I revealed nothing about my artifact. The words one-of-a-kind divine artifact and divine communion array touched the memories of my death. That did not make me reveal the hundredfold returns dungeon. The three had only just reunited and their identities were unverified. Disclosing the artifact would place both sides in danger. I asked what they planned to do next. Stella did not ask me to join a campaign of revenge. She only hoped I would shelter the three temporarily. She and Serena would contribute their combat power and experience to developing the territory. Their old forms of address, insignia, and family routes were recorded separately for future cross-checking against city archives through Greg. Protecting them did not conflict with verifying them. Serena and Stella took turns guarding the bed, while I sealed the slave mark permissions inside a separate interface to prevent accidental activation during ordinary work. The power to issue compulsory commands did not mean it should remain ready beneath my fingertips. Whether they deserved long-term trust still required observation. But the reunion at least resolved the risk of self-harm created by the Merchant Guild contracts and provided the first direct testimony about the warrant for Phyllis. Stella was a level 30 mage capable of Tier 3 magic. A magic tower ceiling was determined by the highest level mage in the territory, and she was willing to help inscribe and seal the spells. Serena was a level 30 warrior who could train adventurers alongside the three disabled veterans. I agreed to let them stay temporarily in the outer city. The three would have no access to the artifact in the inner city, while the territory would not disclose their identities. If they worked, they would receive protection and resources under the same standards as residents. More than 70 residents were divided among city defense, production, transport, medical care, and reserves. The three veterans would not charge into battle. Instead, they trained 15 ordinary residents to use shields and evacuation ropes. The most important thing in a monster tide was not for everyone to kill monsters, but for someone to move the wounded and supplies away from a breach. The riverside of the outer city was planned as a commercial and residential district. The other side was divided into crop fields, medicinal plots, orchards, and pasture. Each district received storage and farm buildings. Orchards adjoined pasture so fallen fruit and insects could feed poultry, while fences separated the crop and medicinal fields. Specialized frogs ate pests, and an improved irrigation spell mixed bone powder into the water at a controlled ratio. Farmers needed only to inspect, harvest, and replant. The outer city used a grid road system. The main roads were wide enough for 2 mine carts to pass, and routes between warehouses and production districts did not cross the residential area. We dug drainage channels before installing irrigation. Orchard and pasture adjoined one another, but had double fences to prevent livestock from eating every fruit tree sapling. The jade crystal divine tree was planted at the center of the medicinal fields under 3 defensive arrays. A training yard, guild building, and library were also built in the outer city first and could later be adjusted according to real traffic. After planting the divine tree, the first bone powder application used only 1/10 of the theoretical amount. We increased it day by day only after the leaves showed no yellowing or burn. The 3 arrays separately protected against fire, theft, and high concentrations of mana. An alarm from any layer required 2 people to investigate together. With the infrastructure complete, the territory reached level 3. The rewards were 100 portions of precious or 1 B-rank Beastkin Girl or 1 random dungeon. Rare ore and pets were not our current gaps, so I chose the dungeon and received an undead pyramid. Before fusing the undead pyramid, I exported the existing monsters and drops from the 100-fold returns dungeon. The fusion would add a 6th fixed undead slot, but reduce that slot's recovery rate to 1/10 of normal. Without a prior record, the resulting production change might be mistaken for a failure of the 100-fold talent. Normally, each lord could place only 1 dungeon. The 100-fold returns dungeon interface, however, displayed a fusion option. After the undead dungeon fused into it, the first floor expanded from 5 replaceable ordinary monster slots to 6. The new slot was fixed to undead monsters and regenerated at 1/10 the speed of a normal slot, while supplying upgrade experience to the main dungeon. Fusing 2 more level 1 dungeons would raise it to level 2. The first creature generated by the new slot was a skeleton warrior. I separately tested a kill made by me, by a pet, and with resident assistance, confirming that the system still determined ownership. Undead materials could enter the alchemy chain, but the slow regeneration meant we could not treat the slot as an infinite source of bone powder. I killed 1 level 7 undead soldier, and the 100-fold return triggered normally. Alongside equipment, it dropped an ethereal soul crystal and ghost grass, each with only a 5% drop rate. The former was used in concealment equipment, while the latter was an ingredient for invisibility potions. Because undead monsters were scarce, their market prices were often inflated. After confirming the fusion rules, I assigned routine clearing to the adventurers and finally rested. Over the following weeks, Phyllis assisted with city planning and administration, Stella completed the level 3 magic towers, and Serena trained the troops with the 3 veterans. Xian Ruoqing also used different disguises to register the top 10 positions in the rankings, provisionally named number 01 through number 10. Once the level 3 territory increased the population cap, water supply became the new bottleneck. Instead of relying only on stored jars, I had the carpenters build elevated tanks and used iron wolves to pull water carts on a schedule, distributing water to the residences and pasture. Water routes remained separated from sewage channels so that expansion would not send contamination directly into living areas. Near the end of the month, for tavern recruitment cycles plus the 20 people transferred by Xian Ruoqing brought the population above 70. I reached level 27, but the territory still had not reached level 4. As the countdown entered its final day, I halted non-essential construction and moved every tool, medicine, and reserve arrow to assigned wall sections. We had not gathered enough material for level 4, so no last-minute click could solve the problem. We had to face death difficulty with the existing level 3 territory. The final roll call before the tide also confirmed the locations of the elderly, injured, and children. When the alarm sounded, they would enter the inner city directly instead of searching the roads for family members. Every production district received a minimal shutdown procedure: extinguish furnaces, shut off water, lock storage. When the monster tide alarm sounded, everyone would perform those 3 steps before retreating, preventing unattended fire and canals from destroying the territory from within. The countdown to the death difficulty territory's first monster tide had begun. On the night before the tide, I confirmed our respective defenses with Xian Ruoqing. Her level 2 territory could handle hell difficulty without much trouble. I did not impose the scale of my death difficulty tide on her situation. At 8 the next morning, a spatial rift opened in the northern sky. The first wave contained nearly 100,000 magical beasts, mostly around level 20 with a smaller number of level 30 targets mixed in. A first wave on hell difficulty usually contained only 2 or 3,000. This was my first time seeing the scale of death difficulty, and I had to reevaluate whether our reserves were sufficient. The system notice listed 100,000 level 20 monsters in the first wave, plus a small number at level 30. Someone on the wall cried out when the number appeared. I had the messengers repeat the orders written long ago. Ignore the total and defend only the assigned sector. No tower would open fire before the monsters entered the overlapping fields of fire. More than 70 residents entered their assigned positions. The north wall faced the rift and held nearly 20 defenders. Each of the other 3 walls had 15 under the command of one of the veterans. Personnel above level 10 wore custom enhanced sets. Lower-level residents supported them from the magic towers with gold crossbows. There were 20 people on the north wall and 15 each on the east, west, and south for 65 direct defenders. The remaining residents handled medical care, transport, and firefighting. The 10 catapults were not divided evenly. They were placed on the 2 sides with the most open terrain, and their oil bombs targeted only dense groups. New defenders raised bows too early when they saw the herd. The veterans immediately suppressed the firing order. 100,000 targets were not terrifying. Uncontrolled ammunition use was what would cause the later 2 waves to break through. 2 Iron Wolf carts handled transport along the inner ring road and did not pass through the medical district. Even at the most chaotic moment, supply and casualty routes had to remain separate. The forest before the north wall had long been cleared and paved with marble. 10 catapults first launched wooden barrels filled with oil. It spread across the smooth ground, causing the front ranks to fall one after another while the rear continued advancing. The beasts quickly piled up about 50 meters from the wall. I ignited the oil with a flaming arrow. A sea of fire split the forward and rear formations, and every level 3 magic tower activated immediately. Wind blades, fire rain, lightning, and ice spears covered the targets approaching the wall. The first volley alone eliminated nearly 20,000 magical beasts. After the first arrow tower volley, a nervous beginner at the southeast corner rotated his aim repeatedly and nearly swept fire into an allied sector. A veteran took over immediately. I did not wait until after the battle to correct him. The field of fire lines painted in advance proved their value for the first time. The remaining herd felt no fear and continued trampling across the flames toward the wall. After reaching level 20, Xiaoshuang could transform into a frost dragon about 5 meters tall. She cleared the creatures that broke through along the base of the wall, while I released 1,000 level 27 gold wolf constructs. Monster bodies piled against the wall, allowing those behind to climb higher and strike elevated sections. I ordered the catapults to fire oil at the base of the wall instead of pursuing distant kills. The flames slowed the climb but also filled the area with smoke, throwing the rhythm of the defense briefly into disorder. Every gold wolf had fused with one B rank or C rank item and inherited the corresponding attack or defense effect. When they landed from the air, they first suppressed targets with almost no HP, then cleared the field in squads. Damaged constructs could be recovered and repaired, so I did not let them leave the arrow tower's coverage. In dragon form, Xiaoshuang handled level 30 targets and did not chase ordinary monsters. After every breath attack, she landed behind a tower to recover, preventing her mana from reaching 0. The constructs fought only at short range outside the wall and were recalled for repairs when durability fell to 30%, preventing recoverable units from becoming permanent losses. The first wave was finally destroyed. No residents died, while several dozen gold wolves were lost. But our oil, magic crystals, arrows, and construct durability had all fallen sharply, and the next wave would not grant us complete repair time. At the end of the first wave, cracks covered several places along the exterior wall. One silver tower on the east wall had overheated, and oil consumption exceeded the plan by 10%. The absence of resident deaths proved the defenses worked. It did not mean the same tactics would succeed unchanged in the second wave. There was only a brief interval after the first wave. Repair teams marked buildings red, yellow, or green. Red structural damage was reinforced immediately. Yellow waited until after the next round. Green was recorded only. Trying to repair every crack would waste materials and labor on non-critical areas. The heat and smell from the corpse piles began attracting beasts outside the system tide. I kept one silver tower facing outward on guard. We could not commit every weapon to the front simply because the system tide had paused. The first wave also exposed communication delays. Explosions drowned out shouted orders along the walls, so I switched to 4 colored flags. Red for concentrated fire, yellow for ceasefire and repairs, blue for medical assistance, and white for withdrawal. There were no complex calls, and the signals remained visible through smoke. During the brief interval, the person who made the operating mistake was not publicly humiliated. He rehearsed the movement again beside an empty tower. Fear had already imposed a price. Correction needed to steady his next action, not make him more afraid to admit a mistake. I recorded oil consumption by wall section and discovered that the east wall had used 20% more than planned. Before the second wave, I immediately transferred part of the north wall's reserve there and prepared non-incendiary stone ammunition as a substitute. The second wave poured from the rift immediately after the first ended. Its numbers fell to around 10,000, but the main force rose to level 30 and included a small number of level 40 magical beasts. The second wave contained roughly 10,000 level 30 monsters with level 40 individuals mixed in. There were fewer of them, but each had enough power to crack the wall's masonry. The silver towers had to concentrate on the level 40 targets. Ordinary monsters would be restrained with burning oil, catapults, and gold wolves. We continued dividing the formation with oil and fire. The magic towers focused on level 40 targets, while the crossbowmen on the walls joined in under the veterans' orders. Stella and Serena asked to fight, but I had them preserve mana and stamina for the third wave that had yet to appear. When a high-level horned beast reached the east wall, the Gold Wolf unit failed its first interception, and more than a dozen constructs were scattered. I sent the reserve team to brace the interior with timber supports, preventing the crack from widening into a breach. The people repairing the wall stood directly behind every impact. Their psychological pressure was no less than that of those fighting above. By the time the second wave was cleared, only around half the gold wolves remained, while wall materials and magic crystals continued falling. Xian sent a message saying her battle had ended safely. I replied only, "The final wave is here," then closed the interface. Before the rift shrank, it expelled nearly 1,000 magical beasts, all level 50. Level 3 defenses could only delay them, and the remaining gold wolves could not wear them down head-on. After the second wave, roughly half the gold wolves remained, while arrows and magic crystals approached warning levels. Ordinary damage was already inadequate when the third wave of approximately 1,000 level 50 monsters appeared. I activated the 200,000 E-rank and D-rank self-destruct weapons manufactured in advance, detonating them by sector in separate batches. I initiated the final plan. All 200,000 low-level E-rank and D-rank weapons had been carved with self-destruct runes. Each explosion dealt true damage equal to the weapon's attack in a small area, without distinguishing friend from foe. A single player's inventory could carry no more than 100 self-destruct weapons, but this stock had always been piled physically inside the city. Residents and catapults could keep throwing them. Xiaoshuang's frost breath and a large number of frost potions slowed the herd first. Catapults launched entire crates of weapons into dense groups, and residents threw additional loads from the walls. Every explosion also damaged the wall. The system had to consume materials for repairs while enduring the next impact at the same time. The self-destruct weapons could not all be released at once. Excessive overlap between blast radii would waste damage and might shake the wall apart. I had Iron Wolves drag piles of weapons onto preset lines. The first batch broke the charge, the second finished wounded targets, and the final batch was reserved for anything that slipped through. Level 50 magical beasts fell one after another, while the 200,000 self-destruct weapons dwindled to only several crates. When the final target reached 0 HP, the wall's durability remained above the safe line, and every resident was alive. But continuous throwing and high-pressure command had left everyone nearly unable to stand. After the third wave explosions, dozens of high-level targets outside the wall could not be confirmed dead. I did not open the gate immediately to collect the bodies. Iron Wolves touched each one while observers watched from the tower tops. Two beasts pretending to be dead suddenly counterattacked and destroyed the constructs without injuring any adventurers. This defense exhausted most of our magic crystals, low-level weapons, gold, and basic construction materials. The system then issued the death difficulty rewards. S-rank growth weapon Radiant Holy Sword. Initial level 1, attack 200. Skill Heavenly Radiance. Consumes an enormous amount of the user's mana to deal high-intensity area damage of the light attribute. At the most critical moment, the Radiant Holy Sword triggered the reward effect and unlocked Heavenly Radiance. I did not test it immediately on a wall packed with residents. I locked the skill's direction on the empty air outside the city to prevent an unknown area of effect from striking our side. The bodies and materials of high-level magical beasts covered the ground beyond the walls. The battle's noise had temporarily frightened away nearby wild monsters. Adventurers left the city during that safe window to collect the spoils, while repaired gold wolves handled transport. When the loot entered storage, materials taken from corpses were separated from system drops. The former could decay and received processing priority, while the latter could remain in storage for long periods. If the warehouse sorted only by quality, the most valuable hides and meat would be the first things to spoil 3 days later. From 8 in the morning until 8 at night, the defense and cleanup lasted 12 hours. When the residents returned to the inn, there was no celebration. The base soon became quiet. The victory was real, and so were the nearly empty reserves. After 12 hours of combat, the medical team checked more than HP. Some people had ringing ears, shaking hands, and extreme fatigue. 3 required observation after prolonged smoke inhalation. Statistics for a successful defense had to include injuries the system did not display. I also ordered all non-essential dungeon clearing halted for the day. The defenders needed rest, while the workshops had to repair towers and constructs. Chasing additional drops would only exhaust the last alert workers. The casualty and loss report was not published until the following day. 0 resident deaths, but major losses to constructs, ammunition, and building durability. Reporting only an overwhelming victory with no casualties would conceal the fact that we no longer possessed an equal stockpile for the next attack. On the morning of the 31st day, activity in the World Channel had fallen noticeably. The number of speakers from Warzone 68 had dropped by roughly 1/3. That proved only that many players had gone offline or lost contact. The actual number of deaths still could not be calculated accurately from the channel alone. Nearby, Xian Ruoqing, her 3 roommates, and Dong Haiwang all confirmed they had survived. Before the tide, 3 nearby lords had asked for resource assistance. Without knowing the scale or consumption of my own 3 waves, I had not promised free outside aid. The result proved that the Death Territory had nearly exhausted its reserves. Whether Xian Ruoqing assisted anyone else was her choice. Experience from the tide raised me to level 30, and I equipped the fully enhanced Tier 3 gear prepared long ago. By devouring and used low-level weapons, the Radiant Holy Sword also reached level 30. A growth weapon could not exceed its owner's level. I returned the Holy Sword to a separate case and prohibited residents from triggering it unknowingly. Growth equipment improved with levels. Its value did not need to be proven through daily display. The Tier 3 light armor could conceal my face, body shape, and panel in dark mist. I activated multiple concealment effects and entered the depths of the ice field to test heavenly radiance on the Savage Bull King. Xiao Shuang was also level 30. I prepared speed and attribute boosting potions for her and set a clear withdrawal condition. The moment the skill was released, she would carry me away without a second exchange. Before the first test, I marked 3 retreat routes on the map and made Xiao Shuang repeat their order. Whether the skill caused casting lock, whether it could be interrupted, and how broad the Holy Light's range were all unknown. The test target was the 100,000 HP Savage Bull King. Every omission would become an opening for pursuit. I also prepared an ordinary mana potion but did not drink it in advance while my mana was full. Ordinary potions restored instantly and had to be used after the skill. Only recovery over time potions suited preemptive use. Mixing their mechanics would waste a cooldown at the critical moment. The stacked concealment prevented the Savage Bull King from detecting us immediately. I raised the Radiant Holy Sword and activated the skill. 80 to 90% of the mana in my body drained away rapidly and transformed into pure white holy light. The radiance dispersed the dark mist around me and brought with it an intense sense of majesty and an urge to conquer. I realized that the skill influenced the user's emotions and forced my judgment to remain steady before swinging the sword. A stream of light swept along the blade's direction, struck the Savage Bull King, and dealt exactly 30,000 damage. As the holy sword extracted my mana, my arm burned, and my emotions intensified. For a moment, I felt that advancing would allow me to conquer everything. That was not tactical judgment, but the mental influence of light aspect power. I bit my tongue and followed the plan, swinging only once. The original Savage Bull King had 100,000 HP. One strike removed only 30%. It roared and pursued immediately, while my mana was nearly exhausted. I was in no condition to add another attack. Xiao Shuang followed the plan, transformed into a small frost dragon, and carried me beyond the activity boundary. After the 30,000 damage settlement, the holy light dispelled the dark mist and every other concealment effect. The Savage Bull King locked onto me instantly. Thunderfire sealed the side route, and the thrown axe forced Xiao Shuang to alter her altitude. Retreat was not a matter of turning and flying straight. We used 2 iron wolves placed in advance to make it misjudge our landing point. After reaching the safe line, I needed almost half an hour to recover stable spellcasting. Heavenly Radiance's practical costs included 80 to 90% of my mana, brief emotional influence, the dispelling of my own dark aspect effects, and a conspicuous disturbance visible from far away. The test result was extremely powerful. 30,000 area damage was enough to kill most current icefield targets other than the Savage Bull King. But the consumption, emotional interference, and removal of my own dark concealment were equally clear. It was a decisive finisher, not an ordinary move that could be used repeatedly. I wrote those points on the skill card and labeled 30,000 as a single result against the Savage Bull King with my current attributes, not a permanent fixed value. Level, equipment, target resistance, and later barriers could all change it. The test also changed our team roles. Xiaoshuang would no longer enter the frontal area before I cast, and dark aspect reconnaissance constructs would withdraw in advance to prevent friendly holy light from stripping their disguises. A powerful skill without coordination rules could damage one's own plan in proportion to its strength. Xiaoshuang mapped the Savage Bull King's turning radius from the pursuit. After adding 30,000 damage to the model, at least 70,000 HP of follow-up damage remained necessary. The answer was not waiting 12 hours for another cast, but about capable of sustained true damage and expendable containment units. That turned the Thunder Prison's Divine Might trial from an optional upgrade into a prerequisite for the strategy. Without the Heavenly Thunder Demon-Slaying Bow, the second form's high defense would consume every ordinary construct. The Holy Light traces from the test could not be erased completely. I had Iron Wolves extend ordinary battle marks in several directions, at least preventing later arrivals from inferring my exit from a single route. After leaving the battlefield, I tried to reactivate the Dark Mist. Residual power from Heavenly Radiance still suppressed the Dark Aspect set, and the skill would not activate. I changed into High Defense Ice Blue Knight armor, placed Xiaoshuang on guard, and recovered mana where I stood. I tested the residue in 3 ways: equipping a different Dark Aspect cloak, casting concealment again, and entering an ordinary shadow. The first 2 remained suppressed in the short term, while the third was unaffected. That meant the Holy Light dispelled magical effects without invalidating natural cover. Over the following days, I used Heavenly Radiance against level 40 hidden bosses I had not dared provoke before. After every cast, I changed routes, equipment, and resting location. The ice field's unique rewards entered my inventory rapidly, while the outside risk rose at the same pace. Whenever I cleared a hidden boss afterward, I kept one disguise independent of dark aspect effects and changed routes after casting. The light burst and sound produced by such damage could not be completely hidden. All I could do was prevent observers from linking several battle sites reliably to one person. The risk classifications were then revised. Ordinary departures from the city were yellow, opening hidden rooms was orange, and carrying the Radiant Holy Sword or entering an exclusive trial was red. A red operation required a false route, entrance guards, and a lost contact plan. I could not see what Blood Prison's leadership discussed behind closed doors, nor could I determine through guesswork who had named me. I could judge the situation only from public bounties, personnel changes inside the camp, and the increasingly dense traces of surveillance across the ice field. I copied my observation records to Xian Ruoqing, providing only traits and countermeasures, not the Death Territory's coordinates. She would warn Moonlit Goddess members away from suspicious recruitment efforts without proactively arresting observers. The enemy had not attacked openly, and our guild could not become another organization that expelled people based on guesses. First, of the 21 hidden rooms discovered by Blood Prison, only the 2 outermost still retained first discovery rewards. That statistic later appeared in public bounties and the investigative section of the Extreme Cold Weekly. Second, people in the camp had begun recording high-level players and those with hidden panels. Several high points deep in the ice field also showed signs of trampling, food wrappers, and temporary shelters for long-range observation. A new investigation by the Extreme Cold Weekly reported that only 2 outer rooms among the 21 discovered hidden rooms retained their first rewards. The number might have come from multiple submissions and was not necessarily exact, but it aligned with the fact that I had emptied most of the locations. It would turn the searchers' attention away from the rooms and toward players. Strangers specializing in recording high-level players appeared in the camp. I wore ordinary level 20 equipment and slowed my pace, yet I still saw similar observers at 2 exits. They were screening more than public levels. They compared routes and the length of each stop. I sent Iron Wolves to search the high ground deep in the ice field and found flattened snow, food wrappers, and simple windbreaks. There was no guild emblem, so I could not attribute them directly to Blood Prison. But the surveillance method had changed from guarding doors to a regional network. The risk had unquestionably escalated. 3 days of records showed people using single-use communication paper to send lists deeper into the ice field. Once destroyed, the paper left no way to trace its destination. I recorded only the handoff times and the recipient's shoe prints. The information chain remained incomplete. One blood-red cuff did not prove that everyone involved belonged to Blood Prison. I changed my departure time and route 3 times in succession and found similar traces of observation at different locations every time. That indicated someone had stopped waiting beside emptied chambers and was instead screening players capable of entering the ice field's interior. From that moment, I abandoned fixed return times. Every operation would pass through at least one worthless location, while one iron wolf moved in the opposite direction to create a trail. Entrances to exclusive trials would open only inside the inner layer of an already cleared hidden room, ensuring no one outside could see the void gate. To test whether observers targeted me specifically, I sent a construct in a similar cloak out through the east gate while leaving through the west disguised as an ordinary craftsman. 2 followers soon appeared to the east, while someone also recorded passersby at the west. That meant the enemy had built a screening net rather than identified one target. I had no evidence whether they had already locked onto me or who had provided my name. Luo Wanqing might hate me after being struck on the platform, but that did not prove she had joined Blood Prison. I added the worst case to my plans. Detect tails whenever leaving camp. Open exclusive instance entrances only inside a 2-layer concealed location and continue isolating my guild and territory identities. I did not capture people in return for interrogation. Acting inside the safe zone would expose my abilities, and a low-level observer might have no access to core intelligence. It was more valuable to keep studying their rotations, handoffs, and recording methods. The unknown enemy had shifted from waiting for prey to active searching. I could not see their meetings, but the footprints on the ground and changing surveillance methods told me that the encirclement was tightening. Over 1 month, I continued clearing the internal secret chambers. The resources in my inventory were already sufficient to support a major guild. As planned, Xian Ruoqing formed the provisional organization, Moonlit Goddess. It did not recruit publicly and invited only people who had passed long-term observation. Moonlit Goddess's more than 300 members were not all gathered in one place. Xian Ruoqing divided them into reconnaissance, production, combat, and logistics. In daily work, each person knew only their group's tasks. 24 priority talents also entered an observation period instead of gaining immediate access to the core warehouse. Formal membership had surpassed 300. New members received a C-rank equipment set, base salary, and a mission contribution system. Contributions could be exchanged for supplies or membership rank. The 24 people who had become famous in different fields during my previous life received priority invitations and were assigned to appropriate divisions after observation, but old reputations did not exempt them from present screening. The C-rank sets I supplied were numbered loans and had to be returned upon departure from the guild. Base salaries allowed ordinary members to live, while additional resources were exchanged through contributions. That prevented the organization from depending entirely on personal bonds without allowing high-powered members to take unlimited stock through connections. Even though Xian Ruoqing personally contacted candidates under different disguises, she could not guarantee the absolute loyalty of 300 people. I required layered evidence and permissions so no newcomer could access every resource at once. Then I promised to activate the official slots we had purchased within several days and lease a guild headquarters in Campbell. The guild had not yet registered formally, so every rule had to migrate once system permissions opened. Xian Ruoqing and I simulated a warehouse with a shared ledger, requiring 2-person confirmation for every deposit and withdrawal. 3 days of trial operation already revealed 2 problems: duplicate claims and unclear mission descriptions, allowing us to correct them early. My own level rose by only a few levels, but my alchemical constructs and special items grew rapidly. Tier 3 combat constructs had complex material requirements, and some components came only from interior secret chambers. With preparations broadly complete, I decided to open the Seed of Lightning's exclusive level 30 trial, Thunder Prison's Divine Might, and upgrade it into the Heavenly Thunder Demon-Slaying Bow. Only the weapons holder could enter the exclusive trial, but completion would teleport that person directly back to the entrance. If someone lay in ambush, the most dangerous moment would be immediately after combat, when my state was damaged. I placed the entrance inside an already cleared hidden room in the ice field's interior, creating 2 layers of separation, region and chamber. While preparing Thunder Prison's Divine Might, I did not open the entrance in the territory. The exclusive instance would forcibly return me to its origin upon completion. If an enemy followed me there, winning the trial would expose my most important secret. The Icefield Chamber's double isolation was safer. After leaving the camp, I changed direction 3 times in succession, yet the party behind me did not disappear. I dropped several metal spheres on broad sandy ground. then stopped and called for the followers to show themselves. The pursuing party changed direction after me 3 times and could no longer be explained as traveling the same way. I first crossed open sand and confirmed there were no ordinary players nearby, then secretly dropped the metal spheres. There were no buildings or civilians here, reducing the consequences if the demon armor lost control or the enemy used area attacks. During the final 10 seconds, I confirmed once more that no unrelated gatherers had entered the sand. Choosing a battlefield also meant taking responsibility for anyone who might wander in. I could not drag ordinary players into the demon armor's attack range merely because it made an ambush easier. More than 20 players emerged from the woods, generally around level 25. The muscular leader was level 30 and wore a ring numbered 16, marking him as a senior blood prison member. When 16 appeared, I first confirmed his senior status from the number, then prolonged the conversation while observing the woods and their preparations for smoke. His 20-plus people were no temporary bandits. Their positions, professions, and retreat routes had all been trained. I asked what they wanted. He said directly that it was a robbery. During the continued conversation, he added that someone specifically said you were suspicious, but did not name the source. I could not confirm whether it was Luo Wanqing. I first had to deal with this trained elite party in front of me. The blood prison team did not attack immediately after leaving the woods. They spread out to control 3 angles while the smoke mage hid in the rear, showing that the conversation existed only to buy deployment time. I used the same interval to confirm the demon armor's positions and did not expect persuasion to make them leave. When 16 mentioned that someone named me, I deliberately asked who. He only smiled. The statement might be real intelligence or a probe meant to make me reveal an enemy. I did not say Luo Wanqing's name and allowed him to continue believing he held the initiative. His people completed their final 2 positions during the conversation, while my 7 concealed suits of demon armor also arrived. Both sides were using the exchange. The difference was that he assumed the smoke would control vision, while I had already buried vision-independent constructs around the perimeter. Before the fight, I sent Xian Ruoqing a delayed message. If I did not cancel it within 2 hours, she would announce only that I had lost contact and would not disclose the location. Even if my communications were seized, the message would not draw rescuers directly into the ambush zone. I drew a tier 3 demon sword instead of the radiant holy sword. Other players might still be nearby. The S-rank growth weapon and heavenly radiance had to remain hidden. 16 did not order more than 20 people to swarm me. He formed ranks first. 3 mages fused wind and fire into a flame storm, while vines on the ground wrapped around my ankles, causing control and attack to arrive almost simultaneously. Before the flame storm formed, I saw the wind direction change suddenly, followed by the addition of fire aspect mana. 2 mages had to maintain synchronization. Knocking down either one would destabilize the combined spell, but they stood behind melee protection and could not be approached directly. After activating the first demon armor, I still reserved 2 healing potions and 1 war god-type burst item. Against more than 20 opponents, the greatest danger was often not the opening combination spell, but the life-saving or mutually destructive measure a leader used after realizing the plan had failed. I crushed a magic sealing crystal. Green dust withered the vines and would absorb 2,000 points of magic damage for 1 minute. The combined storm did not exceed that threshold and dissolved into motes of mana when it touched the dust. This was the crystal's first use in real combat, and the result matched my alchemical records. The crystal's 2,000-point absorption lasted only 1 minute. I did not interpret it as magic invulnerability. I used the interval to deal with the vines and front line. Gravity magic altered physical state. The crystal could reduce its accompanying damage, but the burden on my body remained. The other side immediately switched to a second plan. Black smoke blocked vision, berserk spells empowered 10 melee fighters, and gravity magic directly increased the burden on my body without being completely removed by damage reduction. I drove the demon's sword into the ground and recited the incantation unlocked at plus 25 enhancement. A wave of lightning spread across the ground in every direction, paralyzing every warrior within range. The attack itself was not lethal, but it temporarily severed the melee charge. The rear-line mages stood farther away and were not covered. When the paralysis ended, the enemy melee fighters recovered at different speeds. I marked the 2 with the highest resistance first and ordered the demon armor not to divide its attacks equally. An even distribution might look fair, but in battle it left the most dangerous enemies alive. Inside the smoke, a spear silently pierced my chest, or more precisely, the double created by the phantom mirror. The item could be used only once per day. The double triggered the spear's effect in my place. System appraisal showed it to be an A-rank weapon carrying a low chance of instant death. After the demon's sword released the lightning wave, 10 melee fighters were briefly paralyzed. 2 recovered quickly through resistance. The smoke caster could sense living creatures, but my phantom mirror made him treat the double as my real body and take the instant death spear in my place. No probability, however low, was something I would test repeatedly with my life. I activated concealment, moved to the side of the smoke, and stopped treating the battle as an experiment for equipment. After seeing the A-rank instant death weapon, I ended the public tests. My daily illusion had been consumed. Remaining at the center of everyone's vision would be gambling. I activated concealment, moved low toward the edge of the smoke, and ordered the metal spheres placed in advance to activate in 2 batches. 3 metal spheres landed, melted into liquid, and reshaped themselves into 3 crimson suits of humanoid armor. Bloodthirsty Demon Armor, level 35. Skill Bloodthirst. Absorbs blood to restore HP and increases base attributes for 1 hour. The 3 visible suits created panic, while 7 more did not reveal themselves simultaneously. 2 circled behind the mages, for blocked the woods in the left and right withdrawal routes, and 1 remained near me. 16 did not know the total number, and therefore could not identify the true opening. The Alchemical Pioneer achievement doubled my construct's base attributes. By sacrificing equipment, the 3 suits had also risen to A rank, giving them power close to players of the same level. They were not invincible. Bloodthirst required sustained contact with the target, while mages and instant death weapons remained threats. My order to the demon armor was not kill at will, but a threat ranking. Holder of the instant death weapon, smoke mage, ranged casters, berserk melee fighters. Even with improved intelligence, constructs still required explicit rules. Otherwise, they would simply attack the nearest target and leave the most dangerous enemy until last. The smoke prevented me from seeing beyond the woods and might also conceal new reinforcements. Perimeter armor reported its position every 10 seconds. Detecting no target did not mean safety, only that it had not yet detected movement or life signals. I compressed every command into a number so I would not shout targets and abilities aloud. Demon armor 1 through 3 took the front, 4 through 6 the rear line, and 7 through 10 the blockade. If self-destruct mana appeared, all would disperse immediately. Alchemical constructs did not panic, but their commander could still misspeak once in a chaotic battle. I assigned melee targets to the 3 armor suits and locked onto the rear line mages and 16 myself. Only now did the fight enter the phase that would decide the result. Clear the enemies on the perimeter. Keep 16 and the man wearing the black pot alive for now. 3 suits of bloodthirsty demon armor disappeared silently into the smoke. They were the bait I had placed in plain sight. The other 7 A-rank suits had already spread through the woods, rear line, and withdrawal routes when I confirmed the pursuit. The enemy believed they had surrounded me. In reality, the moment they stepped onto the sand, they entered the encirclement of 10 suits of demon armor. The smoke soon receded around me, indicating that its caster could sense living creatures inside the fog, but could not distinguish constructs. The hammer warrior who charged first had just crossed the smoke wall when a scream sounded from within. 1 melee fighter after another behind him fell silent. Only the interlocking of armor, escaping mana, and weapons hitting the ground remained. The enemy finally removed the smoke. 3 crimson armored figures appeared. 2 warriors had just managed to break one apart, leaving armor pieces scattered across the ground. As they began to celebrate, the parts suddenly rose into the air and fastened around one man's limbs and torso, one piece at a time. When the final faceplate closed, he was trapped inside the armor. This was the bloodthirsty demon armor's special attack against humanoid creatures. Ordinary magical beasts could be damaged only by its blades and self-destruction. But once a humanoid target entered close range, the entire suit could forcibly wrap around the body. It absorbed the life and mana escaping from the target, then repaired itself. Once the smoke cleared, I saw the forced equipping process for the first time. It did not swallow a person instantly. It locked the ankles first, then sealed the knees and arms. The more the target struggled, the tighter its fasteners became. If the core were destroyed during this phase, there was still a chance to rescue the person. Once the faceplate shut, HP and mana drained rapidly. This was also my first use of the armor in actual combat, so I needed to confirm its boundaries. I ordered it to disarm targets first and not pursue anyone who had lost the ability to fight. But the Blood Prison Party remained under berserk magic. Someone who retreated 2 steps would charge again. The battlefield gave me no more time for testing. The easiest people to overlook were those who survived after Berserk magic ended. Two lost their enhancement and dropped directly to their knees, no longer able to attack. I had the demon armor take their weapons and secure them with rope. They would be dealt with after testimony and identity verification. I would not treat everyone wearing the same ring as someone who had to die immediately. 16 ordered the shooters to concentrate fire while he retreated toward the woods with the mage wearing the black pot. The fourth suit guarding the rear route revealed itself, while several others tightened in from the flanks. Anyone who managed to run into the trees was intercepted by prepositioned armor within seconds. When 16 used companions to block the demon armor, the rear formation collapsed completely. Two shooters fled in different directions, and one mage tried to cast the smoke again. Armor lying in wait on the flank interrupted the spell first, then drove the shooters back toward the sand, without pursuing them deep into unknown woods. Realizing every escape route was closed, 16 suddenly grabbed the shooter beside him and hurled the man at his pursuers. Then he leveled his spear and charged me. He clearly assumed I was a fragile alchemist dependent on summons. I turned and caught the spear shaft. A level 30 warrior thrust with all his strength, yet the tip could not advance another inch. He gritted his teeth, pulled the spear back, and stabbed my chest a second time. My concealed plus 25 armor appeared, without so much as a dent. I did not simply stand still collecting drops. Whenever a pile of loot appeared, an iron wolf dragged it to the same safe point, preventing anyone from using scattered equipment for a secondary trap. The instant death spear was separately wrapped in sealing cloth and could not be equipped casually by a construct. 16's final thrust was not harmless. Although the armor stopped the point, the attached impact still made my chest tighten. A plus 25 enhancement solved penetration. It did not cancel momentum. If he possessed a second control skill, the close range could still have turned the battle around. You guessed half of it. I shoved the spear aside. Alchemists really aren't suited for close combat. But my attributes aren't those of an ordinary alchemist. As 16 stepped back, the demon armor behind him opened. I pushed him inside with one palm and ordered it to seal his limbs without draining him. On the other side, 3 suits were still attacking the black pot. Its shell resisted their continuous blows, but the person inside had already broken down. Through the lid, he shouted the locations of blood prison bases, contact passwords, and personnel files, then voluntarily offered a blue soul contract. I recorded this weakness. Blood prisons people had seen only the terrifying effect. A truly prepared enemy might later counter it with area explosions or purification skills. Any ability that displayed overwhelming might for the first time would quickly face targeted measures once it became public. Old 7's black pot endured continuous attacks from at least 3 A-rank armor suits, giving it durability far beyond its appearance. I had the system mark it as loot pending appraisal rather than confiscating it immediately because its owner surrendered. Whether he could keep it would depend on the contract and the value of his intelligence. 16 struggled violently inside the armor. At minimum, that reaction proved that the Black Pot mage's information had value. The other living captives could also corroborate Old 7's testimony. They were worth more than 2 additional piles of ordinary loot. I ordered the armor to stop, but did not release anyone immediately. The contract had to be appraised and its price understood first. I could accept prisoners, but I would not sign unknown rules blindly. System appraisal confirmed that the blue parchment was a sole contract between players. A contractor could not deliberately deceive or harm the master and could not disobey explicit orders. The master, meanwhile, could erase the contractor remotely through the system. The terms were brutal, but they placed no reciprocal restraint on me. Signing a soul contract did not mean I could trust every memory Old 7 possessed unconditionally. The system could prevent deliberate lies, but it could not correct information he mistakenly believed. I questioned him repeatedly about times, locations, and participants in deliberately scrambled order to test whether his answers remained stable. I did not accept at once. I first had the person inside the black pot answer 3 groups of questions. How many people were in 16's party, whether any observers remained outside, and why they had followed me. His first 2 answers broadly matched the armor's reported positions. On the third, he knew only that Blood Prison's number 20 had pushed for the operation, and that 16 hoped to find the Icefield map and treasure on me. He was unsure of number 20's real identity. His description of the numbers and equipment matched the scene. Regarding 20's identity, he consistently said only that he had heard 16 mention it. I stored the 2 categories separately, preventing one incorrect guess from later discrediting all of his testimony. I'm called Old 7. I handled smoke screens and records, and I often attended important meetings with 16. He raised the black pot's lid by a crack. I'll sign. Just don't put me inside that armor. I made him read every term aloud again and added 3 restrictions. He could not disclose my identity, territory, equipment, or movements to anyone. He could not return to a blood prison base without authorization, and when questioned, he had to distinguish what he personally witnessed, what he heard from others, and what he inferred. Only after the system confirmed that the additional terms were valid did I sign. The contact list immediately gained a new entry. Contractor, Old 7. 16 made an indistinct pleading sound. I ordered the demon armor to expose his face and asked Old 7, "Does he possess any core intelligence you know absolutely nothing about?" After thinking, Old 7 said they had roughly equal access to major guild operations and personnel files, excluding 16's personal traits. I cross-questioned him 3 more times. The contract triggered no abnormality, and his answers remained consistent. I did not take a second contractor. 16 had thrown companions to the demon armor for a chance to break through and had marked me as prey for profit. The value of retaining 2 intelligence sources was not enough to offset the risks of management and betrayal. Before dealing with 16, I gave him one opportunity to make a statement. He offered only larger lists of names in exchange for his life and refused to say whether those people were truly guilty. Keeping him would turn intelligence into an ever-expanding bargaining chip and give Old 7 a conspirator familiar with his old guild. I handed 16 and the last people still resisting to the demon armor, then inventoried the scene. More than 20 piles of drops were bagged separately. Rings, weapons, magic sealing crystals, and communication devices were sealed on their own. Only 2 of the 10A rank armor suits had structural damage, and their materials could be repaired. Just 6 suits had appeared openly. The other 4 remained silent and continued searching the woods and high ground. A post-battle accounting showed that I had consumed 1 magic sealing crystal, 1 use of the phantom mirror, some mana, and repair materials for 2 armor suits. The captured equipment was worth more than those costs, but much of it bore blood prison marks. Selling it publicly would expose a link to the battlefield, so it had to be dismantled or used internally. Old 7's legs were too weak to walk steadily. I gave him a recovery potion without relieving his fear for him. "If you can walk, follow me. The explosions and fighting will draw people here. We can't interrogate you on this spot." Before we left, 1 concealed armor suit transmitted a brief vibration and then lost contact completely. Several minutes later, 10 almost overlapping explosions erupted deep in the woods. I could not see the target's identity. I could confirm only that someone with 10 compressed self-destruct weapons had still been hiding there and chose to destroy both himself and the armor after being intercepted. After the forest explosions, I did not send the armor to surround the location immediately. The impact from 10 compressed self-destruct weapons might include delayed devices. Iron Wolves approached from 3 directions first. Only after confirming there was no second mana fluctuation did we recover the fragments we could find. That meant another surveillance line might have existed behind 16. Whether my trump card had leaked was impossible to determine. I adopted the worst case, changed routes, cleared tracks, brought Old 7 into an emptied hidden chamber, and left 2 armor suits guarding the entrance. The manufacturing marks on the fragments differed from those of the self-destruct weapons carried by 16's party, suggesting the concealed observer might belong to another blood prison division. Whether he had transmitted the news was unknown. During withdrawal, I deliberately left some footprints, creating an obvious false trail toward an unrelated ice trench before turning across bare rock toward the hidden room. The battle was won. The truly dangerous part had only begun. Blood Prison had lost a senior member ranked among its top 20 and would not remain silent. Inside the hidden room, I arranged a table and chairs and brewed a pot of jade crystal tea. The steam subdued the chill between the rock walls and gave Old 7 several minutes to steady his breathing. Start from the beginning. I divided a sheet of paper into 3 columns. What you saw, what others told you, and your own judgment. Don't mix them. Old 7 testified that Blood Prison had recently prepared to venture deeper into the ice field and find the treasure hunter who possessed the complete map. Anyone above level 30, anyone hiding their level, and anyone frequently entering the deep region went on to an observation list. 16 had not originally watched me. A woman designated number 20 suggested listing me as a suspicious target and privately pushed him to act. What's her name? I don't know. She looked young and acted very gentle. 16 did whatever she said. I described Luo Wanqing's appearance and way of speaking. Old 7 could answer only that she sounded very similar. There was no image, name, or witnessed conversation as proof. I did not turn the guess into fact. I wrote only, number 20, possibly Luo Wanqing, unconfirmed. I continued asking about Blood Prison's hierarchy, bases, contact passwords, and standard equipment. He could describe 16's party configuration specifically and knew some senior numbers, but not every trump card of the guild leader. Members were separated into ranks by ring number. Lower members accessed only the current task, while important intelligence was concentrated in the archive and among a few senior figures. I had him attach the date of his most recent visit to every location. Intelligence older than 2 weeks was marked yellow, reports heard from others gray, and locations he had personally entered and whose access controls he could describe green. Blood Prison might change its passwords after 16 disappeared. Old maps could support reconnaissance, but not a direct assault. Before returning to my territory, Old 7 would not know its real coordinates. Contract communication was enough for remote orders. Even if Blood Prison found him, his ordinary memories could not reveal a direct route to the death territory. Compulsion through a contract was no reason to abandon basic compartmentalization. His testimony explained the recent surveillance traces on the ice field and confirmed that the enemy was screening for map holders. It still did not prove that every bounty and disappearance came from the same group. I made Old 7 draw the base locations 3 times, separately marking routes he had traveled and routes he had merely heard about. Only overlaps among all 3 maps entered the usable intelligence table. On the first base map, Old 7 marked one road as commonly used. Only when I questioned him a second time did he admit he had traveled it twice. The sole contract gave no warning because commonly was his subjective judgment. Once again, compulsory honesty could not replace precise questions. After the interrogation, I gave him a B-rank suit of heavy armor. Its appearance resembled the bloodthirsty demon armor, and he trembled while holding the helmet. I did not make entertainment of his fear. I only told him the armor could save his life deep in the ice field. If he refused to wear it, he had to remain inside the chamber. Old 7 eventually equipped the armor. His work was simple: guard the door, record visitors, and make no contact with his former guild without an order. Xiao Shuang guarded the other side, while 2 metal spheres waited inside the entrance as the final alarm. The 2 gatekeeping metal spheres were more than ordinary alarms. Upon detecting unfamiliar footsteps, the first transformed into shield armor and blocked the door. The second activated only if my HP fell below 30% or Xiao Shuang issued the order. Layered triggers prevented Old 7's panic from revealing every trump card at once. Xiao Shuang asked how long I could remain silent before she should enter. The void gate admitted only the challenger, so no one else could pass. I gave her an alternative: report to Xian Ruoqing after 2 hours without a message and treat me as missing after 6, but do not expose the territory in an attempt to save me. The order was not easy to say. If a lord placed his own life above every rule, eventually the entire territory would pay for one reckless adventure. The next task was the Seed of Lightning's level 30 upgrade trial. Completion would return me to the entrance. The greatest danger was not entering, but emerging wounded into an ambush. With Xiao Shuang, Old 7, and 2 armor suits guarding the gate, I would at least have time to recover. Before entering, I moved the Seed of Lightning from the weapon field into its exclusive slot and confirmed that failure would not destroy every other item in my inventory. The system guaranteed only the return of the quest item. It did not guarantee recovery of disposable potions or self-destruct constructs, so consumables still had to be treated as permanent losses. When Xiao Shuang accepted the gatekeeping task, she reconfirmed the instruction: report first, do not pursue fleeing enemies. She could defeat ordinary observers, but they might draw her away. Guarding the entrance was the only objective. I arranged healing potions, mana potions, anesthetic powder, empty sacks, and low-level constructs inside my inventory in order of use. Finally, I checked the Radiant Holy Sword and Phantom Mirror again. Not every item would necessarily be used, but information about the exclusive trial was limited. Forgetting one might force me to surrender the reward. The Void Gate opened before me. Before stepping through, I looked back and warned them: if 3 or more people appear outside, do not approach and do not fight. Report through the contract first. As lightning swallowed my vision, I knew the debt with Blood Prison could wait. I had to obtain the Heavenly Thunder demon-slaying bow first. Beyond the Void Gate lay scorched earth split by lightning. Dark clouds hung low, and the bolts had no fixed landing point. Every peal of thunder made the ground tingle. The lightning in the Thunder Prison was not mere background scenery. The first bolt struck 10 meters ahead, throwing scorched soil into the air. The second landed closer. I sent an iron wolf ahead and used its metal shell to observe whether the lightning tracked targets. The strikes did not specifically target players, but they made remaining in one place for too long dangerous. A true mountain rose in the distance, not of stone, but of gold, silver, weapons, scrolls, chests, and cabinets. A massive dark blue dragon lay coiled at the summit, lightning flowing between its scales. The surrounding clouds rose and fell with each breath it took. My first response was to back away. A mature dragon was usually close to maximum level. A level 30 trial could not require me to defeat it head-on. I stopped only when the system objective appeared. Mission objective: defeat the dragon lice and obtain 10 portions of thunder dragon blood. The mature thunder dragon's breathing carried a low-frequency vibration. Observing it from close range for too long tightened my chest. The system displayed no fear condition, but I still had to control my breathing so instinctive rigidity would not make me miss a dragon louse's charge. The treasure mountain plan was not part of the system objective, and failure would earn no compensation. I defined the worst acceptable outcome as complete the 10 portions of dragon blood and abandon the treasure, while retaining authority to order the finishing blow myself. If the thunder dragon woke early, every construct would withdraw instead of dying for sacks already thrown onto the ground. I did not have to kill the dragon, but the task was not easy. An invisible wave spread from me, and more than 100 dragon lice the size of hunting dogs leaped from between the dragon's scales. They had fed on dragon blood for years and were around level 30 or 40. Their shells were extremely hard, and their forelimbs could conduct lightning. I first released more than 40 suits of bloodthirsty demon armor. Their forced wrapping attack against humanoids was useless on dragon lice, while their hollow structure made them easy for the forelimbs to scatter. The first defensive line lasted only a dozen seconds before lice passed through the loose parts and charged me. More than 1,000 level 29 gold wolves replaced them. The level gap made it difficult for one wolf to stop a louse. Some were cut in half the instant they lunged, but our numerical advantage finally suppressed the charge. Restored armor suits automatically mounted the gold wolves, forming wolf riders that repeatedly cut through the flanks. The dragon lice did not land evenly when jumping from the scales. Around 30 reached the front first, while later groups encircled us from both sides. I arranged the armor in an arc and deliberately left an entrance at the center, drawing the lice into crossing charges from the gold wolves. A straight defensive line would have been bypassed easily by the larger force. I had not programmed that combination, which showed that high-level constructs could already cooperate under a clear objective. I did not rush into melee. I recorded the time they required to turn, remount, and recover after falling. When we truly challenged the Savage Bull King, this mobile tactic would be far more useful than isolated charges. Whenever a dragon louse died, a thread of dragon blood passed through my body before entering the seed of lightning. After a brief burning pain, my strength and endurance increased slightly. Alchemists grew at only half the rate of combat classes. This additional enhancement filled that weakness perfectly. When the lice fell to single digits, I changed the plan. Once the upgrade trial completed, the system would force teleportation after 5 seconds and send any owned objects or containers I could not retrieve to the mailbox. Treasure on the mountain could not enter my inventory directly, but placing it in sacks first could change its ownership. I ordered the wolf riders to leave the final louse barely alive, tied it at a distance with sleep powder, and placed one armor suit nearby with its blade ready. Several low-quality suits mounted gold wolves and circled to the other side of the treasure mountain carrying explosive arrows designed solely to create noise. More than 100 level 1 and level 2 iron wolves coated themselves in scent-concealing ointment. Each held an empty sack in its jaws and waited at the mountain's base. When the wolf rider formation appeared for the first time, 2 armor suits were thrown off by sharp turns from the gold wolves. They stabilized their mounts only after adjusting their own fasteners. That detail meant capable of riding was not the same as fully trained. The later 3-day rest period would need dedicated mobility practice. I fixed the waiting armor's sword beside the louse's neck. One command would finish it. Every sack had a cord threaded through its mouth in advance. The constructs needed only to load and pull instead of understanding a complicated knot at the last moment. I also activated the black mist from my equipment, suppressing every trace of presence. In the Thunder Dragon's eyes, low-level iron wolves were no more than dust. As long as they did not touch the treasure, it would not even bother opening its eyes. The plan had only one risk. If the Thunder Dragon found the true commander first, I would not live long enough to wait for the teleportation countdown. An adventure with a retreat route was a plan. One without a retreat was merely a gamble. I watched the last dragon louse's HP and signaled the distant wolf riders. Before anesthetizing the final louse, I tested a low dose. The powder took longer to work than it did on ordinary magical beasts, indicating that dragon blood enhancement also increased resistance. Only a higher second dose brought it down, and the quantity was close to lethal. If I killed it accidentally, the Treasure Mountain plan would settle before our preparations were complete. An explosive arrow passed over the Treasure Mountain, and the first thunderous blast erupted beside the Thunder Dragon's ear. At first, the Thunder Dragon merely rolled over. A second volley of explosive arrows detonated repeatedly above its head. It finally opened its golden slit-pupiled eyes and released a breath of lightning that vaporized the nearest wolf rider and mount completely. The decoy units withdrew at set intervals, and every suit of armor continued firing. The Thunder Dragon released several more lightning blasts in pursuit of the harassers that had not stopped, then spread its enormous wings and disappeared into the thunderclouds. The lightning strikes traveled steadily farther from the Treasure Mountain, but I did not act immediately. The decoy wolf riders retreated at intervals of 30 meters. Their purpose was not to return alive, but to ensure each breath could hit only one group. If the Thunder Dragon cleared all decoys at once, it would return more than 10 seconds early, and the Treasure Mountain plan would fail outright. As the Thunder Dragon pursued, the frontmost armor did not flee in a straight line. It led the dragon along an arc away from the direct line between the Treasure Mountain and the Void Gate. Even if the dragon abandoned pursuit midway, it would have to turn again to return. The construct's sacrifice purchased more than distance. It bought additional time through direction. After the final decoy lost contact, I still waited until the distant thunder moved one more time before opening the sacks. A death signal proved only that a construct had been struck, not that the Thunder Dragon had reached the farthest planned point. That extra weight forced it to cross the entire Treasure Mountain once it turned back. The perception range of a high-level monster could not be calculated precisely. Waiting 3 more seconds would cost tens of thousands of gold coins in uncollected treasure. Revealing ourselves 3 seconds early might wipe out the entire force. I did not order the Iron Wolves to charge until the last decoy was far enough from the mountain. More than 100 Iron Wolves climbed the piles of gold and silver with sacks in their mouths. The gold wolves summoned afterward made no attempt to hide. They took sacks and dug coins from the mountain's base. The first 3 Iron Wolves loaded nothing along the way. They continued toward the Thunder Dragon's nest at the summit to search for special items. The moment the first Iron Wolf opened a sack, distant clouds exploded. The Thunder Dragon could clearly sense its treasure being touched, and its return speed was far higher than its departure speed. The rule that sacks changed ownership came from records in my previous life. I had not yet verified that the current version worked the same way. Only after one Iron Wolf placed a gold coin inside and the system interface displayed an owned container marker did I confirm the rule. Without that step, no matter how quickly the unit moved, it would merely relocate the dragon's property. Bag everything below the mountain's midpoint where you are. Don't go any higher. The order spread through the construct link. Every Iron Wolf placed its body outside the sack opening, loaded small items with powerful mana signatures first, and filled the remaining space with gold coins. Even if time ran out, the mailbox would preserve the rare materials first. The gold wolf's metal claws could tear ordinary cloth while digging through coins. I lined each sack with thin leather and added rope netting outside. Iron wolves handled rare small objects, while gold wolves loaded only regularly shaped coins. Dividing work by construct structure reduced breakage before the mailbox determination. The Thunder Dragon's lightning struck the side of the Treasure Mountain, destroying the nearest gold wolves on the spot. It could not see the exact location behind the mountain and could attack only through sensation. With every additional second, the zone of death drew closer to me. Once the dragon entered the thunderclouds, the clouds concealed its body. I could estimate distance only through lightning and roars. The intervals among the first 3 strikes gradually lengthened, showing that it was still pursuing. Only when the 4th sound became almost inaudible did I unleash the constructs. I did not order the armor guarding the louse to finish it immediately. System teleportation required 5 seconds. The Thunder Dragon's return time, teleportation duration, and sack sealing time all had to be calculated together. Finish too early, and the 3 summit wolves would not have time to touch the nest. Finish too late, and lightning would strike me first. The thundercloud had already passed the second distant stone pillar. I set 10 seconds as the final limit and ordered every loading construct to begin sealing its sack. The 3 nest scouts were to retreat immediately with whatever they had found. One transmitted an abnormally heavy load signal, and its speed dropped sharply. I did not order it to abandon the cargo. 2 unladen Iron Wolves seized the sack from either side and helped drag it. Anything capable of slowing 3 low-level constructs at once was probably worth more than the additional gold the trip might have collected. The signals from the 3 nest scouts disappeared for a time. I thought the dragon's pressure had destroyed them until one reported a heavy load. The unknown object slowed them and forced me to delay the final finishing blow by 2 seconds. The thunder dragon entered view. It no longer continued blasting the treasure mountain. Its golden slit pupils locked onto the reverse slope where I hid. It could infer the commander from the construct's movements. My contingency that concealing my presence would be enough had failed. After the dragon returned, the first lightning struck the mountain's eastern side. I ordered the eastern constructs to stop loading and cover the containers with their bodies, while the west continued for 3 more seconds. Withdrawing every unit simultaneously would have wasted the final safe window. Finish it. Seal the sacks. The waiting armor brought its sword down, and the final dragon louse dissolved into dragon blood. Mission complete. Forced teleportation in 5 seconds. I shoved one last armful of gold into the sack beside me and pulled the opening tight. The thunder dragon's breath was already gathering inside its mouth, but the 5-second countdown had only just begun. The final 5 seconds felt longer than the entire battle. In the first second, every construct on the treasure mountain pinned a sack beneath its body. In the second, the thunder dragon crossed the ridge. In the third, my legs began turning transparent. In the fourth, lightning filled my vision. At the end of the fifth, the breath attack and teleportation struck simultaneously. I flew horizontally out of the void gate and crashed into the hidden room's rock wall, instantly losing more than half my HP. The system had canceled most of the damage. Even the part of the lightning that grazed my remaining body would otherwise have been fatal. Xiao Shuang poured a healing potion down my throat first, while Old Seven frantically checked outside the door. I told him to remain on guard and leaned against the wall to inspect my limbs and equipment. My shoulder and back were burned, but there was no ongoing paralysis. Part of the armor had been ruined, yet I could still move. Back in the hidden room, Xiao Shuang checked my pupils and heartbeat before treating the burns. The healing potion restored system HP, but could not immediately eliminate muscle spasms caused by the lightning. I would be unable to hold a sword steadily for half an hour, so neither Old Seven nor the gatekeeping armor could withdraw yet. The Void Gate then expelled my own constructs in batches. Many Gold Wolf shells had melted, and several armor suits had lost their cores completely. The survivors still kept the sacks protected beneath their bodies. Only after every owned object finished teleporting did the system mailbox begin receiving rewards that could not be returned directly. Calculating the losses was harder than counting the gains. The decoy armor had been annihilated. Some constructs were only scorched and reparable. Others had intact cores but ruined shells. I registered them in 3 categories: total loss, major repair, and minor repair, so that reparable units would not also be counted as new manufacturing costs. The first message containing gold displayed 6,309,816 coins. The 6,309,816 gold coins in the mailbox were the total placed in sacks and did not include the trial mission's ordinary rewards. There were too many other items, so I automatically separated them by quality and use. S rank and A rank locked separately, equipment of B rank and above awaiting appraisal, herbs and minerals entered into the production ledger, and unidentified items placed in isolation. I counted the number again and compared it with the system total, confirming that I had not imagined an extra digit. A little over 2 million could sustain the territory and purchases. 5 million was the fee for 1 year's control of Campbell. This income made it possible to pursue both goals simultaneously for the first time. After 5 million gold entered a restricted account, the remaining roughly 1.3 million still had to cover the territory, merchant guild contract, and construct rebuilding. Enormous income did not justify uncontrolled spending, especially when the Savage Bull King battle would consume the most expensive units I currently possessed. The greater the wealth, the more important it became to reduce the chance that one accident could take everything away. What truly changed my long-term combat power, however, was one of the sacks. The 3 iron wolves that had searched the nest brought back a massive purple gold egg appraised as an S-rank thunder dragon egg. It stood nearly half my height, and the shell contained a stable lightning aspect life response. I did not appraise every rare item brought from the thunder dragon's treasure mountain immediately. High-level appraisal itself produced mana fluctuations and might trigger a curse or binding. I first handled the 3 core gains: the gold, dragon egg, and heavenly thunder demon-slaying bow. The rest would remain sealed until the territory's isolation room was complete. I did not immediately feed it a humanoid transformation potion. Whether the egg could endure the potion its incubation environment, and its ownership rules were all unverified. Reckless action might destroy a unique reward. Xiao Shuang was a frost aspect dragon and could not provide the proper lightning aspect temperature. I decided to ask Xian Ruoqing to consult the spirits first, then find an incubation specialist through Greg. After absorbing 10 portions of dragon blood, the seed of lightning also transformed from a seed into a rough wooden bow. Heavenly Thunder Demon Slaying Bow. Every arrow deals true damage equal to 5 times the user's magic. Capable of continuous fire. The bow's true damage formula used 5 times my current magic, meaning its power increased with the attribute. The actual cost of each arrow still required testing. I fired 3 arrows into an empty room and recorded identical consumption before confirming that it could support a prolonged battle of attrition. The cost per arrow was not high, but continuous fire would still drain mana rapidly. I designated it a core weapon for penetrating high defense, not for clearing ordinary monsters. The costs were recorded alongside the gains. The decoy armor and gold wolves were total losses, some bagging constructs were destroyed, I was badly wounded, and stealing the dragon egg meant I could not casually re-enter the upgrade instance. The Thunder Dragon had learned to recognize my command method. Repeating the plan a second time would be suicide. The shell's temperature changed cyclically, and a faint electrical arc appeared roughly every 10 minutes. I supported it on an insulating stone frame, kept it out of the ordinary pet field, and allowed no metal tool to touch it. Until incubation, any idea of turning it into a dragon girl remained only a future possibility. I sent Old Seven back to his own territory with enough basic resources to survive and ordered him not to return to Campbell without authorization. Over the next 3 days, I repaired constructs, classified equipment, replenished potions, and labeled every A-rank weapon capable of self-destruction separately. The 5 million gold control feat was ready. Only one final threshold remained, the Savage Bull King. After 3 days of rest and preparation, I returned to the deepest part of the ice field with Xiao Shuang. The main force this time consisted of 200 suits of bloodthirsty demon armor, each mounted on one level 29 gold wolf to form 200 wolf riders. Another 1,500 gold wolves between levels 20 and 29 provided containment. Demon armor required complex materials, some of which came from 16's party. This was the limit of what I could currently refine. I fixed the potions on the first page of my inventory in order of use and gave Xiao Shuang separate slowing, weakening, and poison potions. There were only 2 retreat rules. If I shouted scatter, she would take to the air immediately. If I lost consciousness for more than 3 seconds, she would abandon the constructs and carry me away. Before the battle, I had 200 wolf riders complete 3 rounds of crossing charges in an open field, turning 2 sharply through the armor to the ground. While crowding the formation could let one swing from the Savage Bull King destroy more than a dozen units. In the final formation, each group contained 20 riders, staggered front to rear. They did not pursue a neat appearance, only safe intervals between charges. Xiao Shuang moved to the Savage Bull King's opposite side. I drank enhancement and mana regeneration potions. The regeneration effect remained active even while my mana was full. Then I raised the Radiant Holy Sword. Begin. Heavenly Radiance swallowed the Savage Bull King from the front. I did not remain to watch the result. I put away the sword, released every wolf rider and gold wolf, mounted one of the beasts, and opened the distance. The holy light melted part of the Savage Bull King's outer hide and drained most of my mana. The regeneration potion could reduce the deficit, but it could not let me cast the skill a second time immediately. Drinking the mana regeneration potion early did not fill my mana beyond its maximum. It established continuous recovery. Once Heavenly Radiance drained most of my mana, the medicine began replenishing it immediately. While firing the Heavenly Thunder Demon Slaying Bow continuously, I still had to watch the recovery rate and keep enough mana to activate a life-saving item. The Savage Bull King swung its enormous axe and scattered nearly 50 gold wolves with one blow. Piling units against it head-on would exhaust every construct within minutes. I split the wolves into 4 groups that charged in rotation. The wolf riders approached only during the openings after the axe struck the ground. I drew the Heavenly Thunder Demon Slaying Bow and put the first arrow through its left eye. True damage passed through the outer hide. With its vision impaired, 2 consecutive axe swings missed. The gold wolves seized the chance to tear at the wound, while wolf riders concentrated attacks along the rear legs and side of the neck. In less than 5 minutes, the Savage Bull King's HP fell from 100,000 to 50,000. Its entire body turned red. The damaged skin regenerated rapidly into thick biological armor, and it entered its second form. During the 5 minutes of the first form, more than 200 gold wolves were lost. After the left eye injury, the Savage Bull King compensated for limited vision with broad axe sweeps. I kept the attack units entering from the right rear rather than continuing to surround it from every side. Ordinary physical attacks became almost useless. I withdrew the wolf riders. Xiaoshuang rose into the air behind its flank and covered the battlefield with frost breath, followed by thrown potions. With the magic eye of petrification stacked over multiple slowing effects, its movements finally became slow enough for the gold wolves to evade. What followed was not a decisive clash, but 2 hours of attrition. Groups of gold wolves drew it in sequence. I maintained true damage with the Heavenly Thunder demon-slaying bow, while poison continued eating away at it. Whenever the Savage Bull King changed its attack rhythm, I reduced the size of each decoy group, so one axe swing could not erase the whole unit. The hardest part of the second form's 2 hours was not damage output, but attention. Whenever one gold wolf group finished drawing it, that group withdrew into the distance while the next took over from the opposite direction. Twice, a handoff occurred too early, and the Savage Bull King nearly locked onto me directly. Xiaoshuang used an ice wall to alter its route at the last moment. Not every poison stacked. Reusing an identical formula only refreshed its duration without increasing damage. I stopped wasting more of the same potion and switched to corrosion and slowing effects with different mechanics. The ledger seemed to show a few fewer bottles used, but in practice, that decision preserved resources for the latter half. When the final containment wolf fell, the Savage Bull King's HP was below 10,000. Most of the 200 wolf riders still retained their combat power. That was the cost I had reserved for the third form. The armored skin began to peel away, its muscles contracting repeatedly as the enormous body compressed to around 2 meters. During the transformation, a system-like invulnerability state canceled every attack. I stopped wasting arrows immediately and ordered the wolf riders to spread in a staggered pattern. Before the third form began, I withdrew every surviving rider to the preset self-destruct ring. The Savage Bull King was invulnerable during the transformation, so we used the interval to redeploy instead of attacking uselessly. The true unknown was whether it would choose the closest target or the highest threat target in the first second after invulnerability ended. In my previous life, the raid party had lost more than 1/3 of its members during the third form, but I had not participated in the battle personally. I knew only that the Blood Prison Guild leader ultimately used an unknown treasure. There were no reliable records of the boss's speed, attack method, or duration. The transformation ended, and the Savage Bull King vanished from my sight. In the next instant, the first wolf rider and mount were smashed into fragments together. The Savage Bull King still carried multiple slowing effects, yet my eyes could not track it. One strike destroyed the bloodthirsty demon armor's core, leaving no chance to reassemble. The Heavenly Thunder demon-slaying bow required aim and had become useless against this speed. After my gold wolf was lost in the first melee exchange, my heavy armor could absorb only 4 more effective hits. A sword cut to the neck, kicking the blade into its chest, and a true damage arrow had to form one continuous sequence. If any step came half a beat late, the Savage Bull King could reopen the distance and regain its speed advantage. I ordered Xiaoshuang above the blast range and withdrew to the preset safe line myself. Every additional 10 seconds of the third form cost several armor suits for nothing. The contingency carried an immense price, but it was the only method left to force the boss to stop. All units, self-destruct. The first ring of wolf riders spread out and detonated. A mana storm tore open the ice and forced the Savage Bull King's outline into view. The second ring closed on the blast point immediately and detonated again. The third sealed the retreat route after it changed direction. The armor could not be recovered after self-destruction. Each suit cost hundreds of gold coins, including materials I currently had nowhere to replace. The first detonation did not pin the Savage Bull King at the center as planned. It changed direction an instant before the blast, so only the edge struck it. I immediately closed the second ring on its new location. I would rather preserve fewer units than let it return to full speed. Nearly 200 suits of bloodthirsty demon armor disappeared one after another. Explosions echoed across the ice field, and people in the World Channel began asking about the noise. I did not answer. I only had Xian Ruoqing warn Moonlit Goddess members away from the deep region. If spectators approached, whether they were hit accidentally or stole the final blow, the entire plan would fall out of control. One corner of the dust cloud cleared. The Savage Bull King had roughly 1,000 HP remaining. I equipped my strongest heavy armor, mounted the final gold wolf, and charged into the blast zone. Based on durability and earlier attacks, I estimated the armor could withstand no more than 5 strikes for me. If that estimate was too high, there would be no second chance. The Savage Bull King struck the mount first. The instant the gold wolf fell, I used the momentum to close in and cut open the side of its neck with the radiant holy sword. The long-handled axe turned poorly at close range, so it used its left hand to seize the blade. I released the hilt and kicked the pommel, driving the holy sword through its palm and into its chest. The attack dealt only 300 damage. Before landing, I swapped to the Heavenly Thunder demon-slaying bow and fired a true damage arrow point-blank. The Savage Bull King drove the enormous axe into the ice and forcibly changed its retreat direction. The purple arrow grazed past. When the next axe fell toward me, I did not roll. I raised an arm to protect my head and neck. Xiaoshuang throw. Before entering the dust, I had changed Xiaoshuang's order to throwing only A-rank weapons without approaching the ground. The Savage Bull King's third form could still turn toward the sky without warning, and even a young dragon could not endure one frontal axe blow. She threw 10 A-rank weapons from high above. The axe struck my heavy armor first. The impact stole my hearing for a moment and made my chest feel as though an entire boulder pressed against it. The 10 weapons landed around us immediately afterward. Detonate. All 10 A-rank weapons destroyed themselves simultaneously. The Savage Bull King and I were both at the center. My heavy armor's durability instantly reached 0, and my HP fell to the danger line. The Savage Bull King dissolved into motes of mana a moment before I did, leaving a small mountain of drops that buried me beneath it. Xiaoshuang dug through the equipment and gold and poured a healing potion into my mouth. Only when my HP stopped falling did I dare confirm that the final hit belonged to me. The 10 self-destructing A-rank weapons had been a mutually destructive plan. I drank a regeneration overtime potion in advance and ordered Xiaoshuang to search first for my life signal after the explosion. Even so, my vision went completely black for an instant when the system HP reached the critical line. Global Achievement, King of Savage Bull Kings. After the battle, I did not immediately open the achievement and celebrate. I first confirmed that the Savage Bull King had no second life and that no minor monsters had spawned nearby. Then I had Xiaoshuang move the drops off my chest. System notifications were reliable, but dying beside a reward pile because of distraction in a high-level instance would still be failure. Reward Skill War God Incarnation. All attributes increased by 100%. Ordinary attacks deal triple damage. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. My chest still hurt as I left the blast zone. War God Incarnation had entered my skill list, but it could not heal an injury. A new ability did not erase the price, just paid. 200 suits of demon armor, more than 1,000 gold wolves, and 10 A-rank weapons had purchased a 5-minute burst skill and the first kill of the Savage Bull King. The cost on paper was devastating, but a bronze door had appeared behind the drops. The nearly 200 armor suits had not all vanished simultaneously. Some were already damaged during the first 2 forms, and the number that completed an effective self-destruction was slightly smaller. The 1,000 remaining HP observed through the smoke came from detection, not a simple multiplication of damage per suit. Xiaoshuang first moved aside the small treasure mountain dropped by the Savage Bull King. I collected only the key and gold that could be confirmed safe from triggers. Unknown weapons and scrolls were sealed in sacks for appraisal after I entered the bronze door. Footsteps were drawing closer. Spending time to examine one more attribute could make me miss the unique entrance. I collected the loot and key. Players were already approaching in the distance. This battle was nowhere near ready for celebration. The first young man to arrive wore Blood Prison's number 3 ring. He saw the key and shouted from far away for me to stop. I gave him no chance to approach. I inserted the key, entered, and locked the door behind me in one continuous sequence. Only then did the attacks land against the indestructible bronze door. The system immediately offered a choice: pay 5 million gold coins and obtain 1 year of control over Campbell Camp. Before paying, I expanded the Campbell control terms in full. 5 million gold purchased only 1 year, and the requirements would have to be satisfied again after expiration. The camp's native residents retained their self-awareness. I would receive lawful command and administrative authority, not permanent enslavement that erased their identities. After confirming the term, summoning range, and administrative authority, I paid. The control interface listed the camp's guards, commanders, defenses, and public districts. Affiliated personnel could be summoned only within the ice field and could not enter other instances or my territory. This was not permanent land, but it was enough to rebuild order and restrict Blood Prison's activities. A global announcement simultaneously declared that Warzone 68's ice field had been cleared and opened the Purgatory Hall, recommended for level 50 and above. I closed the channel and returned my attention to the final room. There were only 3 treasures inside. The first was a treasure map to the Nether Ghost Realm. From the memories of my previous life, I recognized it as the 3rd instance region. It could not be used in the short term, so I sealed it away. The second was a pair of dragon eyes. After fusion, the system unlocked the ocular art, Dragon's Might, which forced targets into mental confusion and caused them to attack without distinguishing friend from foe for up to 1 hour. The description did not state mental consumption or corrections for level difference. I had to test it in practice instead of treating 1 hour as a fixed duration against every target. Both eyes stung briefly during the fusion. The system's ability to switch ocular arts did not mean I could activate them all simultaneously. Stacking the magic eye of petrification, truth-piercing vision, and Dragon's Might exceed my mental capacity. The first use had to be 1 target for a short duration. I did not summon the camp's entire garrison behind the door immediately. Too many units appearing at once would expose my control authority prematurely and might block one another in the confined space. I would test Dragon's Might on a senior opponent first, strengthen the battlefield with the Holy Realm, and only then call troops as needed. The third treasure was the barrier skill book, Descent of the Holy Realm. All attributes of the user, teammates, and summons increased by 20%. The power of light aspect skills increased by another 50%. The barrier could neither be destroyed nor overwritten. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 12 hours. The fact that Descent of the Holy Realm could not be overwritten meant an enemy barrier could not replace it. It also meant another area barrier from our side might not be able to replace it either. If positioned incorrectly during its 1 hour duration, the entire strategy would be restricted. Before leaving, I had to confirm the distance to my teammates and the enemy's concentrated area. There was no food or bed in the room, so I could recover only with inventory supplies. During the 3-hour wait, I tested my mental condition, mana, and equipment durability every half hour instead of leaving because I merely felt more or less recovered. Descent of the Holy Realm had a 12-hour cooldown. If activated by mistake, Blood Prison would not grant me a second wait. The skill paired perfectly with the Radiant Holy Sword. Strengthened Heavenly Radiance would become a true large area killing move. I learned it on the spot, but did not cast, reserving the 12-hour cooldown for the Blood Prison members outside. The impacts and curses beyond the bronze door grew denser. Xian Ruoqing sent a message confirming that number 3 was gathering nearby guild members, while ordinary players had been driven into the distance. She and Moonlit Goddess observed only through detection and did not enter the crowd. The control interface displayed the number, posts, and loyalty status of the garrison without automatically telling everyone the identity of the new lord. My first temporary order was, maintain the existing peace and do not assist a private guild in surrounding ordinary players. Formal reform could wait until the battle outside ended. Xian Ruoqing reported the estimated outer numbers every half hour. Her information came from long-range detection, not an exact roll call. Once Blood Prison drove away ordinary players, targets within 1 kilometer became easier to distinguish. Only in the 3rd hour, when new arrivals fell sharply, did she judge that most reinforcements have arrived. The shouting beyond the door also provided information. It grew from a few voices to multiple directions, then changed into organized orders to clear the area. Senior leaders were taking control one after another. This was not an ordinary crowd gathering naturally. I told her to withdraw beyond attack range and notify me when Blood Prison's reinforcements largely stopped. The room would not disappear on its own, and the soul clearer could remain inside to recover. Only after I left would the reward space close. I drank potions, treated my injuries, and checked every available construct and camp summoning permission. War God Incarnation's cooldown had ended. Heavenly Radiance had recovered, and both newly obtained skills were ready. Blood Prison believed a lone player who had just finished a boss fight and exhausted every method was inside the door. Half of that conclusion was correct. My army of demon armor truly had been destroyed. What they did not know was that I had just purchased 1 year of control over the entire Campbell camp. 3 hours later, Xian Ruoqing confirmed that Blood Prison's reinforcements had slowed to a stop. At least 10,000 people had gathered around the bronze door. Low-level members on the perimeter drove away spectators, while senior members, including number 2 and number 3, occupied the core. She did not see the guild leader and could judge only that he might be hidden in the observation zone. At least 10,000. Are you really coming out now? She asked. 80% confidence. Keep withdrawing and don't enter the barrier's range. Before leaving, I placed War God Incarnation, Heavenly Radiance, Descent of the Holy Realm, and the Campbell Summoning Authority in separate quick access positions to prevent an anxious misclick. Dragon's Might had no group target. It locked only onto Blood Prison's number 3, and I would end it voluntarily the moment the mental pressure crossed my threshold. I completed one final status check and pushed open the bronze door. No chaotic barrage of arrows greeted me immediately. They intended to trap me and confirm the treasure first, then decide whether to kill me. Several runestones lit simultaneously, and a crimson guardian barrier enclosed the bronze door and me. Only those authorized by its caster could pass. A formation intended to keep enemies out had become a prison. Blood Prison's number 3 stood outside and urged me to surrender. Number 2 guarded the runestones nearby and was clearly responsible for maintaining the array. When the crimson guardian barrier descended, I touched its edge lightly with my sword tip. The system responded, "Passage denied without authorization." The barrier had extremely high durability, but was not an attack formation. Remaining within it did not inflict continuous HP loss for now, giving me time to observe the deployment outside. They believed that blocking my retreat gave them the initiative. I did not attack the barrier. I merely raised my eyes toward number 3. Red Gold Dragon pupils lit up. He stiffened first, then turned and drew a dagger. I could not know directly what he saw. I could see only the result. He treated the companions around him as enemies, released assassin skills in succession, and forced the people nearby to block in panic. Number 2 rushed forward to suppress him. Number 3 continued struggling and repeatedly shouted "dragon" and "skeleton," attacking without distinguishing friend from foe. In less than 5 minutes, pain gathered at my temples and the edges of my vision began turning black. I had no choice but to end the skill voluntarily. After number 3 lost control, his first attack struck the 2 members nearest him. Number 2 did not kill him immediately. He used control skills and one heavy strike to subdue him, showing that Blood Prison's senior ranks still coordinated. Dragon's Might could create chaos, but it could not guarantee the enemies would continue killing one another. The result was clear. Dragon's Might could forcibly control a high-level player near my own level, but the duration was nowhere near the 1 hour in the description. The stronger the target and the more complex the influence, the greater the mental burden. If I had selected all 10,000 people at once, I might have lost consciousness before they did. After releasing the ocular art, I closed my eyes for a second before regaining focus. Headache, ringing ears, and mild nausea were all measured costs. The system's phrase, "up to 1 hour," resembled a theoretical ceiling against weak targets. It could not enter a strategy against an equal-level enemy. When number 3 recovered, his body was covered in cold sweat, and he had already injured several people around him. Humiliated and furious, he tried to enter the barrier, but number 2 stopped him immediately. Blood Prison's formation also fell into brief disorder. The ranged units instinctively opened more distance from number 3. I did not waste ordinary attacks during the chaos. Dragon's Might was a test and a demonstration that their companions were not dependable. To defeat more than 10,000 people, I would need an unoverridable large area barrier, Campbell's garrison, and a strengthened light aspect killing move. The 10,000 people on the perimeter appeared dense, but only a limited number of ranged units could attack the barrier's center simultaneously. Melee fighters blocked one another, while mages had to avoid friendly fire. Their numerical advantage required space to deploy. By surrounding the barrier with their core personnel, they had instead provided targets for a large area light skill. Before activating the Holy Realm, I sent Xian Ruoqing one final word: retreat. She reported that the observation point had withdrawn to 2 kilometers away. Only then did I let my mana sink into the ice. At this moment, only the barrier was forming. The garrison's summons, Blood Prison's response, and the strengthened heavenly radiance had not yet occurred. I took out the radiant holy sword, confirmed that Xian Ruoqing and the others were beyond the safety line, and looked once more at the red guardian barrier. The enemy wanted to imprison me with it, but had also concentrated its core members within the same area. The guardian barrier could confine unauthorized people, but did not prevent spellcasting within. Descent of the Holy Realm explicitly stated that no other barrier could override it. I prepared to unfold it in the same space. How the 2 barriers would overlap could be verified only at the moment of casting. I did not predict victory. More than 10,000 people remained outside the formation, and Blood Prison's guild leader had not appeared. The Holy Realm could bring the battlefield into my enhancement range. It could not destroy my enemies automatically. Dragon's Might has been tested. I raised my left hand. Now let's test the barrier. Holy mana spread from beneath my feet, and white light expanded across the ice in every direction. Barrier magic, descent of the Holy Realm.